This thing is not going through. Well driven but well stopped. Just turn it off now. Why is it not showing map?
Going way in the blue or the red. Double click inside and it's on. Okay.
Shit.
You see, came up. It went away again. Now. Where you did?
Yeah, but it's too big. It's like that. It's too big.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see it and configure it
Yeah,
according?
but click and two finger, right, and
Yeah.
then go into
Previous. So how do I do it?
okay, come down.
Go ahead. Set it up. Set it. Set it quick.
Okay, it's filters. I think the scaling. Full screen display window. There's something inside of this here that said the height is on.
Take an ear. Speaking. What's going on? Take an ear. Speaking. What's going on?
Bishop playing this one. They're coming through for a quick single and they've gotten it quite easily. Perhaps this.
Good positive run in there. I like the intent. He played it with nice soft hands. The feeler was caught a little bit onto his heels and he didn't try to hit it too hard down to mid-on.
Playing with soft hands, getting a single. All those are critical parts to the development of these emerging players.
And it'd be a learning process too, because coming up from the under 19 level to a now professional level here, where playing with the big boys, your mindset has to change completely. And like I said, Bishop is someone who I've got some time from.
So, would he be patient? Would he be batting through? But it's Keegan Simmons. Faces up to Hakeem Jordan, gets one rising to the pad. Played inside of it. Then corrects himself, perhaps saying, I should have done that. I should have met it with a vertical bat fully.
Sort of balance feel here by Barbados. 3 on the on, 3 on the off, using one slip. So you understand the line of attack. And with Hakeem Jordan bowling around the wicket, bowling a lot of cutters, it's going to be very important for the batters to have a look.
This time he plays it, went back and then forward into the mid-on region. The Barbadians wearing the blue with the yellow, colors of their national flag. I actually had a Barbados shirt, Vernon Springer Don't Laugh, for the first time in my life from someone special in Barbados. I wore it for the first time last week. Bishop comes forward. And I've been in Barbados so many times. Barbados has been a place that I have spent quite a bit doing all sorts of things. But I couldn't say the same thing because the first time I got to St. Kitts, I had a package from Vernon Springer with my St. Kitts Nevis shirt.
Gotta represent.
Gotta represent. So I hope my friends in Barbados who would have heard it's the first time I had wore a Barbados shirt was last week, perhaps. It is on them and not on me. Lovely shot. This will go for 4. Will it be? Being chased out towards the boundary. It hits the ropes and lovely shot once again on the part of Teddy Bishop. In fact, Keegan Simmons. He looks good. He moves up to 9 and perhaps is now trying to build and give the inning some impetus, Vernon.
Well, the good thing about this is that he got a good stride out. It was a half volley, and half volley's got to be put away. And he didn't try to overhit the ball. He found the gap. And normally you don't see West Indian batters finding the gap. He did find the gap. And on the outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, once it passes the 30-yard circle, you can say goodbye because it's slope here. It's beautiful.
And I like the elegance. He stretched out fully, played with precision, piercing the field. So, after 7, it's 18 for 1. And Simmons will continue. So it has been a Jordan's Raman Simmons show for the Barbadians. Lovely shot, 4 runs, elegance, timing, class. Perhaps Vernon, Teddy Bishop may have looked at Keegan Simmons and say, okay, I'm going to match you, and this is looking a spectacular shot. 4 runs, he races, he moves. I have to say race because he was crawling. So now he has increased his pace, moves up to 8, 22 for 1.
Lovely shot. And when you come to a cricket game, you judge a batsman from how he approaches the crease and his shot selection. Once you see a player hitting the ball down the ground, you start to wake up and say, hey, he's got some talent. That's a lovely shot.
This time Simmons outside the off stump, well played. I like the confidence that is being built now by the emerging players. They may have been a bit tentative in the first 5 since they have lost Kirk McKenzie.
But I want to remind Bishop, because he has to be careful, and I know you would have picked this up, Seth. There was a back of the length delivery there from Simmons. His right foot was going back to get fancy to steer the ball down to third man. I'd be advised for him to look, especially with a new ball, to have a look up in front of him, especially this early in his innings. This is only over number 8.
He cuts this one. There is a third man on the boundary. Was able to stop it. And Teddy Bishop joins Keegan Simmons on 9. They are both on 9. We would have lost the West Indies Emerging Players Academy. Would have lost their opener in Kirk McKenzie for 3. So the score is 23 for 1.
Still some veterans in this Barbados team.
Yes.
Jonathan Carter sounds like he's been around for a long
Forever.
but he's been a lifesaver
on many occasions.
Many occasions for the Barbados team. Jamal Warwick also in this lineup.
Oh, lovely shot. Out towards the cover area. Will it be pulled back? A good stretch out for Craig Brathwaite. They're coming back for, is it the 3rd? Yes, the 3rd. Good shot in the covers, and they're playing it all along the ground. Look at the 4s. Finding the gaps. Precision.
The balance of Simmons has been beautiful as compared to McKenzie. McKenzie never really got out to the ball, but you could see just from the approach of McKenzie, he has a low base, and he's willing to be able to look, get that stride in. Very, very important.
Simmons has Bishop to bowl at. Simmons in his 4th has taken the only wicket. Driven back past him. This will be another. Warwick gives up the chase. Lovely shot. Excellent display of batsmanship by Teddy Bishop. Down the ground once again. 4 runs. And Raman Simmons has to rethink his approach.
Half volleys got to be put away. Denmore. That's something.
You said Denmore. You anticipate that he's coming on soon.
Sorry. Set half volleys got to be put away. Straight down mid off. Lovely shot by this young man. He's a tall guy, so his wings of expansion. He's going to punch on those half volleys.
This time he gets one closer to the off stump. He really steered it to the backward point fielder in Ruston Chase. That completes over number 8. 30 for 1. Bishop on 13. Simmons on 12.
And at the end of 30 for 1, it just seems to be a little strange because we were commentating before. First third over 5, 6, 7, and then all of a sudden we've got a tempo. Cricket is life. It's a tempo game.
Yes.
And there's been a different approach. Keegan Simmons has come in and he's really looked a class player. And Teddy Bishop is saying, no, you're not going to outdo me today.
That's right. So after 5 overs, there were 7 without loss. They lost the wicket in the first ball of the 6th. So therefore, for the last 3 overs, they have scored 23 runs. That's certainly healthy scoring, an improvement from the start they had. This one is defended. First no ball of the innings, delivered by Akeem Jordan.
It is automatically a front foot no ball.
Yes, and it's a free hit.
Is that Mr. Crawford signaling?
Yes. Crawford and Randami, the umpires for this game, those who are out in the middle. And
Chase at more or less a white second slip. I want to get your thoughts on this. You either first slip
or not. And then you have a third man, so I don't understand it either. Driven for 4, using his feet, coming down at Akeem Jordan. And it has been blazing guns here for Keegan Simmons. Really lightening up the park here at Coolidge Cricket Grounds. Moves to 16, 35 for 1.
free hit, and really didn't try to overhit it, but advanced and found the gap. Went to the left of Warwican, the right of mid-off, and down to the boundary for 4.
On the pads, works it to fine leg. Primus having a chase. Good bit of fielding on his part. The ball going down the slope. Simmons moving to 17. And these young players, they are batting for their team. They're batting for themselves. They want to show. And they also must look at themselves and say the current state of things as far as West Indies cricket. Opportunities are there. And they need to grab these opportunities. They have the capacity. Much investment has been made on their behalf. This time he lost this one over the head of Warwican. It will speed away into the boundary for 4. They are going on the rampage now. Teddy Bishop joining Keegan Simmons on 17, and they are really propelling the emerging players who were at one stage, as we said, after 5 overs, were just 7 without loss, and after losing the wicket with the first ball of the 6th, they have really gotten the engine moving. 33 runs since then. 33 runs.
A ball pitched between middle and leg, and Teddy Bishop advancing and just more or less a chip shot like in golf over mid on Warwican and down to the boundary for 4.
Perhaps saying to Jordan, you have no pace. This one is tickled down to fine leg. Raman Simmons cannot catch it. 4 more runs.
Good leg lance.
Excellent. We speak about timing, just a flick of the wrist.
Balance too. And I can tell you he's got long levers, Teddy Bishop. And all of a sudden, Akeem Jordan being roughed up.
Roughed up here. None for 22. He's in his 5th. In fact, after his 3rd, he was none for 3. He was going at what, a run per over. He's joining Raman Simmons, both conceding 22. But Jordan, the one who started the bowling, steered nicely by Teddy Bishop. Bishop is now in the 20s, moves to 22, and score moves close to the 50, 45 for one.
You know, Seth, the name of the game is to spend some time at the crease. You're talking about a 50 over game, so you have like 300 legal deliveries. And they might have started cautiously because, like I said, it's a new track, and the expectation, you don't know what to expect. But they've settled it nicely, and now that they've judged the pace and the bounce, they're on the march here.
Definitely on the march. Hakeem Jordan, final delivery of his fifth, covered up on this occasion by Keegan Simmons. 9 completed, 9 fives of 45. They're going at 5 runs per over, 45 for 1. Pretty much a decent partnership. This partnership realizing, 38 runs so far?
Just the tempo of the game has certainly changed, and changed for the better for the Cricket West Indies emerging players. And Barbados, with what we consider to be a power-packed team, waiting to see. They've got some bowling changes here because they've been put under some pressure here. We have a new bowler coming in.
Yes, Nicholas Curtin. Nicholas Curtin will take it over.
It's a good feeler.
Well,
it's a live wire. Gonna bowl some off spin.
They will need him, and I think it's a good move on the part of Captain Shea Hope to bring bring the spinners in. Well, at least bring one spinner in at this stage. So
he's still got Warwick on the left-hand spinner.
Has to make some adjust. Well,
Chase.
Still has Chase, so he has spinning options.
He got himself. He can also use quick battery.
This one is cut to Ruston Chase. No one. Well, one thought that perhaps he would keep Primus. You know, after he would have seen, yes, perhaps Primus would come. That's right. To give another option. Beaten and bowl. Is he? No. But comprehensively beaten, I thought. Perhaps the butterflies, dear Vernon. We have had so many butterflies around that perhaps that white movement that I saw off the top of the stump may have been a butterfly.
I think Bishop just going to be a little tighter. This is just only the second delivery. He's looking to play shots.
It was a beautiful one. He's going back, and what he's doing, he's going back and trying to cut, and the ball is pretty close to the stumps. He needs just to get to the pitch of the delivery, because it's real good bowling, excellent bowling, I would say, on the part of Curtin.
But good awareness by Keegan Simmons to just come down and remind him. You don't normally see that sometimes, and he did step from afar shouting, and he just slowed it down and said, "Listen, restart again."
Once again, another lovely delivery by Nicholas Curtin. He is bringing it right up. He's not afraid to be hit. He's saying, if you want it, take it. He's not bowling short, so the first 3 attempted cut shots would have been against the grain of the delivery. This time he will get 1, he will get 2, he will get 4. Beaten Ramon Simmons. Firstly, beat.
Delivery though,
Yes. After the first 4 were excellent deliveries.
You can't bowl if you're gonna.
You can't give a boundary off.
Yeah. Because if you look at the field setting, he's got a mid wicket and a long arm.
Also,
Yeah.
he has the option, because the wind is coming from east to west, and the 2 boundary fielders are long on and mid wicket. So it should not have been badly lined outside the off stump and short. This time he comes forward, smothers the spin. Curtin, not happy with himself, perhaps said, I let them off the hook, because after, in fact, he could have gotten a wicket. He could have gotten a wicket with his second delivery. Really had 4 tight deliveries and then gave away a boundary. Coming back nicely in the end. After 10, 49 for 1.
Yeah, 10 overs bowled here so far, 49 for 1. Explosive start. Taking place here by the Cricket West Indies emerging players as I welcome in Denmore Roberts to say happy independence to the team of Barbados. Happy independence to Denmore.
Morning to you, Springer, and Thank you. And should I say happy independence to you as well? Because you live here now. So,
See now that Denmark will I'll just sit and chip with Denmark as Denmark goes ball by ball. Starting with Jamal Warrican. So Barbados gone in.
early to spin. And this has come because it has been seen that West Indian batsmen seem to struggle a little bit with spin. We'll be interested to see the approach of the West Indies Academy players here this morning. We saw in the first over of spin that Bishop was trying all sorts. He played at least 6 different shots in that one over. Yes, and really was trying to force the issue. What I think they need to do is to look to push and find the gaps and keep the scoreboard ticking over. First delivery is driven up the underside for a single. That's what they're going to need to do.
You see the difference there more in Simmons down the V because he stays low to the ball. Bishop, because he has longer levers, he's just looking to just use his hands.
And that's what he's going to have to do. Just play the areas, play the ball on their merit, play it in the areas that is required, so that they can keep the scoreboard ticking over.
50 up for the West Indies Academy. Only the 11th over. The scorers here on the manual scoreboard and also in the booth. Excellent job so far.
So far, reverse sweep. He's going to get runs here. It's running pretty close down to the boundary. Strong chase given. That looks to be Brathwaite, who was given the chase and has a throwback. The batsmen are able to come back for 2 runs. So 2 more runs to the West Indies Academy. They go up to 52 for 1 in the 11th over. But a little bit of enterprise there from Bishop.
Trying to rattle the field.
Warrican around the wicket. And again, Bishop just trying to force the issue this time. Ball is dropping at his feet. Can't score. 190 they made in their last match, the West Indies Academy. They would want more than that this time around. A flighted delivery. Bishop not timing it. He was looking to probably go over the top with that one.
But simply because the left foot didn't get out to the pitch of the ball. It was almost, he should have just turned that into a full toss then more.
Certainly, because that one was flighted and it came right at him. He's going to get a single out to the long on region. This time a little quicker delivery from Warwick fired into him, and it's turned, just using the wrist and turning it into the onside field for a single.
But the option here is there. Once Warwick's bowls faster than more, Bishop scores quicker. When he bowls it a little slow, Bishop is in two minds, because you realize when he bowled it a little slow, he wasn't sure whether to come and not to come.
Certainly. And Warwican would want to work that out very quickly. A flighted delivery. Again, they should score. And they get a run out into the extra cover region. So, good work this by the West Indies Academy. And this is what they're going to need to do in these middle overs. They're going to need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. At the end of 11, 54 for 1.
But they picked up 5 runs then more from that over. Quietly. They've just gone about it. They just picked up 5 runs. So even though not an explosive boundary to say, you would realize that they quietly have just moved up and just making the Barbados team think here. Shea Hope now would have other options to be thinking now, hey, where do we go from here? How do we stem these runs?
Certainly, he's going to have to think about it, especially if they continue to, pick up the singles, pick up the ones, pick up the twos, pick up the even threes, just keep the scoreboard moving. Then it's going to really provide something for Shea Hope to think about. They get another single as his delivery is played away out into the deep cover region on the boundary. Craig Brathwaite is there. It's good to see Craig Brathwaite as well in the one-day version. He's the test captain. Not necessarily known for his one-day performances. A little bit of a slow batsman, some people would say. But it's nice to see him in this Barbados team. And I would be very interested to see his approach when he goes out to bat.
He's a lot more improved in terms of his stroke play than more, so I think the 50 over version would help for him in Test cricket.
Certainly. Another single is picked up by the right-handed Bishop, just turning it into the onside, getting another single, and so far so good for the West Indies Academy in this over. 3 runs so far from it, or is it 2 runs so far from the over? Curtin is around the wicket to the left-handed batsman Simmons, and Simmons again scores a single out into the long on region. So they're just continuing to take the scoreboard over, and this is good cricket on the part of the West Indies Academy.
I just feel that Nicholas Curtin is just bowling just a little bit too quick then more. He's almost like a pace bowler, and so the batters for the West Indies Academy, they love pace onto the ball.
He's in again, and this is another quick delivery. A little bit of flight, and he just worked this one out into the onside again for another single. So 57 for 1 is the total so far for the West Indies Academy. Started off very slowly,
58
and
four singles so far.
yep. And just for a moment there, I thought that they were going to struggle, because I knew that they ate up a lot of deliveries in the first game against the Leeward Islands. And today, though, they've done a lot better in terms of their scoring rate. Here's this delivery, pushing the left-handed Simmons onto the back foot, just trying to guide it down past that man at that short square position, driving, and gets another single out to the long on. That looks to be Raman Simmons, who comes in a left-handed throwback to the wicket keeper, and 1 more run to the total. 12 overs gone, 59 for 1. The West Indies Academy motoring along.
So 5 runs coming off that over Denmark. You know, it's kind of amazing Denmark, and I'm seeing it more and more in modern cricket. The spinner is bowling, so an off spinner is bowling. If you bowl in an off spin Denmark, I'm bowling to you Denmark. My objective is I want you to play the ball in a particular area. Tell me why is the ball supposed to go down to mid on or mid off or long on or long off. Those areas belong to you. Anything within your perimeters, 5-7 meters to the left, to your right, you have to cut those off.
Correct.
And that single was just given away there.
Given away, yes. I thought that the effort by Curtin was pretty poor. We didn't really make an effort to cut that one off. Need to be a little bit sharper.
And you realize now, Denmark, there's discussion now from both bowlers, Warrington and Curtin, in terms of field placing. The slip comes out now because these are just scoring at will. And they're really under no pressure, quietly just going about their business. Last 2 overs after the spin, and they just picked up 10 runs quite easily.
Yes, 10 runs without any fuss whatsoever. Warwican is in. And again, this time a better bit of feeling coming there on that mid-on region. Is that Curtin?
That's Curtin.
That looks to be Curtin. That's the kind of effort that you wanted from him to his own bowling. There, just hustling across and preventing the possibility of a single. Simmons was just looking to push that one out into the mid-on region. A badly line delivery from Warwican, and just a single though gets it out into that mid-wicket region where Brathwaite is posted. The fieldward changeover.
Sorry, Denmark. I still feel that there's time for the spinner to take some time out and bowl the ball just a little slower than more. There seems to be a concept when you're playing T20 and 50 over is that you have to bowl at this
Push it through, that
pace.
you have to push it through. Yes, just maybe if they take a little bit of pace off the deliveries and allow it to turn, allow the ball to work. Here is another quick delivery, and trying to back away and give himself room was Bishop. Forces it out to Curtin. No run. Warwican quickly back to his mark. It's a very short run up. Warwican, and here, ooh, a little bit of excitement there. Thought that might have had Bishop in a little spot of bother. The ball angled in to Bishop.
He's got to get to the pitch of the ball then more. He's
just reach for it. Yep.
Got to get to the pitch of the ball. Got to get as close as possible, especially with Warwick bowling.
Warwick again. This is a better delivery. Flighted. And you saw a little bit of flight on that one. A little bit slower. And again, Bishop was just reaching for it. Can't score. So a better over this from Warwick so far. He's been able to keep the Cricket West Indies Academy players in check. Just making sure that his field placements are at the right angles that he wants them. Warwick is in. Flatter delivery, and again the batsman just leans forward and plays it quietly back for the bowler to feed his own bowling. Just one run from the over, 60 for 1, and we've had over number 13.
So look at check there from Warwick. And if you look at Teddy Bishop Denmore, his left foot comes on his toe. So if you come on your toe, then you're already in a locked position rather than coming on your heel. So that's why when Warwick bowls the ball just a little slow, anything just down that line between middle and off, Teddy Bishop is in two minds because he just needs to get that stride out so he could hit that ball more or less like a full toss.
So Curtin is going to continue. He's going to start his third over. This delivery, the batsman just whipping it out to Raman Simmons, who's at that long on position, gets the easy single. 61 for 1. We're in over number 14.
Again, nice use of the feet there by Simmons. Turned that into a full toss. He didn't allow it to dip on him. Because once the ball leaves the bowler's hand, your objective is to be able to make sure you make contact.
Short delivery and not put away. Really should have done better with that one. Tried to smash it back past the bowler, only manages to find Curtin, who was tumbling to his left. Driving this time is Bishop, gets a single out to the long off region. Raman Simmons has had a lot of work to do in terms of fielding for the day.
Batting, bowling and fielding.
Yes. He's been into the game from the start.
The lone wicket so far for Barbados.
It was a beautiful delivery though. Thought the batsman was deceived, played all over it. But it was one, it had a little bit of swing and a little bit of pace, that wicket that he got. Curtin not delivering.
You said the difference then more in Teddy Bishop's stride getting out to that ball because he was more balanced. And that's what I think he just has to keep reminding himself.
He's going to get a run here, or two in Simmons, because it's a poor bit of feeling there. Ball going past that fielder who is at that backward point position. Who is that fielder there? Will looks like Carter in truth, and just ball just bouncing awkwardly as it got towards him and went past him and down to a wide third man position. Got 2 runs. 63 for 1. Curtin flighting, and they good cricket this by the West Indies Academy, just dropping the ball, using soft hands, dropping it out into the offside field and taking off and getting a run in the end. That brings up the end. Is it the end? No, just a changeover for the right hand left hand combination. So Curtin, he's going over the wicket now to the right handed Bishop. And ball leaving the bat in the air, and again Curtin not reacting very quickly. The ball came back in the air and maybe could have made an effort at it. Ball fell safely in the end and came down to a short long on position. The end of the over has come up. At the end of it, West Indies Academy, they have moved on to 64 for 1.
I just want to apologize then more. We did say we thought it was Javed Leacock.
Yes, Miss Fielder. Yes, I
want to apologize
to Jonathan Carter. Yes, of course.
Be found by the coach Ryan Hines.
Yep, and the scoreboard is making an adjustment, because I was just about to say that both scoreboards were not in sync. The electronic scoreboard has 66 and the manual has having 64. So we'll see the adjustment made in just a short while. Start of a new over from Warwican. First delivery, no run. What do you think will be the approach now of the West Indies Academy? What are they thinking in these middle overs?
He's too have to back. Keep batting. Quick batter has some work to do here. Backward point, and they're going to challenge him as a weak arm.
And good work there on the part of the West Indies Academy, noticing that it was Craig batted. One, he was running, he was chasing, and he would have had to turn to get a strong throw in, and they were able to rush back for 2 runs. And you're correct, these 2 batsmen need to continue to bat. They have to bat and bat well, and bat long, bat deep into the innings, and look to get personal milestones for themselves. Current.
I'll say to you then, Mo, the 2 games that I saw them against the Leeward and Hurricanes, they're a pretty enterprising unit between them, because they did score over 200. Yes, in the original game against the Leeward Islands, they only scored 190, but in the practice games, they did get close, and they're already on track here. This is over number 15, and they're 68 for 1.
Yes, and Bishop is on 35. He needs to carry on, get that half century, and then look to push on to a century. Here is he playing a reverse sweep, but only finding Craig Brathwaite, who's at that short third man position, so no run.
And because he's got that shot in his repertoire, he's confusing Jamal Warwican in terms of the lines that he wants to bowl. He's not allowed to bowl the lines that he wants to.
Warwican, a flatter, faster delivery. Not one ball with a much lower arm from Warwican, not looking to flight at all to Bishop. Still feel that he should try and at least entice Bishop. Here we see bowling one that Bishop is hitting hard into the ground, back to the bowler, and no run. Ends another over. At the end of it, 68 for 1 is the total. Bishop is on 35 and Simmons is on 27.
So 15 overs bowled, and a good pace. And at the same time, the Cricket West Indies batters really demonstrated the art of batsmanship between these 2 so far. As you heard from Denmore, Bishop is enterprising. He's on 35. But I like Keegan Simmons. Keegan Simmons looks like somebody who is understanding of the game, his game awareness, and his approach is going to be important. I mean, because of that now, Shea Hope has had to pull Nicholas Curtin out of the attack, and is now going to bring Rashad Primus in. And so this has to be a new start by both Bishop and Keegan Simmons, because he was spin. Now you're going to have an extra pace from Rashad Primus wearing the number 3, and he's starting from the media center in here at the Polish Cricket Ground.
Certainly, and let's see what Primus can do. Strongly built young man.
Like Mike Tyson.
Yes, looks like a strongly built boxer. Looks as if he's done some work in the gym.
But he hits the ball very far then more. That's what the guys practice these days.
Yep. So Primus is in. Medium pace delivery to the left-handed Simmons, who's just squeezing it out into the offside field, can't score. So there's a third man, there's a man short at point. Cover is 3/4 ways to the boundary. Then you have a short extra cover and a mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and a man down at the long leg position. Primus, medium pacer, and he's driving, edging, gets it past the diving Shea Hope. I think he might have gotten a glove to that one, gets it down to the third man position. So the edge found.
You have to take that. Then more.
Hope going away to his left, trying to pull it in, just got a tip of his glove to it, and the ball going down, just took the pace off of the delivery with that tip. Yep. But it took the pace off and allowed the batsman just to get, was it a single?
Yeah, they got a single.
Just one. Primus would be encouraged by that. Bishop is driving. Times it well, but hits it straight to the fielder out at deep cover. So just another single for him.
The main thrust of the batters in the Caribbean, what we've seen then is the middle overs. And the rotational strike so far by the West Indies Academy, really playing into their first competition, you see signs that they're learning.
Yes, and that's what you want to see. You want to see that they are learning, and I'm sure that the coaches would have spent a lot of time either talking about that or trying to teach it. How do you get the strike rotated? How do you keep the scoreboard ticking over? What are the things you're going to do? How do you approach your innings? Do you go? I know that there was a time when coaches used to tell you batting fives or batting 10 runs at a time, and so on. Look at the angles.
Small portion
right.
Targets really, and then you move.
Yes. Again.
This track then more. It is going to be important that once you get in, you have to stay in. It's not going to be like Denmore just comes in and blasts away.
No, but it's not coming on as much as the batsman would want. So they're gonna have to graft out their runs. They're gonna have to, work for it, graph it, and try and see how much they can, build an innings. And I think it's important that these batsmen are aware of that, and that's what they're trying to do. Outside the line of the off stump and called wide. I thought that he flirted there with the danger of that wide line, and umpire stretches his arms out, and so.
But you can understand the ploy of Washington Primus. He already had a chance dropped off of him, and he decided that if I can just tempt Keegan Simmons to see a half volley wider of his stumps, he's a good driver of the ball. He might maybe just get a catch right there to Jonathan Carter.
Yes. He's working to a plan. Short and pulled away down to backward of square for 4. It was a short delivery, and Simmons was quickly onto it and smashed it backward of square into the boundary for 4. The score has rushed on now to 75 for 1, and Simmons goes into the 30s. He's now on 32. The end of the over. Bishop, he's also there on 36. West Indies Academy, they're 75 for 1.
Nothing ball there. It had no pace, and good control, good balance by Keegan Simmons again. Just roll the wrist over and just hit it into the square leg area, and it sped away off the bat nicely for 4. Enterprising shot there. 75 for 1 at the end of 16. Exciting start here for the Academy.
Very exciting start here for the Academy. They would be pleased so far with the approach. Warwican continues, and first delivery is just squeezed out by the right-handed Bishop. Was looking to beat that man at that short mid-off position. Didn't do so.
Who's on someone?
Yes, Springer is on. Saw him come onto the field. I didn't really see who left the field at the time, but he is on the field. Shamar Springer, somebody who many thought would have made a bigger progression in his career by now. Here is another delivery played quietly by Bishop. So Bishop just batting respectfully to Warwican. Warwican, who is coming around the wicket with his left arm spin. So here is Bishop again, attempting that reverse sweep, but keeps hitting it straight to that fielder, hitting it straight to Craig Brathwaite. So he's.
I think it's just a little bit too close to him, and he's pulling it out now and again. He just got to get a little finer.
Warwican is in, again Bishop just plays quietly. Warwican has been very flat and bowling pretty quickly as a spin bowler today. Not just looking to contain, not looking to maybe even try and buy a wicket, because he's not been flighting anything. Again, just a flat, fast delivery that is worked out onto the onside field for an easy single by Bishop.
So 17 overs bowled so far, and here 76 for 1 Denmore. Set Burton joining you to carry on, and exciting start. And if you've just joined us here on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, we thank you very much for joining us for this important game.
Certainly, West Indies Academy versus Barbados, all important game in this Super 50 Cup, and it is played here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. 2 matches today at 1 p.m. Antigua time, local time here in Antigua and Barbuda. The Leeward Islands will play against Jamaica up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The stadium this morning hosting the ceremonial parade here in Antigua and Barbuda as we're celebrating the 41st anniversary of political independence here in Antigua and Barbuda. It's Independence Day, and it's also Food Fair Day in Antigua and Barbuda that will also happen at the surrounds of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Here is Bishop backing away and driving through the offside for 4. Primus was right up to him, but he was just giving himself room, and he drove it beautifully through the extra cover region and picked up 4.
Continues to show his class, his elegance, his commitment to being positive after quite a calm start. He positioned himself well, backed away. Primus could not have fault. You couldn't fault Primus for that delivery, but he picked the spot because there was the extra cover in Warrican and also Raman Simmons on the cover boundary, and he was able to get enough on that to get it to the boundary.
He's driving again beautifully, this time past the middle field of a 4. That was elegant. Right up to him, half volley from Primus, and just leaned on that one and drove it between the man at short extra cover and mid-off and into the boundary for 4. What a magnificent shot.
Magnificent shot, Denmore. He is really going in confidence. Mounts up to 45. In sight of what could be a half century if he's patient enough. If he keeps picking the gaps, and that has been the feature of his game. 84 for 1. Emerging players, West Indies Emerging Players Academy, being sent into bat by Barbados. Barbados perhaps would have hoped that they would have gotten a few more wickets at this stage.
I think that they were hoping to really, have a breakthrough or more. Here was this delivery, too close to cut for Bishop. He was just looking to steer that one away, missed it. The ball bouncing through to Shea Hope behind the stumps, no run.
Yes, if there is one fault that you would have witnessed in Bishop's approach to batting, has been that ball just outside the off stump, where often he's trying to cut, he's trying to steer, he's not coming out, and even though it's full length, driving. So that is something that he will work on. But other than that, it has been really A+ batting.
Primus, this time he's allowed appeal, and he's given him leg before. That one was angled into Bishop. He came across, was looking to work it into the onside field. The umpire thought about it for a long time and then raised that index finger. Bishop walks back very dejectedly, but he has to go. The West Indies Academy losing their second wicket. They're now 84 for 2, and Bishop going LBW to Primus for 45.
Well, a well-played 45, one would say. A bit unfortunate on this occasion. Yes, he was going across. I thought trapped because the ball kept a bit lower than he anticipated. Was trying to work that on the onside, and the ball was definitely angling. I won't say down the leg side. They have been pitched on wicket, angling towards leg. He may have thought that he would have had the benefit of that, but umpire Ramdani had something else in mind. And a good breakthrough here for the Barbadians, because this partnership has been a nagging one, had been for them. 77 runs between Bishop and Keegan Simmons, and I think that has really at least set a fairly good, decent platform for them after Kirk Mackenzie would have departed with the score on 7 after, what, 6.1 overs?
Yes, so they're going to have to build on this platform that has been laid for them. Bishop would think that he's a little bit unfortunate. Didn't look absolutely plumb to me. Ball probably looked a little bit angled, but the umpire had another idea and he sent him on his way. Bishop, yep, he thought about it long and hard and then raised that index finger. Barbados, they were very, very, very confident in the shout and they thought they had their man, and the umpire eventually agreed with them. So Simmons is still there, and we'll see who is he joined by. He will identify. We see Wickham as the batsman who has come out to join Keegan Simmons. So 84 for 2 is the West Indies Academy, and so far I can tell you with the bowling that Warwican, who is there, he's had 4 overs for 9 runs so far, Jamel Warwican, and Primus in his second over, he's had 1 for 15 runs so far. So those are the 2 bowlers who are in operation. So West Indies Academy, they've used the opportunity just to refresh themselves as well. And West Indies Academy, of course, they're
Well, what is important here, then more, is that Keegan Simmons is set. He's already in. And whereas he would have lost his partner on this occasion, Kenny Bishop, who scored 45, he is already there and can provide that support that Wickham would need to get himself going. For Primus, the key is that he is struck early after what would have been a shake-up, a couple of 4s to the offside, bring them that in, to come back and take the wicket. I think you could have understood his vociferous appeal because after being hammered through the offside on 2 occasions, changed his line and now has gotten the success.
certainly has gotten the success, and it has brought out Wickham to join him. He's going to face his first delivery and gets off the mark right away. Just gets a poorly lined delivery, just leaning on it and turning it down into the square leg region, and picked up an easy single. So the score has gone on 85 for 2 is the total so far here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. It's the West Indies Academy coming up against Barbados in this CG United Super 50 Cup. What do you think, Seth, about the idea of the West Indies Academy and having them play in this competition?
I think it's a brilliant idea.
This delivery is on the line of the leg. Some people just clips it down to a fine leg position, gets a single. Just trying to fire it into the stumps. There was Primus, and just flicking it away was Simmons. Gets a run. Brings up the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 86 for 2. 86 for 2. The West Indies Academy. Wickham is on 1 and Simmons is on 33.
So the idea, I think it's one for development. We would have had an academy years gone by. We had that St. George Academy, but after a while that did not exist. Then we would have had situations where the CCC combined colleges would have been given that opportunity as a team. We also expanded in inviting overseas teams. And those have had their impacts, but at the same time, they did not really develop West Indian players and did not offer the challenging competition that the West Indian players would have liked. So the idea of the academy, I think it should be a permanent part.
Good stop this by Curtin, diving away as Simmons was looking to score off of that Warwican delivery, but good tumbling save by Curtin, diving to his right. Delivery outside the line of the leg stump by Warwican, just turned away by the left-handed Simmons. He rehearses a stroke. I really thought that was a slower delivery outside of his stumps. I really thought he should have put it away. Really should have looked to smash that one somewhere out of the ground, but
We've looked at him in terms of the ball angling into his pads, particularly when Akeem Jordan was bowling earlier. Those into his pads he seemed to have struggled with a bit in terms of putting them away, and those are really should be meat and drink shots.
so probably an area that he needs to work on. Seems to not be as balanced, especially when the ball is coming into his pads. Seem to be falling over, and hence he doesn't play those deliveries very well. Wickham gets a delivery that he's playing back quietly. Wickham was a find on that England tour, when the West Indies on the 19s went over there to England. He was one of the bright sparks that came out of that tour. Here is he playing a delivery out into the mid-on region, gets an easy single. And the singles are there to be had for the West Indies Academy. Once they find the gaps, they'll be able to keep the scoreboard ticking over. The bowling from Warwican especially has not been very threatening. It's just been pretty ordinary stuff from Jamel Warwican so far. They're scoring at a rate of 4.71, so they're going to have to just keep an eye on that scoring rate and make sure that it doesn't fall away. We saw in the first game against the Leeward Islands, the scoring rate literally fell all the way down to almost 3 and 2 per over at some stage of the innings. So it's going to be important that the West Indies Academy, that they keep the momentum, that they keep things going, that they find a way to keep the scoreboard ticking over, especially in these middle overs of the game. Here's Warwican to Wickham, and Wickham is driving, just gets it, the ball leaves the bat in the air but gets it out into that deep extra cover position, and he's able to get another single. So one more to him, one more to the total, brings up the end of over number 20, is it? Am I right?
Yes.
Over number 19, and the total has moved on to 90 for to the West Indies Academy.
I think going along nicely, going at 4.74 runs per over, just under 5. They can always move forward. But what is clear is that they've built a strong platform after losing an early wicket when Kirk Mackenzie was bowled by Ramin Simmons with the score on 7th and the 6th over. They then built on a solid platform between Teddy Bishop and Keegan Simmons. Bishop going for 45 at age 42. These two then would have been together just for less than 2 overs. So any approach in terms of aggression would be expected from Keegan Simmons while Kevin Wickham settles. But at this moment, we see Shea Hope bringing in another change. He has replaced Primus with Roston Chase.
So Roston Chase, and somebody who has been having a little bit of a rough patch, you would say, in terms of his cricket. Recently selected to tour with the West Indies in Australia, and it has caused a little bit of discussion and controversy, if you would say, across the Caribbean. So he'll be playing, and his first delivery was just worked away for a single. Ruston Chase. Quite a bit of spotlight will be on him over the next few weeks, and all of us here in the Caribbean would hope that he would go there and perform like he's done before. Chase. Now ball into the left-handed Simmons, and Simmons gets a delivery right up to him that he was driving. Can't score, so Chase wanting a slip. Just move the man that he had at short third man round to fine leg and brought the man up into the slip position. So just putting a little bit of pressure on Simmons. And that's a quicker delivery, one that was also just coming back at the left-handed Simmons, coming off the inner portion of the bat, running down to that short. So here we are. Here is Chase in and looking to get a single, and does in the end, as the ball just went past the fielder there at that short mid-on position, and they're able to come through for a single. So just one more to the total. That was Ruston Chase. Very meticulous about his field placements, not starting until he gets the fielders exactly where he wants them. Here we see with a delivery that was angled back into the right-handed Wickham. Wickham can't score, was looking to probably pull that one somewhere over the mid-wicket region. No run. So a little bit of a quiet period this for the West Indies Academy. Again, Wickham just trying to run this one down to third man, can't score. So the end of another quiet over for the West Indies Academy. They've trickled on to 92 for 2, and we've had 20 overs ball. Wickham is on 4 and Simmons on 36.
Yes, after 20, not a bad place to be, especially the fact that they have only lost 2 wickets. I believe that when Barbados won the toss and decided to insert the young emerging players, that they thought at this stage they would have had maybe about 4 wickets.
4 or 5 wickets.
And
4 or 5 wickets, yes.
Started and they kept them to about 7 runs after 5, and then had the first wicket in the 6th. They thought, hey, we have built a good platform. But then Keegan Simmons,
I think Simmons came in and had a different approach. Looked positive from the get-go, and that changed the fortunes, if we were to say it that way, of the West Indies Academy, because it also brought some confidence to Bishop, who was also at the crease, and both of them built a very decent partnership for the West Indies Academy.
yes, was unfortunate. I think the slowing down in terms of the momentum has been since the departure of Bishop. They have not really kept it going.
New bowler in action, who Leacock is the bowler who is coming from the northern end. Here is he in again, and just looking to force it away is the left-handed Simmons. Gets one, thought of a second, not on, not timing it. He was just able to get good bat onto it, but didn't time it at all out into that deep cover region.
When you said it wasn't on, I thought that they didn't approach the first with enough enthusiasm that would have provided the possibility of contending for a second. To see Barbados having quite a bit of slow bowlers.
Quiet delivery that is just played back along the pitch by the right-handed Wickham, just trying to see what Leacock is offering. Leacock seems to be bowls a no ball for a spinner, and that's a cardinal sin, they would say, in cricket. So umpire signaling no ball, and no doubt will signal the free hit. And you don't want that from your spinners. You don't want them to be bowling front foot no balls.
That's a rare situation, just taking a few steps and looping the ball. Looks to be pretty good in terms of his way he's pitching the ball, in terms of his angles, in terms of his length, in terms of his line, but conceding a no ball and then the original field with only 3 players out.
So the free hit delivery, and not taking advantage of it was the left-handed Simmons.
I think Keegan Simmons was more opted to go over the top and made up his mind to hoik the ball down the ground. Instead, excellent bowling on the part of Leacock. He went wide of off.
Leacock in again, and Simmons is driving. He's going to get a single as the fielder, who is at that extra cover fielder, Chase, just has a little bit of a misfield and allows the batsman to cross for a single. Field turns over, just waits for the umpire to get into position. Wickham faces as Leacock is in, and he's going to get runs here. This time they approach the first one a little better, but then again decides against coming for the second, and rightly so too, as Raman Simmons had a strong left-handed throw back into the gloves of Shea Hope, and the batsmen were able to come through just for a run. The score has moved on to 97 for 2, 97 for 2 at the end of over number 21.
Good platform, still building well, still just over 4.6 runs per over. And if these two can push it along for another 5 overs, I think we could be looking at a good score. Let's look at this ground. It is a relatively small ground. I say relative, comparative to Survey Cricket Stadium and some of the other grounds in the region. So scoring opportunities are there for the taking, especially with a very strong and powerful, well, on paper, Barbados batting. So they would like to get at least 250 here.
Certainly. Here's this delivery going right through the right-handed Wickham into the gloves of Hope. No run. He was pushing forward at that one, beaten.
Here's the thing about Chase. At times he looks just very normal, average, ordinary, and then he gets one that can penetrate. And he could be that sort of bowler, could be deceptive. Especially in the wide ball version of the game, when you are asked to push along against it, he is going to be on target. May look as though he's not spinning it, but then he gets the ball to move. So both Bishop and Wickham would have to be careful. Wickham would know something about it. His countryman.
Chase again, and Simmons is just beaten in flight there. It's coming forward, the ball again coming off the inner portion of the bat, going into the onside. Just
Good delivery from Chase. He's getting drift, and he's also getting some turns off this wicket, even more than we saw Warwick, who was basically trying to push through.
they're going to get another run here as a quicker delivery from Chase is forced away into the offside field, and there's just a single. 99 for 2. And what is the difference though is that we've seen since Chase has come on, Chase has looked to give the ball a little bit of flight, and that little bit of flight is what has created the drift and the turn that he's been getting, unlike Warwickon, who was very flat and fast. Here is a reverse sweep. He's going to get a couple of runs. Does the left-handed, actually that was Wickham, the right-handed Wickham, who played that reverse sweep and was able to get 2 runs. So the 100 has come up for the West Indies Academy. They are 101 for 2 at the end of over number 22.
So the 100 coming up then more from 100, in fact, coming up in over number 22. A good sign. One would have anticipated earlier perhaps it coming up in the 25th. It simply means that the emerging players are setting a solid base here.
Setting a solid base as Leacock continues from the northern end, and no run off of his first delivery. He's back quickly. The umpire just not quite ready for him.
So I'm looking at the makeup of the Barbados team. You would have already had Chase Innes, the senior player. We have seen Curtin, we have seen Leacock. You would have already also had Warwicken in as a senior pro in terms of spin options. They have the 2 opening bowlers, Ramon Simmons and Akeem Jordan, and also have Primus. So it is pretty heavy in terms of its construct on the bowling end. Yes, we do know of all vulnerabilities among some of the players, but at the same time, I'm just wondering if pushing more towards the bowling may have influenced their decision to bowl first.
Probably because they have a strong bowling lineup. They would have decided, and I think they were trusting their bowlers. They were hoping that they would have come out and that they would have knocked over a couple of the West Indies Academy players early and look to get into the heart of the West Indies Academy's batting, get probably towards the lower half of the batting. But the West Indies Academy, they have also been resilient today. They have batted well and they've acquitted themselves very well. They've had a measured approach with a little bit of aggression here and there, but for the most part they've tried their best to bat sensibly, and we haven't seen too many rash decisions made by the West Indies Academy, and so far they've been able to score a decent amount of runs so far at this stage of the innings. Delivery that is driven out to the offside again, just getting a single. So the runs not coming very quickly at this stage, but they continue to come, and the scoring rate has dropped slightly once more.
Yes, it has, and the spinners are basically having a good smile of, with the conditions here. The question would be, I think, for the emerging players, with Keegan Simmons set, Warwick can just reaching double figures, just getting into things. Who is going to keep the momentum? Because once you lose the momentum, if you lose wickets on top of that, you can move from a strong position to a weak position.
Certainly. Chase is going to continue. And Wickham just trying to sweep this one down. Didn't get too much bat on it. The ball going down to that short fine leg position. They're able to steal a single.
Yes, opting to paddle sweep. In my view, the ball was already angled down. He could have gone forward of square between the short backward of square and the mid wicket. That would have yielded more runs, but not really picking out Akeem Jordan there on that occasion.
Simmons will get runs here. He's just flicking this one, gets it down to a deep backward square position. The fielder having to run back, do the fielding, and they're able to come back easily for 2 runs.
I really like what I'm seeing of Keegan Simmons. I think he's really one of the young bright prospects. Started having a bit of difficulty with the ball into his pads from the medium paces, but now he's building well and looking much better. Working the ball, getting his balance right as he gets into strike. He's excellent to the delivery, pitch unstumbled just there at the full length, but he's emerging, he's showing maturity, and I think it would be good to see him stick around, get to the 50, and then see if he can motor on to a substantial score.
Certainly, he would want to be the one that gets a good score today. Stifled appeal from the Barbados team. That ball just probably coming off of pad then bat. Angled delivery from Chase. And once again, he gets a single, this time just standing up tall and working this one on the underside. Ball probably didn't go where he wanted it to go. He was looking to play it straighter, but it came off the inner portion of the bat and going down into a short square leg position. One more to the total, 107. This is Chase. And Wickham just looking to work the ball back past him. Chase Tubley didn't stop it, but just enough to put the batsman off from probably attempting any run. Brings up the end of another over. At the end of over number 24, the total has trickled on to 107 for 2.
Well, nicely said about trickling on, because it's a game of two phases. You know, after the 6th over when they lost that wicket between the 7 and the 10, they really, within those 3 overs they scored 33 runs, and then we saw some momentum again between over number 15 to 17, and then they have gone quiet. But this one is brilliantly played.
Yes, he's driving, but we'll get 2 as Raman Simmons is out on that cover boundary, works his way around to extra cover, has a good strong arm. The Simmons, his balls come back very quickly when he releases it, and the batsmen are able to get 2 more runs. Takes the total up to 109 for 2, and takes Simmons on to 45. He's hoping that he can do better than Bishop. Bishop got out on 45. Simmons is now on 45. He would hope that he can look to push on, get that score on. Here is a delivery. Again, just having Simmons in a bit of trouble. Again, that the ball that just angles, just coming into him outside of that leg stump, he just tends to fall over a little bit. Doesn't play those deliveries very well. And again, just got himself tied up a little bit there, trying to play that one. This delivery is played quietly again. Would you say that Curtin is a leg spin bowler?
Yes, you already see that angle. It's difficult to pick from him, but you see the wrist movement coming from him. He jumps, he hops, and then you see that extra wrist movement. That's the main indication.
Yep.
Of it. Also has the variety, and I think he's smart because he comes from an angle. He doesn't come from a straight approach. With the left-hander, also has the capacity to, well, not has the capacity, but intelligence to go wide of the left-hander from that over the wicket angle.
He's going to get a run here. The Simmons, as he just turned the delivery into a full toss and driving it past Curtin, who was diving. Got a hand to it just to knock off the pace. Couldn't stop the single in the end. So Simmons goes to 46, and at the end of over number 25, the score has moved on to 110 for 2.
Well, we're at the halfway stage. Halfway stage, 110 for 2, then more. Your projection.
They say you double it and add 50 to the end.
So if you double it and add 50, that's 220 plus 50, that's 270.
And that would be a target that the West Indies Academy would want to get to,
And
somewhere in that region.
I reckon it would be just about par for this ground. Here is Chase being driven out to Primus on the long off boundary and a single. Because why I am saying that,
Because we've seen big scores
Here,
chase
at
down
this
here.
ground,
We've
yeah.
seen them chase down here.
and the issue is they're getting the better, perhaps the Barbados team. Well, as the sun comes out, dries the early morning moisture out, you would get better carry.
And the wicket would come on better, you
Precisely.
think, later on in the day.
So this half of the innings is going to be important. Going back and pulling this one, I thought he had the offside option on this
occasion Wickham, but deciding to go towards long on and only a single. So the man who is on 47, Keegan Simmons, he is facing. He would like to see a half century. Chase comes into him, plays it well, stands up straight. Weston Chase only 12 runs from his 3.5 overs.
Yep, so far, so good for Chase. He's looked good.
Well, he went about that in a way that you thought he was hoiking it over mid-wicket, but he really didn't get the timing on it as he would have liked, and in the end, only a single.
A real poor delivery from Chase. Simmons wanted to really smash that one, wanted to jump on it, didn't time it though, and so Chase would think that he would have gotten away with that poor delivery.
Wickham content. I think he's going to step back into that authoritative zone.
Somebody's going to have to do it. They've pretty much had about 8 overs where they've really not scored that many runs,
right.
And they're going to have to again get into that habit. Again, just 3 runs coming from that over there from Chase, and they're going to want to really up the tempo, because if the scoring rate continues to just hover around 4 point, and those is even gone lower, it's now down to 4.35. They want to get it back up to about 5 per over. 5 per over, maybe look to approach it up to 6. That is how they're going to get to that 270, and I think that is going to be par for them.
Yes.
Anything less than that, I think that they're going to sort of struggle in terms of, being competitive. So
here is Simmons. Will he get the single? No. Good effort on the part of the bowler, Leacock. I thought that after 10 they were going well. They were going at 4.9. After 10 it was 49 for 1. But somehow there has been a decline with the combination of the twin spin. Simmons plays this one out towards the square boundary on the offside. He gets to 49, getting closer to a well-deserved half century.
I think the issue has been that they have not consistently been picking up the singles. Too many dot balls have been bowled, especially between Warwick and Chase. They've allowed them to settle in too much and bowl too many dot balls.
Here is this one, a lovely shot, 4 runs through mid-wicket from Wickham.
And that's what I think. I think that somebody needed to be positive against Leacock, because to me Leacock, he's been bowling, but he's not necessarily been very disciplined in terms of his bowling. But I thought that the West Indies Academy batsmen have allowed him the opportunity to try and settle, and I think that somebody needed to go after him so that they could, I think that they could be a lot more positive against him. Even that delivery just now, slightly flighted there, I thought that could have been, pushed right back over his head for another boundary. They're going to have to look for these deliveries.
Wickham once again coming forward, and as you mentioned, perhaps not wanting to go again. The opportunity is there because Leacock has a bit of flight on that delivery. There is a big gap between mid-wicket and long on. Weston Chase is at a short mid-wicket position, coming forward on this occasion. Wickham not being able to penetrate the field, in fact just content to play defensively, and 5 runs coming from this over. Wickham on 16, Keegan Simmons on 49.
Yeah, and again, there were opportunities in this over for scoring for the West Indies Academy. But I thought that after scoring that boundary. Then Wickham just sort of went back into a shell, decided, you know what, I'm just going to play out the next few deliveries. He had some deliveries that had flight, that one or two that came right up into his arc. I thought that he could have been a little bit more positive with those deliveries.
Well, Chase is back and Simmons in search of the 50. Plays the ball to Warwick and at wide mid on. Chase has been having a good time here, just going at 3 runs per over. Simmons comes forward, prods forward, gets the single, gets his half century. Well-deserved half century then more.
I think he played well. From the time he entered the crease this morning, he has been positive. He came out, the West Indies Academy, they had lost an early wicket. They were had approached 6 overs and have not really necessarily scored that many runs. But from the time he came out, he was positive. He looked as if he came out for business. He's continued to be positive throughout his innings, and a well-deserved half century for him. This is Chase and Wickham just on the back foot again, forcing this one out to the long off region, gets the single. So that's the way that the West Indies Academy would want to do. They would want to continue to try and force the issue. Just try and get the singles. So the half century coming up in 63 deliveries, and he's had 4 fours for his half century. That's the stats on Keegan Simmons' half century. 63 balls, 4 fours. He again gets another single, as just puts the ball to the right of Nicholas Curtin, and he's able to come through for another run. So 121 for 2, West Indies Academy. Simmons on 51, 17 is Wickham, and this is going to be an important partnership for the West Indies. It's going to be interesting to see how Simmons here is trying a reverse sweep, and the ball is called wide by the umpire because he saw him and he fired it down the leg side, as we would call it. Did Ruston Chase, and so one more to the total, 122 for 2. Here is Chase in, and Wickham gets a delivery that has him on the back foot, just looking to push it out into the outside field. Plays it quietly, ends the over at the end of over number 28. At the end of over number 28, they're 122 for 2.
Pretty good going by the academy. What were the hopes or the expectations would be a good question, because after the opening game against the Leewards, they didn't score 200. So perhaps the expectation here was that the Barbadians would have kept them below the 200 mark. Brilliant shot, class, precision and timing. must be to get over 250. We were saying 270. That would be good, but can they sustain it to the end? Naeem Young, another good option. Young option coming lower down the order. These are good players.
These two would have to bat up to over number 40. Simmons comes quietly forward to a Chase to live around who comes around the wicket. Chase, not for 21 so far. The West Indies Academy being inserted by the Barbados Pride. They're 148 for 2. And Chase just coming over a wicket from the media centre in here, the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. Goes past umpire Danish Ramdan. He's in now to bowl to Simmons. Simmons is coming forward. He was playing for a leg before, but he was advancing. It was very difficult to get him out. Shea Hope was not interested in that appeal. Look at the field placing for the Barbados team. Chase has no slip. It's a backward point. Well, it's a short third man, a cover, a sweep on the offside, long on, long off, mid wicket. And this time the short fine leg fielder comes into play and gets a single. He's rifled a return there. It's hit Wickham on the elbow, on the soft spot. He quickly apologizes and waves to the dressing room for the physio or player to come out. The good thing, I think that maybe might have shocked him. Think he's going to be okay. They just cut off his glove. So the physio's got some work to do. A little break here. As the score in the meantime goes up to 149 for 2 on an Independence Day in Antigua and Barbuda. A big day. 41 years for Antigua and Barbuda celebrating. And coming up next is the Commonwealth of Dominica set.
Well, Caribbean countries are all getting that opportunity of independence. Some are moving away, moving beyond that to become republic, to become Commonwealth. Dominica is Commonwealth, Trinidad and Tobago Republic, Barbados taking the same path. You will see more over time.
Well, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis has already hinted that they are going in that direction. So too is Antigua and Barbuda. They've also hinted in the next 3 years. So everybody is stepping up and moving into that direction. No longer Queen Elizabeth. We now have a king. Maybe we can have a king for a very long time. I don't know if we'll be able to get a queen, but anything is possible these days. Based on how the hierarchy has been set up, you can maybe not see a queen for a little while. Because after King Charles is his son, and then you have the tradition line going down the road. But a little break here from the cricket. Everything seems to be okay. The physio is dropping off. And in the meantime, the Barbados team were able to get a little water break. It's really humid here on Independence Day here in Antigua and Barbuda. And it's exciting that we're having cricket in the Caribbean, because this afternoon we have a big one, as we would consider it to be. Jamaica Scorpions taking on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And the Hurricanes at full strength. The only player they are not having is their West Indies fast bowler Alzari Joseph. But outside of that, they've got a powerhouse team. And this is, I think, for the first time in a very long time that the Leeward Islands has bolstered almost a top squad. They'll have the services of Cornwall for the entire tournament. Couldn't help but listening to the conversation with Denmore and Seth concerning the omission of Rakeem Cornwall from the test team, originally in the test squad, and then all of a sudden, just heard 13 days after being announced in the test squad that he's no longer in the test squad, and that debate will continue for some time throughout the entire region. But we wish the entire West Indies test team all the best. Craig Brathwaite, Washington Chase, getting a run out here today. They'll have to maybe chase anywhere close to 270, 280 if these two can bat as deep as possible. So Wickham, he's back with the action and waits for Chase. He's back and just pulling this down to Primus, getting an easy single. In the meantime, 150 comes up for the West Indies Academy. Really enterprising partnership between Wickham and Simmons. Comes quietly forward again. Simmons is 63. Wickham is 22. So he's getting a run out here. He's going to have to maybe do a lot of bowling in Australia, because he's what we consider to be the lone spinner. And the thing about it, Seth, is that he's never played against Australia. So this is going to be a rude awakening for him. Over completed. Some over completed here. And in the meantime, the West Indies Academy, they're 150 for 2. 150 for 2. And what is considered to be a very exciting time here. Regional cricket is back with a bang, as we would say. So I wonder if we're going ahead of ourselves, are we? In terms of the scoreboard for the overs.
No, I think the 150 at this stage looks good with 18 to go. I think at this stage they would want to be scoring at least a run per ball. So if they're looking at 60, well, if they're looking at 18 overs, we work that the possibility of getting another 110 runs would be pretty good. Earlier we said 270. Anything over 260, I believe they would have a very good chance.
Right. So we're back with Warrican, who's not picked up a wicket yet. And flatter, faster delivery. This time Wickham is pulling away, but defending. I think someone needs to get over to the manual scoreboard and have them get up to speed. They have 28 overs on their board. It really actually should be 32. Hope that somebody is listening so that they can correct them. Warrican, the ball to Wickham down the onside. And cricket being such a crude game, he's called wide. Good take by Hope. In the meantime, the score goes up to 151 for 2. 151 for 2. Warrican starts from the CIU end. Flatter, faster. He's just punched down the ground. He should have done a lot better to stop that ball. And this is something I was talking to Denmo this morning. If you're bowling, you have to cut off those deliveries, Seth.
Well, you know, when you're a bowler, you don't want runs to be scored off you. There are guys who would dive and do everything to ensure, number one, you secure your catches, and number two, you negate the possibility of run scoring. But I think there is a bit of casualness to the cricket in the Caribbean in general, this casualness. And that is why it's so important that a team like the emerging academy emerge out of a tournament like this with a different mindset. So what they're doing very well, building their innings. We want to see a bit more rotation of the strike. They've been doing pretty well, but we want to see them in the field being hungry, wanting it, and get away from that casual culture that I think has really been part of the demise of West Indies cricket over the past 10 years.
Good observation. Keegan Simmons, in the meantime, replaces his cap with his helmet. As Warrican out the ball to Simmons. Simmons is driving. Just like a chip shot. Looks like he loves golf. And the straight boundaries here being so big, so can be able to get a comfortable single. One of the things, Seth, that I want to maybe kind of talk about is not just playing players just because we want to play players. Are players suited for 50 over? Are players suited for 20 over? Because you've represented the West Indies, then you just play at the franchise level. That's another discussion that will continue throughout the day. Because sometimes I got some feedback from some folks in Barbados, and they feel that Warrican really should not be in this 50 over team. But that's another conversation another day. Good positive run in there, and they get 2 runs quite easily set.
Well, excellent fielding, I think, leading by example. Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies Test captain, who would use this as good warm-up for the Test matches. Good to see that sort of commitment in the field. I would comment on that suggestion later.
Warrican in out the ball to Wickham. Wickham is back, getting a little fancy and punching that big effort there from the fielder in Raston Chase, showing really true commitment. As Seth was talking, the West Indian players, that's what you want to do. You want to lift the standard of the feeling. Warrican patted him and said thank you very much. Flatter, faster delivery, going to be in the arm ball, but Wickham playing it with a nice straight bat. Over number 33 completed here. And the West Indies Academy, they're 155 for 2.
Yes, just the comment on Warrican. I think he's suited for both types of game. 50 overs, he has time. He's going to be flat. He's not going to be looping the ball as much as he does in Test cricket. And once he can hold his own, I don't see why he should not be in the team. Now, I'm not as familiar with Barbados' situation as I may have been in the past, but apart from Ruston Chase here as the spinner, I don't see that Leacock or Curtin, would have been selected ahead of him, given his pedigree. I don't think he has shown any deterioration in his general bowling and his general commitment to the game.
Chase, wrong start, and it gets a wicket. Poor shot by Simmons, trying to paddle a ball. Really, he was in no man's land. He's still trying to rehearse. I think he would have been better maybe advised to just try and work that delivery. The West Indies Academy losing their set batsman. Simmons was batted beautifully. He comes back and he knows that he would have given that one away. And a wicket to the Barbados team. Simmons goes back for 64. He's still trying to concentrate and felt that he should have still played that ball in that area. My thinking would have been to maybe just stand up and just turn the ball on the onside. I don't think the balance was right. And a half century to him, he would look back at the end of the day's play and said, hey, another day, he won't get me this way. West Indies Academy losing their third wicket.
Yes, and the most critical wicket. Keegan Simmons really played a masterful innings, really measured it well, really knew when to pick up the tempo, when to manage his innings with incoming batsmen. But I thought he was a bit too casual on that occasion. That was pitched outside the off stump. He could have launched into a drive. He could have driven it down the ground. He could have done it towards the offside along the ground, but opting for a little style and fashion that has not really been a dominant feature of West Indies batting, went to his downfall.
Yeah, so important period of play. So we have Kevlin Anderson, who has come out. No geese here yet. Kevlin Anderson is going to face his first delivery. West Indies Academy, 155 for 3 as Anderson steps out. Remember, it's Independence Day here in Antigua and Barbuda. It's a double header in the CG United Super 50 Cup. Barbados, one of the dominant teams that would have won the first competition way back in 2014. And Waston Chase just making sure that everyone is in place. There's still no slip. He's going to bowl to Anderson first delivery down the onside. And he just works this into the leg side area. The fielder from square leg had to get around, but he can't stop the single, Leacock. And straight away, Anderson is off the mark. And in the meantime, the score goes up to 156 for 3 on a lovely day here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Long on, long off. Mid-wicket, deep backward square. Inside the circle, short third man, fine leg, short mid-wicket, cover, and an extra cover. Very comfortable single. Badly line delivery by Ruston Chase. He's an off spinner, middle to leg. And Wickham is just contented to just roll the wrists and get an easy single. We say thanks to all of the folks who have been viewing us on the West Indies YouTube channel. We thank you very much for supporting West Indies cricket. Ken Ruston Chase making sure that everybody is in position. Here goes Chase, goes past the umpire, and now to ball to Anderson, who comes quietly forward. Got a good stride out there. 157 for 3. West Indies Academy inserted a long time ago by Shea Hope, the Barbados captain. Driven down the ground, easy single. Warrican can't stop the single. And Barbados just going about it. They need some intensity. They're just maybe just going through the motions and maybe just deciding that, listen, anything that the West Indies Academy get today, we can get. We've got some depth in our batting. We've got the Primus, Brathwaite, Chase, Carter. We're Trust me. The Academy's got a good bowling lineup. Here is a short delivery, spanked out to the mid-wicket fielder. Is the West Indies Test captain Craig Bartlett, who just lobs a one-bounce return to chase, over-completed. And in the meantime, the score goes up to 159, 159 for 3, and chases 8 overs has so far cost him 27 runs, and he's picking up the wicket of Simmons. Discussion taking place between the captain. Simmons just comes back out. He's still a very disturbed young man, still has on his pads, just taking off his gloves, now taking off his pads in front of the dressing room, and he know that he would have given away 100 here, but he will learn from this because he got a start. Warwickon is driven, and just a little bit airy, flary there from the batsman in Wickham. Sort of got there and decided that he was going to go over the top, but the most important thing, he's still there. Here is a paddle reverse sweep, picking up a couple of runs. Russian Primus coming around there and picking up a nice comfortable second run. In the meantime, the score goes up to 161 for 3, 161 for 3. Wickham is growing in confidence, and he has to bat the remainder of the overs. Still got 9 young and company to come. 161 for 3. No slip still, Warwickon. Coming in there. Here's the delivery. Hoist away. Down to the deep backward square leg boundary for 4. Badly lined delivery there from Warwickon. He knows it. Pull down. And Wickham pounced on that very quickly and put it away. Bad delivery's got to be put away. In the meantime, the score goes to 165 for 3, and the young man goes glowingly up to 43. So he's growing in confidence, and he'll be looking to first get to the milestone of a half century and then a century. Then he can explode. Back, he's got ease. He's got ease on the eyes. Punching that up to Curtin. Curtin has got to be careful. Can't get too close in the 30-yard circle, especially on the practice areas. Ball will tend to skid off. Driven again. This time Warwickon feeding to his own bowling, tumbling down. Playing in the days of people like Clive Lloyd and Sir Vivian Richards and Gordon Greenidge, will be hitting that back to you tremendously hard. Harder. Here is Wickham going for a heave. It's gone. Into the Cricket West Indies office for a CG United maximum. That's a good cricket shot by the young man. He goes up to 49, and the score at the end of the over goes up to 171 for 3. More comments from Seth Burton.
Excellent in terms of Wickham. He knows exactly when to pick up the momentum. Plays it smart, because we made the comment earlier, he goes towards the leg side, not just per se the shorter bounce, but he goes with the wind, and he goes decisively, and I think he could well be the man to join Keegan Simmons with the half century, but he must be looking to be there at the end, knowing that 15 overs remain, and if he's there at the end with 15 overs, it will be going well for the emerging players. So at the end of 55,
brush up. Umpires in the meantime getting a well deserved.
First to go, well, the second to go. His 45 came from 59 balls, and he himself had what? 7 fours. But the key here has been Kevin Wickham, this strong young Barbadian batsman. 49, he's on 49 from 50 balls, going at almost a run per ball. 3 4s and 2 6s, the only 6s to be struck so far in the innings. It simply means that this team, they're showing us something. Not only their capacity to lay a good foundation, but their capacity to bat well in partnerships. Because between the issue of Kirk McKenzie departing when the score was 7-1, Teddy Bishop, and Teddy Griffith, quite a familiar name, but Teddy Bishop and Keegan Simmons, they really came together and they added 77 runs. That's a very strong, solid partnership. And then we look similarly at the partnership between Keegan Simmons and Wickham. That also has proven to be a very solid partnership, a partnership of 71 runs for the third wicket. So we have seen this team building on 2 solid partnerships and 3 relatively good innings. The one that we are not sure when it would end is the one being set up nicely by Kevin Wickham. With Anderson at the crease, my issue now is whether the captain Naeem Young comes out next. I am not trying to discount any of the other batters, but we know Naeem Young, he's not just a very skillful bowler, but he's also an excellent hitter of the ball, and it would be good to see how they build the innings.
So Chase starts back right after the break, 171 for 3. And here is, just for a slight moment, Anderson getting out the broom, but he couldn't get past the fielder at square leg. Fumbled for a while, but recovered nicely. The score remains at 171 for 3, in case you just joined us. West Indies Academy batting first. There's a little change now because Western Chase is not comfortable, so he's moved the square leg out and put him now to short fine leg and brought around the deep backward square. And the mid wicket was just maybe like more 3/4 of the way in Craig Bartlett, West Indies captain, test captain, as you would say. And he's out caught. Soft dismissal, trying to get fancy, leaning edge, and really didn't use the depth of the crease there. Anderson, he goes back, caught and bowl. West Indies Academy, after a break, how many times we've seen that? Before, after, losing a very casual. They're trying to get fancy and gifting his wicket away to Western Chase, who's picked up his second wicket. Academy loses their 4th wicket, 171 for 4.
Yes, an untimely wicket for the Academy, a timely wicket for Barbados. Western Chase getting his second here. And what we're seeing, what we just witnessed here, is a matter of, we were speaking about being casual, we were speaking about being fancy, because in a similar manner, when Keegan Simmons lost his wicket, though he would have scored 64, though he looked so promising and so elegant in his effort, it was just not playing his usual role. And I think that focus, that becomes critical. And at this stage of the innings, we would be very happy to see how the emerging players come out of this. Leonardo Julian, the wicketkeeper batsman, is coming out though to join Wickham. And I think it would be an interesting phase of the innings.
I also have to find out if Akeem McGeese is injured.
He's not in the 11.
He was not in the 11, that's what I'm saying. I have to find out if he's injured because he's really another touch player, really. And between Anderson and him, he was certainly done justice here. I'll have to ask Coach Andrew Coley if he's okay or if he was omitted. There's no Carlton Boyne Tuckett and there's no Kelvin Pittman in this lineup. Yeah, a little bit strange so far, but we wait for like a while. Here comes Chase to Julian, who's straight away off the mark. Good stride, good positive stride, and just stroked it out to the sweeper, who's 3/4 of the way. Craig Batwett. In the meantime, the score goes up to 172 for 4. So he's come out wearing the number 1, big number on his back. And Wickham, a little bit of pressure on him. He's on 49. And let's see what his approach would be. He has to bat as deep as possible, knowing that his captain is due to come next, 9 Young. And if they're going to get anywhere over 250, he has to be there. He comes quietly forward to that delivery, so he's certainly thinking about the landmark. And he knows that he cannot afford to get out at this time. 172 for 4. Ruston Chase goes past the umpire. Is in now to bowl to Wickham. Wickham is back and just turning this. 50 to Wickham. He receives an applause from everyone around, including the Cricket West Indies president who is here, and the Leeward Islands Cricket Board president and director, Enoch Lois. Well played knock by the young man. And the twinkling of spectators who are here, along with the dugout from Cricket West Indies Academy. They applaud the young man, and it has been an enterprising knock so far from him. He's got a lot of work to do still. 173 for 4. Leonardo Julian. And he too gets out. The broom going for a reverse sweep. He's just come in. I don't think that shot is on. Really. And I know he's going to say it was outside the line, but it's got to be careful.
Yes, got to be careful here, Vernon, and that's what we're speaking about, that focus that is important. Yes, they would have seen these strokes being played to full effect at the top level, international T20s, also in ODIs, sometimes in test matches, but these are players who would have perfected them over time. And the situation of the game, I don't think they're under any shackles at this point that they, I'm pressured to score and I can't play the conventional. I see those as options that you have when there is restriction or when there is an inclination to do something of the ordinary. And I think they're well positioned and they just need to stay the course.
It's all well to master the switch hit, but you have to understand the game awareness. That one just been peeled off there and got a top edge. I don't know what he would have been telling Coach Coley, but that's history. And that's behind him now. We see Raymond Simmons, who is now switched from the media center into the Citizen by Investment Unit and driven nicely by Wickham. But Curtin is in the wars, and I think he's going to have to be careful. He's on the practice areas here, and even though they are grassed, he has to be careful. And once the ball hits into that area, it's going to speed off. It's going to come off. So he maybe just needs to give himself a little bit room there. The short extra cover area. 173 for 4. The manual scoreboard just needs to get pepped up. If anybody's listening, they can be able to work with them very quickly. Short delivery is back and just steering this down to Primus at short third man. And they walk a single or jog a single, as we would say. Don't know if they'll get in 10,000 steps with that pace. Might be here for a long day.
You watch, you see Glenn Phillips batting along with his captain, Kame Williamson. And the age may be significantly more than these youngsters. And the intent you see in the running. When there is a ball played deep, the first one is hard. You see something similar. You see Maxwell and David Warner batting. I think that is one of the features that we need to see be returned to our cricket. At this level, it ought to be a priority, especially with the younger legs.
Intent is important. Julian gets a short delivery from Simmons. He climbs onto that. He's out caught. Brilliant catch by Craig Brathwaite. And that's a poor shot. Short ball. Should have been able to be put away. He was 3/4 of the way on the deep backward square leg boundary, the longer part of the boundary right here. And the West Indies Academy, they're falling away here. Another useless wicket to have lost. 174 for 5. And it's all falling apart here, set at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yes, it's definitely falling apart. They have lost, 2 wickets within the last, three runs within the last 3 overs. And it started, as you mentioned, after that water break. And even prior to that, we can rightly say that the last 16, in fact, the last 19 runs, the West Indies emerging players would have seen themselves losing 3 wickets. And they need to stick together. If they're going to be given a challenging score of 270 at least, they need to be there at the end.
So, the West Indies Academy player who played in the recently concluded Cool and Smooth T20 competition right here in Antigua and Barbados steps out. So he knows this venue. This is his home territory because the academy team, they train here. They have not been able to use the wickets consistently because they will resurface. But he's got something to prove and he's a bright prospect. 174 for 5. Waits for his first delivery from Simmons, the left-arm seamer, and he comes across nicely. Cut some time for him. There's some talent here. But what we really want, Seth, is to be able to find some personnel who can be able to take this talent to the next level. And that has always been my major concern.
The thing about Naeem Young also is not just his talent and his intellect as a cricketer. It's his enthusiasm that is contagious. He loves the game. He's possessed with those attributes.
Some people consider him to be the next Bravo. He's driving straight down the ground up to mid-on. Suicide single, and the show should have been a little bit more direct. But he's off the mark, and he will say to me, Mr. Springer, I judged that single very nicely. So he's on 1. The score in the meantime goes up to 175 for 1. Naeem Young is off the mark. Now brings Wickham into strike.
And you see the difference. He's running a single wholeheartedly. He may overrun, but he's getting things on the way. Ever-present attitude.
175 for 5. Simmons in out the boat to Wickham. Wickham is back and slapping that pass point down to the third man area. Thinking about 2. Jonathan Carter for a moment thought that he was in the wars. He's still looking to say, hey, I should have pulled off a goalkeeper style there and picked that one up. But over completed. And in the meantime, the score goes to 176 for 5.
The key here, though, for the emerging players is that Wickham is still there. Getting a run per ball, 50. Needed just, 51 balls to get his 50. Would have been that confident to have cleared the boundary on 2 occasions. Struck a good, meaty, well-timed, powerful 4s. And with his confidence and giving Naeem Young as the captain the opportunity to get a little view as to what is going on, the West Indies emerging players can get a commanding score if these 2 can be there for the next 8 or 10 overs.
So we're back with the action. Here's an undrive by the by Wickham, sorry. In the meantime, the score goes up to 176. 176 for 5. Into over number 39. Chase. 2 wickets so far. Here's Wickham. Bold! Poor shot. That shot was certainly not on. And Wickham would have done all of the work. And he's still rehearsing that he should be sweeping that delivery set.
Well, it's amazing because he made an effort to go to it first, then he went back, and then he attempted to sweep. That one was pitched outside the off stump, and he could have actually played it over the cover boundary with his initial movement, but then he went down to sweep. He had so many options, and to see, and I almost said an excellent, but to see a very good innings like this coming to an end the way that it has, it's sort of pitiful. I think here is where we see the downfall. Yet huge credit to the young man. He has given his team a fighting chance, but I would have really loved to see him out there for another 10 overs. I think he would have done wonderful things. 176 for 6, a big decline for the academy.
Yeah, certainly a very big decline. And now the focus now, there has to be a rebuilding part. And, you know, there's no really need for that shot. And this is what we're talking about in terms of game awareness. And game awareness is so important. But Joshua Bishop has come out. And when you look at the bowling lineup here of this West Indies Academy team, they have Ashmin Ned and Joshua Bishop, 2 left-arm spinners. So they would have done their homework, knowing very well that the Barbadian players don't play left-arm spin too well, but they need some runs on the board. They're 176 for 6, and these two will now have to consolidate, bat for a couple of overs before they get on their bikes and start marching, squaring them up very easily. Then they get in a single, and just for a moment, Carter was caught napping there. Set.
Yes.
In fact, it's not Carter, it's Leacock again. They're both, Carter and Leacock are both the same size.
Well, I think here is the issue. As I said, the quick singles at times, it puts pressure on the fielders.
But you can't get quick singles if there's no communication set. Naim Young, he comes into strike. He's one. He's the academy team's manager. They need a blinder from him here. Down the onside. They'll get a couple of runs here if they're interested. Are they? No, I don't think they are. Hakeem Jordan coming around there. And the throw was really offline there. And it had to bring out a dive from Weston Chase and Jonathan Carter.
Yes, Chase is in his final over. Has bowled non-stop. 3 for 31. Pretty good figures. 3 for 31. Simmons, 2 for 25. He started well, was knocked about a bit. But now Chase is trying to finish off things here.
Beautiful drifter. In the meantime, Naim Young didn't know too much about that one. Almost looked like he played down the wrong line. But he would say it was wide of my off stump, so there was no need for me to follow it. Now the same ploy happens. Chase moves the square leg fielder to short fine leg, brings around the fielder now into deep backward square, and let's see if the same trick will happen if he'll bowl an arm ball. Quicker, faster delivery, and Young comes quietly forward. So Chase, his 10 overs has come to an end. 10 overs, no maiden, 31 runs, 3 wickets, and happy outing for him here. The West Indies Academy, after being inserted by Shea Hope for the Barbados Warriors, they're 178 for 6.
Yes, Vernon, a huge decline from the team that before the water break at one stage they were 155 for 3. At that stage, just before the water break, they would have lost Keegan Simmons for his 64. When we look at it, since then they have not really been able to push on. Kevin Wickham did well for his 52, but once again he was one of the 3 players, the last 3 players who may have gotten out in a manner that they should not have.
Naim Young gets a back of the length delivery, forcing him onto the back foot. He was advancing. Raymond Simmons, who is now switched from the media center end to the CIU end, is keeping him in check. The score in the meantime remains on 178 for 6. At the end of this over, you'll hear the voice of Denmore Roberts. Umpires just moving across just to indicate that the final 10 overs will be coming up sooner rather than later, just informing the coach. Short delivery that rushed onto him. Naim Young, he can't score. He's on 2. Bishop is on 1. 178 for 6. Things have changed now, so they'll be thinking about, they've lost momentum. They'll be, first objective is to get to 200.
Yes, well, things they have changed dramatically. We were projecting 270. Not that it's not gettable, but it's very difficult. They would have to be going at over 9 runs per over. Still, they have another 11.4 overs to go. Can they get a run of ball? It could still be a competitive score. Competitive score will be dependent on how long can Naeem Young stay around along with Joshua Bishop. Rebuild the partnerships that we saw, a pattern, the earlier partnerships that we would have seen between Teddy Bishop and Keegan Simmons, and then that one between Simmons and Wickham. Outside of that, not enough to shout about.
So, Young on driving, going hard at the ball, more or less, but getting a single, which they need all the runs that they can at this moment. In the meantime, the score goes up to 179 for 6. He goes up to 3. Brings Joshua Bishop into strike. And he maybe just needs to rotate the strike.
Yes, rotation is one thing, but as we get closer to that last 10 overs, they're going to need to build, on a greater platform than momentum, because don't count out this Barbados team. It's filled with top shot players like Shea Hope.
Here is a wide delivery, and Joshua Bishop will be guilty of not putting that one away. In the meantime, the score remains a 179 for 6. And as Seth said, after this you've got 60 balls to go, so you can get 60 singles, which can maybe still get you up to a decent score of 240. And on a new track, you never know what's going to happen late in the afternoon in terms of what's going to be happening. So that's also going to be key.
Staying towards the end. They got to be there at the end, and that will give them something to play for.
Pitch between wicket and wicket is out. Leg before.
Another one bites the dust in quick succession, Vernon.
Another one, and the West Indies Academy, they're falling like pins here. Really a strict delivery, and he was caught on the crease. And once he missed it, it was curtains from him. Raman Simmons has picked up his 3rd wicket here today. The West Indies Academy, they're falling away badly. They're 179 for 7.
So let's compare this to their batting performance against the Leewards. They didn't reach the 200 mark. That is something that may be a worrying sign or concern for the coaching staff. This time they had a solid platform at 150. In fact, they lost their 3rd wicket at 155. So they would have been 155 for 2 before losing Simmons. And it was then that the jitters started. In fact, I can't even say the jitters, because much of it was through some casual batting. 2 of Chase's wickets, no discredit to him. He has done well. 3 wickets for 31. Simmons now 3 for 29. But when we look at it, that shot that Keegan was trying to play across the line, taking one from off to on, and got caught. And then we saw shortly after Anderson getting out in a similar manner, caught and bowl. Some of these casual fancy strokes, I think, Vernon, would have been their downfall. And I think as they grow, they can really only get better.
Game awareness. It's called game awareness. In the meantime, Shea Hope will be thinking about, maybe just dismissing the West Indies Academy team by bowling them out under 50 overs.
Well, that was, I guess, his initial thought when he inserted them this morning. But they defied that for more than half of the innings, because after 25 overs, at one stage they were just on the verge of 100, and then they did pick up that momentum when they pushed up to 155 after 33 overs. So we saw they were building an innings. We saw semblances of good partnerships, half-century partnerships. We have seen 2 half-centuries and 1 player, Bishop, getting at least 45. But beyond that, we are not seeing the momentum being capitalized on.
So Warrican is back into the attack, replacing Chase, who has completed his 10. He's picked up 3 wickets during the process. Warrican would want to get into the wicket column. And the field placing long on, long off. The sweeper on the offside. The sweeper also deep backward square, and Craig Brathwaite, who is 3/4 of the way, on the leg side. Inside the circle, you have a short fine leg, short third man, a backward point, a cover, and a short mid-wicket in Nicholas Curtin. Warrican into bowl to the West Indies Academy captain Naim Young, and he's put under some tremendous pressure here. McKenny Clark, good young, exciting fast bowler, bowled with some pace against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Warrican, in the meantime, is into his 8th over, not for 30. Left arm spinner in, flatter, faster arm ball. We look on the field, we see test players who would have graced the shores for West Indies. Hope, Brathwaite, Warrican, Chase. Driven down the ground, Carter walks into the delivery, picks it up, and just fires a return back to Hope. Over is completed, so that was a quick monster over. 180 for 7, and some 10 overs to go. Seth Burton.
Yes, 10 overs to go. Denmore Roberts is going to join me. Thank you, Vernon. We do appreciate your continued insight. And what I think is left here, we see now with 10 overs remaining, it's 180 for 7. 180 for 7, 60 deliveries remains. If they can get a run per ball, it would be good. They could get up to 240. Naim Young, the captain, is still here. The big issue for the emerging players is whether or not they have the strike force, because this Barbadian attack is a good attack. We see Primus now coming back to replace Ramon Simmons from the northern end. He could be a threat, and it would be interesting to see the approach used here by the batters. A single, first single. Denmore Young wants to come back for a second. The return comes in, but Clark gets back in.
Almost a little bit of a comedy of an error there. That miscommunication between the West Indies Academy batsmen wanting to come back for that second run, and clearly it was not on. But in the end, all is well that ends well. So they would need to settle down, understand what is taking place, and these two batsmen would have to try and see how far they can take the West Indies Academy towards a decent total.
Nick Clark is with Naim Young. His batting prowess would not be the equal, more of the lower half of the batting trail. Nevertheless, as youngsters, they would learn that you have a responsibility to dig deep, and that is most important. That is critical. You got to dig deep for the team.
It's going to be important that they try to stick around and not be bowled out under the 50 overs. They were going well, but they've lost wickets in clusters, and that has been. And there's been some very soft and very poor dismissals as well. Many of the middle order batsmen contributed to their downfall.
Well, what ends well? What's the saying?
All is well that ends well, because they had the ball coming off the inner portion of the bat and going down to a short fine leg position. Shea Hope made a good move from behind the stumps. The batsmen the call was yes, no, and maybe so, and then eventually they went through. The ball didn't hit the stumps from the throw from Shea Hope, so they were able to get through. But again, it continues to look a little bit on the indecisive end for the West Indies Academy at this stage. The two batsmen at the crease, they are not necessarily communicating very well, and nor are they running well between the wicket. So it's a challenging time, a little bit of a challenging period for the West Indies Academy at this stage.
Well, challenging time. Primus wants to make it more challenging. Out caught. A poor shot in the end. It was short, it was rising, and he flat batted it straight to Ramon Simmons. They're falling flat here. Denmore, a bit disappointing after what would have been an excellent setup by the top order, by the first five.
Yeah, and Clark did not look like somebody who is an accomplished batsman on that occasion. It's just a very, like I said earlier, many of the batsmen have contributed to their downfall, and on that occasion, he contributed all to his downfall. It was a nothing delivery that he just meekly hit up to the mid-off fielder and got out. He could have easily come inside of that one, could have just dropped it on the pitch and looked to have gotten a single, but he was just looking to back away and throw the bat at it. It didn't really look as if he had any plans of sticking around, and the Barbados team would be very happy with the situation at this stage, because at one point during the innings, it looked as if the West Indies Academy, they were going to build a decent total, a sizable total, but they're falling away from the platform that they have set, and they're just hoping that these last few batsmen could probably hold on and give them just a few more runs so that they could have something to defend.
Joshua James, the big towering figure, comes in to join his captain Naeem Young, and Young must be frustrated because he wants to strike. He wants somebody to stay around because he has the capacity. When you spoke about Clark, McKinley Clark, who got out, there's another Clark from Barbados, Rivaldo Clark, whom I was very impressed with as a young wicket-keeper batsman. This one is sprayed down the leg side by Primus. I'm not quite sure how he has gone. Rivaldo Clark was very impressive here when they had that training session, when they had the camp. Quite an exciting batter, and he is one in whom I thought, along with a few others, that the future of the team could be built around. This one is a good one, a good Yorker from Primus, well dug out by Joshua James. And then we look at the system that we have, the franchise system that Vernon spoke about earlier. Now, it's Barbados' pride in CPL, they are the Royals. We also look at how many of the teams embrace the young players, not just to be on the roster, but also to participate in the games. Joshua James working this one to the back of the point position.
It's a discussion that I've had with others. I feel that there needs to be a little bit of a rethink in terms of the franchise system. We need to have a component that I think that has something to do with development. I don't think that the development of the players should only rest on the WICB itself to have something.
Let's say Cricket West Indies. You're still in the old mode like I was 2 years ago.
Cricket West Indies. It shouldn't just rest with Cricket West Indies to have the only development program. I think that there needs to be built into all the franchises a system where they have some sort of development program attached to it. If it's not a full development program that is going to, that have hundreds of people or so on, but then there needs to be some persons around each of the franchise that you're bringing through, people that you're looking to be the future of the franchise. And if that doesn't happen, we're always going to be struggling.
Warwick Young comes forward. Young, the young captain, he has gotten at least his looking at the CPL level, but there is a challenge, I think. Though this is Super 50 and CG Super 50, we give all the credit. We have to look at all facets of our game as a region. This one angled in.
Many of these youngsters were drafted into CPL teams, but did they really get an opportunity to play?
Which is unlike what happens in the IPL. You see the cream of the crop coming through in the IPL over time. Naeem Young getting a single out to
because the IPL have carved out a situation
precisely
set where their youngsters are able to flourish. They have done it in such a way that the overseas players do not overtake their homegrown players. So they've created a situation where it has to be a balance, even if it's an off balance, where it is tilted in favor of the home team. And we need to have a similar situation. The difference is that we do not own the franchise in the CPL. And so we are the behest of the organizers of the CPL, however they see it fit that their system can work and make money for them. And until we create a system of our own that we can dictate how our youngsters come through, then we're always going to have these issues.
Did you say dictate? I think we're at the behest of the guys who hold the key. Perhaps a discussion I think that was also on the table. Does there need to be another tier, another T20 that embraces or encompasses Caribbean players? Here is Naeem Young coming forward, and the basis for that, before we had the CPL, we had the Caribbean T20.
I think
that attract a huge amount of players, because the truth is you have less control over that system.
And I'm thinking
system.
that we can have a T20 that does not have to be a franchise-based system. It works almost how we used to play cricket, where the countries represent themselves.
186 for 8 after 42. 8 overs remaining. 8 sixes, mathematician Denmore, 48. Yep. So the possibility is still there.
Still
that
there.
They can get over the 230.
Yeah, technically they can get over the 230, but it's going to require at least one of these remaining batsmen to bat sensibly, have a go, choose the deliveries to put away. Maybe target one of these bowlers. I think Primus could be the target bowler. He tends to spread the ball a little bit more than some of the other controlled bowlers. He should be the one that they look to score off.
Here is Joshua James getting a 4, splicing that one. The intent was to go down the ground. The ball spliced off the outer half of the bat, and it went over Akeem Jordan's head out towards this wide long-on boundary for 4. So a good way to get the engine moving again. 190 for 8.
And just like I was saying, Primus can be that bowler that you target, because he's looking to get wickets, and he's not been as controlled as some of the others.
Ooh, and this one has been missed completely. It was short. It was just outside the off stump. Did not really rise to the height that perhaps Joshua James anticipated. He had a whack at it. The intent was good, but he missed it completely.
Again, just Primus, a reaction ball after being driven. The delivery before, he hit that one into the pitch. Ball didn't rise up as he probably wanted it to. And I believe Joshua James was also anticipating that is what he's going to do. After driving him, he knew that he was going to try and bowl short, and he had prepared for that.
James waits. How he hits this one into his pad, perhaps wanting to walk it. I'm wondering what the discussion is between himself and his captain, because Naeem Young has not been facing very much.
Yeah, but Young has been talking to James, and he would want James to continue, not just to be there, just surviving. He would also want him to be positive and look to score as well. So as much as Naeem is not facing, he would want Joshua not to just be there soaking up the deliveries and not trying to score.
This time he hits this one, was trying to go down the ground, not timing the ball, and no run on that occasion. So just to continue that discussion, Denmore, the need for that extra opportunity. I am also considering that this team should navigate into the 4-day competition, the regional 4-day competition, at least the concept. Even if it's not this team, there must be a continuation for the academy to be a fixture, the emerging players to be a fixture in the regional 4-day competition, if we're going to expect improvement in our test cricket output, the same way we expected improvement in fact, in all facets of the game, because if as a team we could not qualify for the T20
but what we have to
World Cup
be careful
draw
of, though, Seth, is that we are not, in essence, creating a rebel team in the sense of taking away the best players that are available from their countries or from their franchises. So we have to handle this very, very, very carefully. I for one, I am not against the franchise, the West Indies Academy even being in the 4-day competition, but I think that the teams need to get first option of picking some of these players. And those who are not selected, those who are good enough, who are not selected, and you really want them to continue to play cricket, then you move those into the academy. But first preference is that you say, look, we have these players that we've identified as potential, future players. Do you want any of these players to play with your country? But the idea is that if you're picking these people, we want them to play, or we want them to be competing for a spot, and then the others, then you can then get them into another system.
Young gets a single here after the first delivery of over number 43, being bowled by Jamel Warrican. Quite an interesting take, but my concept slightly differ. It differs. Why? Is that I want the cream of the crop, not just to play, but to have in the right ecosystem, the right environment where they can be nurtured, where they can be properly, professionally prepared.
We have to hold the franchises accountable. We have to hold the coaches in the franchises accountable. We have to have a system where we develop a curriculum that everybody is following the same curriculum, so that what is being done in Barbados is being done in Jamaica, it's been done in Guyana, it's been done in the Leeward Islands, it's been done in the Windward Islands. We can't have everybody doing something differently, as then we're not going to have a cohesive system. So what we have to do is that we have to demand from the people who are charged with leading these franchises, with coaching, we have to demand quality from them. And if you're not getting any result, if I put you in charge of coaching this team, and for 5 years I've not seen any improvement, I move you out and get somebody else. The problem is that we've kept too many people in position without getting any result, any positive result, and we've been afraid to make change to things. Man better man is not just a tree. If you understand what I'm saying.
Certainly.
Is that you have to sometimes shift out some people. No hard feelings, but if you're going to really get results, if you're going to be results oriented, people have to be held accountable for the type of performance and results that they produce.
Joshua James stands up straight and milks the bowling of Warrican, gets a single out to long off. He will be content. That completes over number 44. 196 for 8. Still good concentration, still good focus by these two. Captain Young is on 10. He holds the key, but once again the strike has been turned over at the end of the over, so that Joshua James, when I say the lesser of the two, don't get me wrong in terms of batting ability or known batting ability, Warrican's spell comes to an end, none for 36 from his 10. He'll be satisfied with his work in terms of his economy. Never really looked penetrative, but got the job done.
Didn't look as if he had come to take wickets today. Look as if he had a job to do of containing. His job was to keep the batsman in check, not allow them to get away, and just to be tight. And he would have done that for his captain.
Here is Joshua James out caught, trying to hit one out towards wide mid-off. It got the bottom of the bat. It was not a delivery of any huge merit, but Raman Simmons comes back and takes his fourth wicket. He would be happy with his work. Joshua James would be unhappy with his exit. And Denmore, with 5 overs and 5 balls remaining, Captain Naeem Young stands at the other end, must be wondering who is going to stay with me. Because right now, the emerging players who at one stage looked as though they would be soaring above 250, they are looking as though they could be in doubt of scoring 200 at 196 for 9.
Actually falling away very quickly with final batsman in the crease, they've they've fallen away from the platform that they would have built. Many of the batsmen would have contributed to their downfall. There again, we saw Joshua James just trying to be aggressive, trying to take the attack to Ramon Simmons, only being able to find, is that Primus that he found up there?
No, Akeem Jordan.
Akeem Jordan. And again, Naeem Young stranded at the non-strikers end. I think that he needs to at least say to these batsmen, just look to get off strike and get me on strike.
Ash Team Ned, works this one nicely. Looks so composed on the front foot and just work that to the fielder on the long leg boundary. He gets a single, and that's, I know Ned is more of a bowler. Well, he's not more. He is a specialist bowler, one whom we have high regard of, having seen him not only in the under 19 capacity, but also at the franchise level. He looked so much more accomplished than the last three batsmen. He was just on the front foot working the ball and was able to give Young the strike. 197 for 9. Young plays at that down the leg side. They will get a wide. Ned was optimistic and interested in a single, but Young now is taking charge. He says no. And the wide is enough.
Young is going to have to do that. He's going to have to take charge if they're going
to find the strike.
Get anywhere over the 200 mark. They're inching towards it, and he's going to have to take control of the situation. He's going to have to take control of the batting, and he's going to have to score the bulk of the runs, I believe, if the West Indies Academy is to, 1, bat out the innings, and 2, get over 200.
Ramon Simmons looks good this time. Young charges did not connect. Ramon Simmons 4 for 28 from 6.3 overs. Not a young player. The future of West Indies cricket is always bright in terms of talent. Note that I say talent, their capacity to perform, the natural ability. But I think we have a challenge with harnessing, and not only harnessing but maintaining, and also the mindset that goes with their responsibility. Lovely shot, the 200 comes up. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. Naeem Young showing what he can do, moving his feet well to that delivery, which was pitched just outside the off stump and hoiked it over wide long off for 6. Then more. What a way to bring up the 200.
Yeah, he got 4 because it bounced before it got to the boundary. But a nice way to bring up 200. What he's going to have to do now is to continue. He's going to have to be selective, though. He's going to have to understand how many deliveries are to come and what he needs to do. He's going to need to farm most of the strike for the remainder of the innings.
This time a lovely shot. Oh, brilliant
6.
attempt at a catch, but it went over the boundary for 6. It was short, and Naeem Young pulling this one ferociously. A huge effort made by the fielder on the long leg boundary. It looks like Warwicken, is it? No, it may have been, well, in the end, dropping it over the boundary for 6, and Young.
But it was a great effort.
Excellent effort.
The ball was traveling.
Young is bringing some impetus to this innings. 208 for 9, and Young races up to 20. Good contest between him and Simmons. This time he just works it round nicely, settles that he can have some strike when the over comes to an end. He does so successfully with 5 overs remaining after 45 overs. Emerging Players Academy, 209 for 9. Then Mo Roberts, 30 deliveries remaining. Vernon Springer is going to join you to take it up to the end of the innings. Any projections at this stage?
I think if Naeem Young continues the way that he is batting currently, and he's able to take most of the strike, the emerging players could still, in the remaining 5 overs, get another 20-30 runs that could take them up to that 240. 240 is still doable, but it's going to be dependent on Naeem Young being positive and playing not just aggressively, but also sensibly. And with Ned having Ned being with him, Ned being able to stay there and to bat along with his captain.
200 for 9, Denmore, and I'm glad that I have a chance to share this little spotlight with you to talk a little bit about the way forward for the franchise system. Wait for a while. Jordan is charging into both Naim Young, who's also charging and had to check his shot. I think one of the things that has to happen, Denmore, is that the franchise system needs second team 11 cricket.
I agree with you.
So if Denmore Roberts is part of the franchise setup, and let's look at the season, and you're in a system, you maybe not played any games at all. So the team picks 14 players, and you're in St. Kitts or Antigua, and you haven't played a game for a season. We'll get back to that then more. Back and just clipping this one around there is Young is upset with himself that he really didn't put that one away. So the point what I'm saying is, when the Leeward Islands Hurricane is playing against Barbados, in Barbados, the second team 11 could be also playing at a different venue at the same time.
And I agree with
you. So it gives more exposure for players all around to be able. So if a Casey Catty, let's for reference, we take a break. Here is Young again back and looking to punch that pass. Roston Chase can't beat that one. Let's say Casey Catty's out of form then more. After 3 games, he's not batting well. He goes to second team cricket and he prepares himself to come back into the team.
Correct. Yeah. And I'm agreeing with you. And I think it needs to happen all around. It's one of the issues that we've had. People who have been in franchise cricket, they've not played all season. And that can't help the cricket. So we need to find a way that we can get more cricket being played by these players. More opportunity for them to improve their skill and for them to play.
Yeah, so that's where we have to start. The other thing, then, more is that we need to start holding the territories accountable. Because who's guarding the guard?
And that's
that is where we have the real serious problem. That's why we're having so many challenges with women's cricket. Because there's no established women's cricket throughout the entire Caribbean that looks after women's cricket. So Courtney Walsh is having a headache. He has some players. He sent them back to the respective territories. There are no coaches that are working with the women cricketers. So it is retarding the growth of the women's program. We have to start holding the franchises, not only the franchise, the boards accountable, the territorial boards accountable.
I agree.
Here is another easy single, sneaked out here by the West Indies Academy. Brings Naim Young. Ashwin Ned looks very, very much organized. And as you were talking, he also would have played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. After playing for the West Indies emerging players, he played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes the next season and then lost the contract. And at the point in time when he lost the contract, he bowled well for us in the one-day competition. But as we rightly said, again, didn't get a full opportunity. And I know you were talking about then more about West Indies automatically allowing the franchises to pick some of the players. To be honest with you, then more, I don't know if some of the franchises want some of the young players around the system. Based on the comments that I've been hearing.
But why not? Why are they afraid to have some of the youngsters around the cricket? Why are we not looking to progress?
Because it comes on to what you were talking about then more. We're not holding anybody accountable with the system that we have in place right now. There are players who have been in the system for 4 or 5 years then more and have not progressed. I can't see then more that we have players in a franchise system who came in as a big contract player and has not moved.
Correct. And if you have not moved, you should be moved out, as far as I'm concerned, and create the space for somebody else to thrive. And this is what has happened, is that a lot of the time we have people who just take up the space, who are just filling the space, who are there, who are really not allowing the cricket to breathe or allowing people to move forward. And until we fix that kind of system, we're never going to really get it right. We're always going to be having these type of discussions. Somebody has to be strong enough to make some hard decisions and move out some people, some players, some coaches, some managers, some directors, and until we can really get the system how we really need it to be.
Naim Young Just looked at a wide delivery from Primus, which has been signaled a wide. In the meantime, the West Indies Academy score goes up to 213 for 9. The other thing, Denmo, is that we're recycling our coaches in the same system. Our batters have regressed from the franchise level up to the test level. There's been no light coming forward. Here is Naeem Young just clipping this one away. I think he's giving it away. Denmo is
Yes, he's
caught
giving it away.
by Jamal Warwick and trying to get fancy rather than stand up and play a proper cricket shot. And he's still trying to rehearse the scoop.
He was trying to play that scoop, didn't execute it well, and I think it's McCaskey who made a very valiant effort the over before to take the catch from Naeem Young. This time was a much easier catch where the ball just scooped up into the air, and McCaskey just had to settle under it and take an easy catch. The West Indies Academy falling away and ending on 213, and I think it would be a score well below what they would have expected, or what we were expecting, especially when they had those good partnerships in the middle.
Well, runs on the board is runs on the board, and Primus ends with 2 for 27 from his 4. The academy team guilty of being bowled out then more after really solid starts, and an improvement from the Leeward Islands Hurricane game, but not good enough. There were some really soft dismissals after some real good starts. Simmons, Wickham, you could look around, Teddy Bishop, they all got starts, but you don't want starts. What you want is to be able to make a serious statements. Now, had Simmons maybe batted through this entire, been in a different ball game, there could have been 300 all out.
Could have been.
Right?
But we need so they would have to understand that you have to take it all the way. It's 50 overs. You have to bat all 300 deliveries. You have to pace your innings. You can't get carried away, especially if you're doing well for a little period of time. It's a game. It's almost like a game of chess where you have to, at some point you have to be patient. You have to wait. You have to understand what is taking place. And I think on this occasion, the West Indies Academy, not batting your full quota, is almost what we call a cardinal sin in cricket, because we're what, 46.1 overs. They still have quite a number of deliveries to go, where they should have been looking to sort themselves out. So again, not type of batting that they would want. Like you said, people got start. Teddy Bishop, he got 45. Simmons 64, 52 from Wickham. But then when we look at this situation, when we have Anderson 2, Julian 1, Joshua Bishop 1, McKenny Clark 0, James 7, and Mead 2. This is where the difference came in terms of the batting for the West Indies Academy. Seth Burton has come back alongside me.
Well, certainly that's where it went off. We did give credence to the platform that was built by the Teddy Griffith. So I keep saying Teddy Griffith, man, that name has made an impression on me. Yeah. But the Teddy Bishop, Keegan Simmons partnership, we gave credence to that because they did well, and you applaud that. 77 runs with Bishop getting his 45 then. Well, that was so good. And then we saw within another 16 overs, another partnership between Keegan Simmons and Kevin Wickham. And Kevin Wickham, his 52 was almost a runner ball. Keegan Simmons, his 64, though not a runner ball, it was certainly good batting that came from 81 balls. But then, after we would have seen Keegan Simmons going at 155 for 3, and then Kevin Wickham at 171 for 4, listen how the other wickets went. 174 for 5, 176 for 6, 179 for 7, and then 2 falling on 183, the 8th and the 9th wicket. It shows that the top may be strong, but the bottom, not even the bottom, but the middle fell out.
The middle. And when you look, you see, 3 and 2, 5 and 3, 8, 12 runs coming with those 4 wickets there. it's not the type of middle order that you want. You
Certainly
after
not.
having partnerships of 77 and 71, then the partnerships go 16, 3, 2, 3, 4. That's not the type of partnership you want, especially because that's a critical stage of your batting. Those batsmen that come between what 5 and 8,
Yes.
they are very very critical, and they all failed today. They
Yes.
came out and they didn't apply themselves.
Didn't
They
apply
did not
themselves.
apply themselves, and they contributed. A lot of them contributed to their downfall.
And
Poor strokes being played, lack of concentration, lack of application,
and awareness.
Game so
awareness.
those are some of the things that would have caused the West Indies Academy not to be able to bat out their 50 overs today.
But the key though would have been the wickets that we saw. Simmons 4 for 39. He started it getting the first wicket when he dismissed Kirk McKenzie for 3 at 7 for 1, and then it became a Chase Primus show. Chase getting 3 for 31. Primus ending with 3 for 27. As we mentioned, Raman Simmons 4 for 39. The others, Curtin, Leacock, and Warwick did bowl at the spinners. They did not take any wicket, but Waston Chase did the spinner's job with his 3 for 31. It will be interesting. 213 should not be an imposing total for this Barbados Pride team. Nevertheless, cricket is the game of glorious
But we
uncertainty.
saw in their first encounter, though, the West Indies Academy made the Leeward Islands Hurricanes work very hard to get to a total of 190. So it means that they have some good strength in their bowling. So they can work together as a good bowling unit. And if they're able to get early inroads into the Barbados batting, who knows that they could then, put the Barbadian batsmen under some pressure and create, and when pressure is created, then, we will see how the Barbados batting stand up. So it's not all lost, it's not all gone for the West Indies Academy. They now will have to turn their focus on how they're going to defend what is in essence a better score than they made in their first encounter.
Well, certainly,
Right?
and as you see,
Because in their first encounter, 190, now they're up to 213. They have a few more runs on the board, but they're definitely going to need to get into the Barbados middle order very quickly, because with the likes of Primus and so on for Barbados, it could go south very quickly if they're able to get off to a very good start.
well, so the groundsmen are rolling the wicket because the Barbadian batters are going to batten it. And as the groundsmen flatten out the strip, perhaps the emerging players must be saying, we missed an opportunity scoring another 50 runs, but that's the reality. The emerging cricketers, CWI Emerging Academy, scoring 213 from 46.1 overs, with the top scorers being Keegan Simmons 64, Wickham 52, and Teddy Bishop 45. The wicket takers once again, Raman Simmons 4 for 39, Ruston Chase 3 for 31, and Primus having 3 for 27 from 4.1. That's it, and you may rejoin us in the next half an hour when we will bring you coverage on the Barbados Pride's innings.
Coolidge Cricket Ground, just to let you know that the West Indies Academy will bowl out for 213 or 46.1 overs. Their innings included 17 boundaries and 3 sixes, 148 dot balls. And top scoring for the West Indies Academy, Keegan Simmons, 64, 81 balls, 5 boundaries. Kevin Wickham, who's got some time, but just run out of gas. He's getting to 30, 40, 50. 57 balls, 3 fours, 2 sixes. Teddy Bishop, got some time for him, 45, 59 balls, 7 fours, and 9 young, 23 in the end. 35 balls, 1 4, 1 6. The wicket takers for Barbados, Raymond Simmons, the bright young left-arm prospect, 7 overs, no maiden, 39 runs, 4 wickets. And Ruston Chase warming up for the Australian tour, 10 overs, no maiden, 31 runs, 3 wickets. And Russian Prime has 4.1 overs, no maiden, 27 runs, 3 wickets. And alongside Seth Button, and Barbados will be looking to try to see if they can be able to get this within the first 25 or maybe even 35 overs.
Well, I'm not saying that they're got a speed to it, but I'm going to say it's definitely a comfortable task for the I almost said for the West Indies, but for the Barbados Pride, 214 should be nothing.
Net run rate, and so you want to be able to make sure that you never know what's going to be happening.
You're talking World Cup there when we talk about net run rate. Everyone is panicking about net run rate. But Brendan, it's over to you to get us going.
All right.
Yes, I like that sort of approach. He's having the men in the circle pretty close to the bat. Well, perhaps he has something in mind because he has the 4 on the off, and in fact, he has the 5 on the off.
McCaskey was straight away offered the mark, misfield there, and almost giving away a single there. In the meantime, Barbados go up to 2 without loss.
So I think what Young is thinking is that he's playing for that cut shot, so the backward point, the slip, the cover, the short extra cover. Oh, good bowling.
Quicker, faster delivery there from Joshua Bishop. Originally is from Barbados, so he would know a little bit about bowling to some of his opponents today. And left-hand spin has always been a worry for the Barbados team. Quicker, faster delivery.
Well, you say left arm spin, but also leg spin. The same thing, the wrist spinner going away. Yes, did you say Winston Reed still playing club cricket?
Still playing.
Wow, that's good. He was a special guy, one of the special players who did not make it into the Burgundy, and one who,
People like Noah Richard who would have completed the double and never got an opportunity to grace the presence of playing.
Heard much about Linton, didn't see him, but had seen quite a lot.
Leon Stevens,
Yes, that sort of player.
Burly look, yeah.
Well,
Got a lot of wickets.
Well, what I love about cricket in Barbados, having seen quite a bit of it during the little times that I'm there, is that those senior players after their West Indian career come back and play, add a lot of value. I remember in the mid-90s, when I heard Telston Payne was still playing, I said, what? Actually showed up at the ground, because that was unheard of. So that keeps the clubs moving on.
Here comes Kenny Clark.
Yes, it was really set up nicely for the prospect of a score in excess of 250. And even though we come down to the 213, we must also look at the fact that they had, another 29 deliveries from which they could have scored. It could have been a different picture here.
Clark to McCaskey, driven through cover. Will have the legs to go for 4, will it? It does hit the rope now. Boundary to McCaskey, half volley, put away nicely. And Barbados quickly moves up to 6 without loss. McCaskey goes to 5. Bradford is 1.
Yes, a good start for the Barbadians. The first over, just the single. Nevertheless, a good occasion here for the youngsters. You have set a target. You need to defend it. They started with the spin of Bishop. Now they have gone for the medium pace in Clark. Question: would you have gone for Ned, or would you have done it just the way Naeem Young has done it in terms of the call as to who will take the new ball?
Kenny Clark from the meter center near Coolidge, bowling a little inducker there. And in 2 minds there, McCaskey not really coming quietly forward. The stride was not really big enough. The short guy sort of looks like a November Mavuma, South Africa's captain.
I don't think anybody in world cricket is as short as Bavuma, but he has that look. Bavuma is a special case. The closest I would have seen would have been David Williams out of Trinidad and Tobago, who would have retired eons now.
Really was on nicknamed him Inside Edge. Big save there by Leonardo Julian, diving away. And the ball inducting there. Got a little inside edge onto it. So he got a single. Still in the meantime goes up to 7 without loss.
Well, Leonardo Julian is not just a wicket keeper, but he's also a good batter, and that was one of my disappointments. His score, his performance in batting when he had time and the opportunity to really dig deep. That's another talented young player.
We lost good wickets at crucial time. I was just having a word there with Desi. Desmond Haynes was here at the ground. The only thing in terms of preparation is going to be key for these young players. And set these days I'm hearing people saying that they're tired batting. You can't be tired.
Precisely. Can't be tired. You want to do that morning, noon, and night. You know.
There's some sort of preparation. I was just telling him, your lower back, you have to bat and bat and bat.
Keep batting.
You have to get that out.
Keep batting. Even when you're sleeping, you're seeing it. If you have the hunger and the passion, you can't be tired.
15 minutes, we can't prepare anybody that way. Clark to Bradford. Bradford is back and just opening the face of the bat, steering this down to third man. James comes around. 1 bounce return into Julian. Over number 2 is completed. Barbados, they're off and running. They're 8 without loss.
Yes, they're 8 without loss. They're on par. Required run rate just 4.3, and they're going at 4 runs per over from the get-go. No big effort, no big flashes. Just being as professional as they can. With the West Indies test captain would like to spend as much time at the crease as possible, and I think that is critical to him. You also have Shea Hope, West Indies' best ODI batsman, still to come as the captain of this team. So the youngsters would have to really dig deep if they're going to get a positive result.
No, they seem to be employed set where they started with Bishop. So Bishop maybe might bowl his first 3-4 overs here. This is something that they tried against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Dot ball there from Bishop. And I wonder what the next ploy will be, whether they will continue with Ashman Ned. And from that same end, but we don't know, we'll wait and see, because even Naeem Young himself, he's going to have to play a vital part here today also.
Certainly they have options. Joshua James, they have options, but the question would be, they would need to out the Barbadians, can they? They can't just be defensive.
Good delivery there, and they get a single. Some Ned was caught sleeping. You can't get a single there. And another Julian is saying to him, "Come on." In fact, maybe the keeper more than anybody else, because Ned had to run. I would say about 10, 15 meters. That ball, the keeper needed to get around there
Quicker.
faster. Them more set. I think he was guilty of more or less just looking at the ball really. On drive, down the ground, too easy. And set.
So
Single.
we have had some good performances so far on this side of things. Casey Carty getting 100 against the emerging players on Saturday evening, and Raheem Cornwall taking 4 wickets. Now today, Raman Simmons taking 4.
Here is a boundary here to Craig Bartlett, and you have to have protection in that area because as far as I'm concerned,
Understanding the ground.
Square leg fielder really is in no man's land.
Yes, but understanding the ground as well, Vernon, we were speaking about that. The wind blows in that east. It's east-northeast trade winds here. And that area between mid-wicket, between that tower and the upright in that CWI area, that is the area that ought to be protected. Because once you go over the top with the wind, it's going to go. So those fielders are critical. Therefore, the cover on the boundary or the extra cover on the boundary should have been in that mid-wicket position. However, who knows best than the captain? And you overstart. It is food for your day. I like that delivery. A little sharpness on the part of Clark on this occasion, just short of a length. And it got up.
He gets going here today. He is sharp. Keep your eyes on him.
We cannot say we're short on talent in the Caribbean. We keep saying that. We see it through the under 19 ranks. We see it to the emerging players. We keep seeing it. But we just need to nurture it. We just need to sustain it. We need to do everything to get back to where we were.
Gaski rushed here with a bumper from Clark that hit the glove. He just flew down into the leg slip area to the left of the fielder, and they got a single. I think he was a little bit surprised by that extra pace there.
Yes, he was. It was just a bit shorter than the second delivery. In fact, the first delivery of the over. I thought also it was angling more towards the leg, towards the batsman, Craig Brathwaite.
Brathwaite needs to strike now. I think Clark was looking at the badge. You're taught as a fast bowler, you got to look at the badge. That's what you want. That's the one that you're looking for. So Andy Roberts used to say, that's all I used to look at. 15 without loss. Look at that badge. Target. And Clark is now moving into his rhythm here.
I like the energy of the team. I like Clark's accuracy. And there is obviously a measure of self-belief because he had the first one that was rising to the chest outside the off stump. Then he had that one coming back. But with that, you see all the feelers on the offside surging in towards the ball, showing some support and appreciation to this young medium fast bowler. He will grow in stature. He will grow in pace if he continues.
They need wickets and they need early wickets fast. Here's a wide delivery. But Craig Brathwaite is not bothered by that. It's a good leave of the ball. He's the West Indies Test captain. And Clark would know that he has a new ball in his hand. It's a Kookaburra. And he'd want to make Brathwaite play. Got to attack those stumps.
Yeah. I always say you play cricket, you don't play names. So Craig Brathwaite, West Indies captain, that's all right. He's the one who should be writing and be saying something good about Clark. So Clark won't be daunted. Umpire Ramdani perhaps citing something on that end.
The security it going. So she's gone past, and Clark bombs away. Into bow to Bradford. Bang on target.
Yes. Good ball in because he had Bradford actually jumping back and then stabilizing forward.
Had an interesting discussion set while you were away for the last couple of overs with Denmore Robertson. I was saying to him that we have to rebrand, we have to refocus the franchise system. They need
Yes.
Team 11 cricket in the franchise system. You know, we've got players who've been in the system. You count how many games they've played in one season.
Quite interesting approach. So many ideas have been discussed over time. It's a matter of execution and what works best. But 15 without loss after 4.
You know, it's sort of alarming, Seth, because I don't know if you've been paying attention to what has been going on. You know, in Pakistan, they had a franchise under 19 league.
Well, I'm not aware of that, but what I'm aware of is the system in India. I pay very,
They just completed a franchise under 19 league. So
which
I'm
makes a
thinking,
lot of sense.
we in the Caribbean, why can't we create something?
Okay. Whereas we may want to say that we don't have as many in terms of numbers. Well, we do have.
We have numbers.
We may say our population size and all that, but we do have the people.
They invited players from around the world because we've had Nathan Edwards and a young fast bowler from Guyana who participated in that championship. So I'm saying you can design something.
Forward thinking.
As we talked, Naim Young is punched away on the offside, is racing away, going down. Waljon is after it, not Waljon, Anderson. And they come back quite easily for 2 runs there. Just find that Joshua Bishop is just bowling a little bit too fast. Said that's better way down to third man.
Perhaps the pressure might be on him. It's still within the first power play, so perhaps his concern is trying to be defensive. But I think, as I mentioned, the ploy ought to be you need wickets. You need wickets. I would have seen Leacock bowling his first 2 overs very cleverly, right, giving it a bit of air, which is what Joshua Bishop did on this occasion. That's the sort of bowling that you want instead of, firing it through, fast and flat.
18 without loss. Bradford is on strike. He's on 7. McCaskey's on 11. Thinking about it is Joshua Bishop. He's in out. Comes quietly forward. And
Much better approach.
and just a little slow because
Yes.
the breeze is coming across the ground from east to west. We're talking about game awareness, Seth. Too many times we miss the boat on drive. They have to cut out that single set. It's just too easy.
I always look.
The traditional mid-wicket set needs to come to his left so he can be
Mid on.
because
I always wonder. I watch. Sometimes you see it in international cricket. How comfortable a bowler can be bowling without a mid-on. I mean, that's your easy. That's the place you want to stop the single and apply the pressure. Ooh, that's a good delivery.
ball there from Joshua Bishop and almost sneaked on the McCaskey's back onto his stump just for a moment. Bishop thought he had gone through, but the good thing about it is McCaskey's back was nice and straight and played with more or less soft hands. 19 without loss, but with the non-stranded end up on short ball again, wide, punch away, and down to the boundary for 4.
This time, well timed, well steered. Good.
Badly lined delivery set.
Yes, badly lined, too much width. The previous deliveries were closer to the stumps. He had an arm ball. He had a couple leaving the right-hander, but on this occasion, gave him width, and he took full advantage of it. Good start here by the Barbados Pride.
Your ratings so far, sir. They just played well.
Very well. It has held up real well. We expect that.
First time out.
Yes, we expect that it would have gone on better. In fact, a practice match was played here between the Leewards and emerging players last week on the other pit track. Leeward scoring 263, so the ground standing up well. I reckon had Barbados batted first, it would have been close to 300.
Clark to Bradford. Bradford is back on punching that can't beat the fielder at the backward point. They need wickets. They've a spark. They need to get something going. Mid on, mid off. Point, gully, cover, short extra cover, short fine leg, deep backward square, and a wide third man. Clark looking for something exciting. He's working up some pace here. Goes past the umpire into both McCaskey. Half volley punch on the ground to get an easy single. Ooh, direct hit.
Would have been a disaster for Bradford.
Very suicide single there by Craig Bradford. I don't know if it was a misjudgment. He said he played it to the left. But the field got out
Well,
nicely.
the reason why it was suicidal, as you rightly said, it was played firmly. It meant that it would have reached the fielder quicker. And I think he's fortunate because had Anderson connected directly, it would have been a disaster for Bradford.
Clark, number 17, to McCaskey. He's on 15. Bang on target, can't score. And good comeback, good duck delivery. 148 duck balls in the West Indies Academy's innings of 213 all out of 46.1 overs.
Well, the emerging players, they have Kenny Benjamin, the former West Indies fast bowler, working with them. So you really expect high-class stuff from the bowlers because he's a guy who knows his trade, knows his craft, takes time to understand players' capacity, strengths, and weaknesses.
Short ball punched away to the mid wicket area, down to the boundary for 4. Loose delivery here, and if you're going to bowl, if you're going to almost halfway the pitch, and McCaskey just stood up, really almost like,
He just rolled his wrist over it and helped it to the boundary.
Meantime, the score goes up to 28 without loss, and McCaskey goes to 19. Craig Bradford is on 9. The target is 214 for victory. That's what Barbados would need in their first encounter. Pitched up, driven again. Can't score. There's always this lovely sound, especially when you're balanced as a batter that you hear come off and you know once you find
When
the
you're
gap.
middling.
Yeah, it's going to be curtains. 28 without loss. Into over number 6.
It was in the 6th over that the emerging cricketers, emerging players, emerging academy lost their first wicket. And the score was only 7. So the Barbadians doing pretty well comparatively. 28 without loss, and we are just about to witness the final delivery of over number 6. So they would be ahead significantly in terms of runs at this stage. They have not lost a wicket.
Mark had to abort his run there. Reading was just not right. You've been taught by your coach that your strike pattern has to be consistent. He's talking to himself. He moves away nicely. Arms pumping. Pitched up, driven on drive. Misfield there by the fielder. They get an easy single. This level you're gonna cut that off. It should not good at all there. So the end of over number 6. Barbados are 29 without loss. 29 without loss. And remember that if you just joined us, the West Indies Academy will bowl out for 213 Barbados Friday. Barbados pride in reply. They are 29 without loss, 213 all out of 46.1 overs, and say good afternoon to Denmore, the end of over number 6.
Yes, and over number 6, a very positive start for the Barbados team in reply to the 213 runs made by the West Indies Academy. The Barbadian batsmen, they've come out, they've looked positive, they've gotten some loose stuff from the opening bowlers for the West Indies Academy, and they've been able to put them away. So they're going about their business very, very, very easily so far. Nothing really that has been of real concern for the Barbados team so far.
But Joshua Bishop certainly Denmore didn't start well, and so straight away Naim Young has gone for Ashman Ned to maybe just get some wickets. They need wickets if they want to be in this game. They have to get wickets.
Naim Young cannot just sit back and allow things to happen. He has to make things happen out there if he's going to stand a chance, because you tend to think that if the West Indies Academy they have any chance of winning this game, they're going to need wickets. They're going to need to bowl out the Barbados team. So again, good thinking, I think, on his part.
Ned from the CION is going to bowl to McCaskey, and straight away he's bang on target. He's a very difficult proposition. He bowls between wicket and wicket, so you got to keep your eyes on him. It started with a slip, a backward point to cover. Mid on, mid off, long on. And they have a feeler on the 45 and a deep backward square. You know, I'd still like to see that deep backward square. Denmore go a little bit to his left.
Certainly.
That one.
But
Sorry, Denmore.
Yeah, but Ned has started steadily, and immediately he has dried up the runs and put a little bit of the pressure back on McCaskey.
Again, flatter, faster delivery, turning McCaskey around, almost spinning him around in a square position. And this is something that Joshua Bishop didn't do well. He sort of bowl a lot more wider. Ned is a different left-arm spinner bowler, wicket and wicket, bang on target
and
again.
He's not allowing McCaskey to free his arms. And that is what McCaskey loves. He loves those deliveries that are outside of his body, that he's able to free his arms. And so this over has been a much better over, tighter over, not giving McCaskey any of those freedoms.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Good flight, good control. So Ned starts with a maiden. And he has answered. The end of 7:29 without loss. Barbados Pride in reply to the West Indies Academy of 213 all out.
Just what his captain would have wanted from Ned. Coming in, applying the pressure, keeping it tight, not giving away anything, and to start with the maiden is even better. He would have, not allowed McCaskey to free his arms, as I said. And if you saw the last delivery, McCaskey decided he's going to come out of his crease, trying to use his feet to try and get closer to those deliveries for Ned. But Ned was equal to the task. So again, that is good bowling from Ned and good cricket all around.
So, set as indicated, we have had the first maiden of the day's play. Don't know if we will mean anything at the end of the game. I think, to be honest, they need wickets. Really?
They do need wickets. They do need to get inroads. They need to dismiss quite a few of the Barbadian batsmen.
Naim Young from the media centre to Brathwaite. Down the onside, he just works it into the leg side area. Sort of fell away in bowling that one. And it was just more or less outside the line. Brathwaite just picking up an easy single. He goes to 10.
That's meat and drink for Brathwaite there. Those deliveries are right in his area. Those areas that he likes the ball that's coming into his pad that he can undrive. What I would advise Naim Young to do is to bowl Brathwaite more outside the line of the off stump, because when he gets those deliveries outside the line of his off stump, he doesn't play them as well, and he doesn't drive as well through the offside as he does on the onside.
Here is McCaskey driving, can't beat the fielder at cover. 30 without loss. Barbados Pride. In reply to the West Indies Academy total of 213 all out. Cardinals seem to have been bowled out. 46.1 overs. Young from the media centre and here at Coolidge Cricket Ground to McCaskey, who's on 20. Ken bang on target, slow delivery. Young is somebody who Denmore is going to bowl a lot of slow cutters, especially off cutters. So he's going to vary his pace here.
He's going to have to pull out his full bag of tricks if he's going to be able to deceive these Barbadian batsmen and get some wickets.
Gets his rhythm going, gets moving down the onside, and the signal wide.
You can see what he's trying to do. You can see that he's trying to unsettle the Barbadian batsman. He's trying to fire some into the pads, put some outside the off stump, use the off cutter. He's thinking as he goes along. He just has to make sure he understands that he has to get his line right. He also has to make sure that he doesn't give away too many extras in trying things.
Young to McCaskey driving down the ground for runs.
Overpitched and get the treatment that he deserves. It was right up to the right-handed McCaskey. Didn't have to do much, just to lean down on that one, and he really pressed it hard into the boundary.
I think if he's going to bowl that line, then the mid-off needs to be straighter.
Certainly.
Because he's already had the extra cover there, so he needs to bring the mid-off straight. In fact, he's now doing that. But that's after the fact. The horse would have bolted already. 35 without loss. McCaskey's going in confidence. Short uppercut delivery. Punch down to wide third man into the boundary for 4.
2 poor deliveries in a row from Naeem Young. One he took right up to the right-handed batsman McCaskey and was driven. This one he banged it into the pitch. And McCaskey was happy because he got to free his arms outside of his body, and he used the uppercut stroke. He cut it high into the air, and that fielder who is down at that third man position tried his best but didn't stand a chance of getting anywhere close to that one. And 2 boundaries in a row.
Not a good start here for the skipper, and only his first over. It's gone for 10 already. That one came back a little bit. The end of over number 8. And Barbados are quietly going about their business in a clinical way. They are 39 without loss.
And 39 without loss at the end of over number 8 suggests that the Barbadians are in full control. They are scoring healthily. They are scoring at a rate of 4.88, well above the required run rate of 4.17. The 2 opening batsmen for the Pride, they look very, very comfortable at the crease. Craig Brathwaite playing more of a supporting role to the more aggressive McCaskey, who has really rushed on to 28. Craig Brathwaite there on 10 playing the supporting role. But this is good, where one batsman is going in terms of McCaskey, Craig Brathwaite just being solid at the other end, providing the support that he needs.
So Ned, who started with the maiden, the only maiden of the match so far, as compared to his captain Naeem Young, whose first over cost 10 runs, will continue from the CION. He goes past the umpires, in now to bowl to the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite, who gets a little tickle. He goes down into the fine leg boundary area, offline. And the experience of Craig Brathwaite, he was able to just get a leg glance onto that, and that raced away.
And this is the difference that we've seen with the Barbados Pride batsmen and the West Indies Academy. When those bad deliveries were bowled to the Academy players, they were still blocking them and stopping them. There you saw Craig Brathwaite just coming inside the line and just tickling it down to a fine leg and picked up a boundary very easily.
Another tickle onto the onside, getting an easy single into the vacant area. And the West Indies Academy, they've lost their energy. They need something to happen. 44 without loss. Brathwaite to 14. 28 to McCaskey. Ned bouncing around. Couldn't get the rhythm right there. They need wickets, and they need wickets in a hurry. Arm ball. Bang on target. And McCaskey's coming down nicely and defending. 44 without loss. A lovely afternoon here in Antigua and Barbuda. It's Independence Day. And the second game has already started between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Jamaica's Scorpions. Then we'll give us an update in terms of what is happening at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for that one.
Leeward Islands, they are 7 without loss in the third over. They are playing against Jamaica. Leeward Islands batting, they are 7 without loss in the third over.
Today is Food Fair Day at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's already a carnival-like atmosphere. And what would be beautiful if the Leewards can bring home a victory for Antigua and Barbuda and for their fans on Independence Day. Independence 41.
No doubt, the Antiguans, and I'm hoping that a lot of the folks take the opportunity to go into the stands up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and take in some of the cricket as well as well as the food fair. Make it a family experience where they can get a double take, food fair and cricket. So it should be an exciting times up at the stadium.
Ned completes his second over. His second over cost him 5. In the meantime, at the end of over number 9, Barbados go up to 44 without loss, coasting along quite easily here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies, and the Sydney United Super 50 Cup.
McCaskey is on 28, Brathwaite on 15, and they continue to go along very, very quietly for the Barbados Pride. In 9 overs, 44 runs, they're pretty comfortable, not trying to overextend, just trying to get to this total very, very, very in a very good manner.
Craig Brathwaite, neither forward nor back, but the most important thing is that he was playing with a nice straight bat to that Naeem Young delivery. And somebody has maybe said to Naeem Young, come on, you have to be able to pull something out of the bag. He's bustling away to Brathwaite down the onside. Could take by Julian, but it's wide. Don't need to try anything. He just needs to settle and attack the stumps.
Every time he tries something, he tends to push it down the leg side. So he's going to have to correct that. He's going to have to probably look to start that ball a little bit wider outside the line of the off. He's looking for swing. You could see that he's searching for the ball to swing. But what he's doing, instead of allowing the ball to swing, he's sort of pushing his action. So he's pushing the ball down the leg side.
Short delivery. Lucky to get away with that one. Short and wide. Brathwaite's eyes opened up when he saw that.
That's meat and drink for Brathwaite. I'm surprised that he didn't put that away, because he normally puts those away, especially short, wide deliveries outside the line of the off stump. He very good at cutting those deliveries. This time, cutting it straight to the fielder. I thought that he got carried away because he saw it early. His eyes lit up, but he just didn't execute as he should.
Naeem Young to Brathwaite. Pitched up. That was bang on target. This time he got a bigger stride out to that delivery. Respecting it.
What was interesting, especially in the innings of the West Indies Academy, is that they had 148 dot balls.
Yes.
They made 213 runs. So if even half of those 148 dot balls they had scored a run off of, you see how different the score would have looked in terms of their total today. So that's an area that they're going to have to fix. Too many dot balls.
Here is Teddy Bishop, not lackadaisical there. He's got to do a lot more better if you're inside that circle there. He's got to be able to cut that one off and just give Brathwaite an easy single. In the meantime, the score goes up to 46 without loss. So Bishop, Simmons, Wickham, Young all got starts Denmore.
Yes.
They have to understand is somebody has to bat as deep as possible. Somebody has to get a big score, has to make 100, 120, 125, 130. Here's a delivery pitched up. Nice slow delivery. And McCaskey trying to... It was so wide. And he had no pace on it. He was through the shot even before the delivery.
Took a lot of pace off of that delivery. McCaskey was looking to launch him somewhere over the long off region. Didn't wait long enough because the ball took quite a while to get to him. And he was beaten by the slowness. But you are correct. Somebody like Simmons or Wickham needed to go on for the West Indies Academy.
Short delivery that rushed McCaskey. And he was truly shot a little bit too early. In the end, he got a single. And over number 10 is completed. The score goes up to 47. 47 without loss. Seth, if you completed your lunch, I can get one more. Take your time, Seth. Don't stress. Take your time. 47 without loss.
Yep, they just motoring along, just going at a normal rate. Not much required. It's a small total that was put on the board by the West Indies Academy, and the Barbados Pride team thinks that if they just go along at less than a run a ball, they would get home easily. So they're just continuing to bat and bat well. We haven't seen anything that has alarmed us so far in this innings in terms of any close calls or any real shouts for wicket. So the Barbados Pride, they're very, very comfortable.
Ned starts his third over, not for 5. Flatter, faster delivery. Played onto the offside. They can't score, and the score remains on 47 without loss. If anyone is in the ground and following our commentary, we can just alert the scores on the manual scoreboard that 10 overs have been bowled already. Sun beating down here. Here is Ned. Good look of flight, good control.
He has looked good since he's come into the attack. He's looked as if he's understanding what he's doing. He knows what his role is, and he's trying to do it for his captain.
Well, you would have seen the West Indies leg spinner in Jamal Warrican complete his job.
And it's the same type of job that Jamal Warrican had for the Barbados Pride, is that he came in and his job was to contain, not to give away runs, just to keep the batsmen honest, and he did a good job. I think his 10 overs went for 39 runs, if my memory serves me right. I'm just going to check it check it, but
maybe less than
Warrican, 36 runs for his 10 overs. So he came and did the job that his captain wanted him to do, just to contain, to make sure that things go well.
Easy single on the offside. Takes the score up to 48 without loss. And the West Indies Test captain, who's warming up for the Australia tour, he now comes into strike. Ashwin Ned bowls the delivery, flatter, faster, and Brathwaite just more or less just defending, not trying anything too much. Here goes Ned from the CIUN in now to both the Brathwaite. Brathwaite just got to come quietly forward. Just for a moment he thought he's gone through. 11 overs completed here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It is 48 without loss. Then more comments from you, and then it will be the voice of Seth Burton from the mayor from Liberta.
Steady start for the Barbados Pride. Zachary McCaskey is a right-hand batsman. 36 deliveries for his 30 runs so far. Craig Brathwaite more slowly. He's had 16 runs from 30 deliveries. Just 2 fours for Brathwaite, 5 fours already for McCaskey. They are going in search of 214 that they require for victory. 48 without loss at the end of over number 11. This would be considered as them being very comfortable.
Well, certainly Denmore being comfortable. They can be relaxed. They're not looking as though they are anxious to get on with it. They just want it to be done in that clinical, professional manner. However, we would be reminded that the emerging players had a solid platform and then they lost wicket in clusters. So anything is possible. So Young may have the key. I'm not sure if he does. That one was, took the pad and was going further down the leg side. Let's look at the context of this then more. The emerging players after 10, they were 49 for 1. After 11, the Barbados Pride 48 without loss. It's a more seasoned team, a team with a greater depth and breadth of batting. They have already done their job in bowling.
And the difference is that the Barbados Pride batsmen would have been there, done that. They would have had the experience of
That's right,
over
as a
time,
team.
over time, and as a team, you know, working at the scores and understanding the approach of how do you approach certain scores and how do you go about doing it. And so far, they're showing the experience that they would have gained over the years. The emerging players had partnerships, they had starts, but it just didn't finish. And this is where I think that the objective of them being here is for them to learn from these type of situations, where we can see what would be interesting for me or important for me is the progress, to see how they progress from match to match, to see if they would have looked at the way they did things and improved, what changes they would make, what would they want to do differently, whether or not they're listening to their coaches, and those kind of things. Those are the kind of progression and little details that I think that I would be looking for.
Lovely shot, piercing the cover feelers, but being chased out towards the extra cover boundary. So the 50 comes up, and the 50 comes up in over number 12. So Barbados reaching that landmark with their pride intact, Denmore.
Yep, their pride fully intact, unblemished. This has been an easier 50 partnership as I've seen. No real scare, no real chance given to the West Indies Academy at all in that 50 partnership.
This one is hoiked nicely out towards extra cover, 6 runs. Clean hit.
He saw that one from the time it left Naeem Young's hand, because Young didn't disguise that one very well. It's actually his action slowed down and McCaskey was waiting for it, and he just followed through with a good swing of the bat, made good contact, good timing, got himself 6 runs. Very, very,
very well
shot.
McCaskey really distinguishing himself here in this partnership. The partnership worth 56 and he has 38. 16 to Craig Brathwaite, and after 12 it is 56 without loss Denmore.
Yeah, they're doing well, and just the way that last delivery was played shows that the Barbados Pride batsmen are in supreme form. They're very confident. They have not been bothered by the quality of bowling so far from the West Indies Academy, and they continue to go about their business in a very, very, very meticulous way.
Fielder coming off the cover boundary, only a single. You spoke earlier about the development aspect. One is a team that would be looking to take a championship in the case of Barbados. I'm not saying that the academy would not be looking to take the championship, but progress and performance may be measured differently. Some in blocks, measures of improvement. Have you met the required KPIs? Are you up to it? Beautiful delivery from Ashmead net. That one dropped, it spun and bounced, and it had McCaskey beaten all over. So those will be measured, and performances in increments. However, with a team like the Pride, they will be looking seriously at championship honors. That's more than bragging rights, that's results. So they will be fully, results oriented in terms of the outcome of the series or the outcome of the championship.
And the Barbados Pride, they do not seem to be taking the West Indies Academy lightly. They're not underestimating them in any way, and they're making sure that they approach them as if they were a top team. So we see the Barbados Pride, they bowl well, and now they're batting equally well.
Craig Brathwaite glances this one. Good bit of feeling that backward of square on the onside. But they're not running away with it at all. I remember at one point Vernon was saying maybe they would try to finish it in 35 overs. But the emerging players are showing that they have the capacity to at least halt the train if they're not getting wickets. Naeem Young, the captain, has been a bit expensive by his standards. Ned has been rather economical.
Yeah, he's bowled well since he's come on. Ned understands his role and has done it very well for his captain.
Bright prospect for the future. At the end of 13:59 without loss, Brathwaite on 18, McCaskey on 39. And as we speak, we also spoke about his batting early. He didn't have the opportunity of facing that many deliveries. But from the time he came to the crease, somehow he looked a little cut with the bat in his hand and a few of the other guys who preceded him. And I think he is a good find, a good all-rounder to work with. And I see Joshua James, the big guy, is getting ready to come in with over number 14.
And we have seen the prowess of Daim Young. We've seen him in action at the under 19s. I remember him as well. What was that team called? It was a similar team to this one, a young team that did so well in winning a competition as well. So he has been there, done that, and one that seems to have a very bright future ahead of him.
So Joshua James, his first delivery, a dot ball. So the opportunity is there with this setup, this developmental setup. Perhaps the possibility of expanding, but we were on to a discussion that I would just like to continue. The idea of the franchises playing a major role. This one is clipped off the pads. Will it beat? Will it go into the boundary? No. Good fielding. Running around deep. The back of the square boundary. 2 runs to Craig Brathwaite. He moves to 20-61 without loss. So the franchise is playing that role in terms of ensuring that they have their respective teams. Too many times it goes, okay, let's say in the case of the Leewards, that it is the Leeward Islands on the 19 and a quick competition. But in terms of the sustainability, the continued nurturing of players, that is an issue. Each territory, Barbados would have its on the 19 and a good bit of Barbados on the 19 players. Some from Trinidad would maybe in this team, some from the Windwards maybe in this team or in the West Indies on the 19. But when that World Cup or that tournament is over, what happens to the rest who did not make the 16 to tour? So therefore that role has to be with the franchises, and it should be part of their responsibilities.
And until we get a real franchise system, because one of the things that has happened in the franchise system is that all the nations have picked their own players.
That's right.
And we really do not have a true mix-up as we need to in the Caribbean. What needs to happen is that we need to have the best players playing our best competition. So we need to have to make sure that not just the best players who are in the Leeward Islands, but the best players who are available in the West Indies are playing for each team. So if the best player that is available comes from Guyana and can't get into a Guyana team but is better than somebody that's playing in the Leeward Islands, we need to get them into the system. And the franchise system has to work in that way. If it doesn't work, if it continues to work the way that we have it now, that we only pick the people that we want because of where they're coming from, then we're never going to really get it right. And so we have to change the mindset and maybe change the management of some of these franchises. So we need to get different people. Maybe the franchise leader for Leeward Islands does not need to be a Leeward Islands person.
So 3 runs off Joshua James's first over. Over number 14 has been completed. 64 without loss. Barbados Pride still going at a rate of just over 4.43 runs per over, requiring 4.22. That's a point, because when the system started, particularly for the 4, there were a few notable exceptions. The Leewards did have a couple of players, mainly from Trinidad and Tobago earlier You had Hussein. You also had Cooper at one
And
time.
I don't think that we were patient enough.
Also had the wicket keeper from Trinidad and Tobago.
Ramden, I think, at one time.
Not Ramden. I would get back to that. Barbados also had Hayden Walsh Jr. for quite some time in the developmental stage.
You remember Devon Thomas going over to Jamaica?
That is right. And also you had even that young Spencer, fast bowler,
Yes.
attached to Guyana from Antigua, from the Leewards, even though he didn't get to play. Steered out towards point, a single to Craig Brathwaite. But part of that also is that some franchises tend to select players to bowl to them who they may have difficulty against, the like or the anti player. For instance, a Hayden Walsh Jr. may have strengthened the capacity to play the leg spin bowling, but not given the opportunity as much to play. Spencer would have been ideal to bowl to the Guyana batters, moving the ball across, but not being given one playing opportunity. So the players are being used to harness or to develop the skill more than playing opportunities. Those are some of the issues.
And that is why I keep saying that it needs to be more than a token selection.
This one played over the top, away from the fielder, running out towards the wide, long off boundary, and 2 runs to McCaskey. He goes.
Because if the system requires that there is an under 19 player component in your, if it's just there for the sake of saying that I have an under 19, and it doesn't require that the under 19 player plays or gets an opportunity to play. It should be that if you have 8 games in the season, the under 19 player must play in at least 2 or 3. If you're really going to have a change in terms of the system working. If it is just that you have an under 19 player and I can just have them on my roster to fulfill the requirement, but I don't need to do anything to them, I don't need to play them, I just put them up in a house, have them somewhere, use them as a net bowler, then we are not necessarily changing the system or getting any better. What needs to happen is that if we have these young players as a part of the franchise system, we need to find a way that they play. We need to find a way that they are incorporated in the whole aspect of the cricket. If that doesn't happen, then we are wasting time.
Missing the mark. So food for thought. Also, the promotion of the game ought to also be, in the meantime, be looked at similarly. Bringing not just corporate interest, but also back the spectators' interest. That is lacking.
You look at somebody like a Ned who was in the Leeward Islands setup, and if you watch how he's bowling here, nice action, able to contain. You can clearly see that he understands what he's doing, but yet still he's out of contract. He doesn't have a contract with the Leeward Islands anymore. And who do we replace him with? Is it that the person that has replaced him is much better? But it's a good shot. They're going to get 3 runs here for the Barbados Pride team. Just McCaskey
and these are
again.
questions to be asked. These are questions to be asked. Pertinent questions. 15 overs have been completed. Perhaps a good time to continue that conversation. Barbados, 68 without loss. Remember, the magic figure is 214, with the 15 overs being completed here. 22 of the 68 runs going to Craig Brathwaite, and 44 to Zachary McCaskey. He looks good and should be building on his innings.
And with Shea Hope, Jonathan Carter, Ruston Chase, Akeem Jordan, Nicholas Curtin, Javid Leacock, lots of batting still to come for the Barbados Pride team. So they're comfortable at this stage. 68 without loss, going along very quietly after 15 overs. No real danger has happened so far. Nothing to worry about. We haven't seen any chances per se given in the opening stance here for the Barbados Pride. Craig Brathwaite doing his job of the support role, allowing Zachary McCaskey to be able to play his free game, and that is a good way to approach a partnership.
Joshua James coming in, his second over. The discipline in terms of the bowling for the emerging players has been good. While the discipline has been good, it has not been quite penetrative. Can't really fault them for the line and the length, but penetration, I think, has been lacking. The earlier threat of Ned and also of Clark would have abated. Coming forward on this occasion, Craig Brackett is in trouble and he's run out. He's run out. Hits the ground. What an error. McCaskey came forward and about 3 players moving quickly towards the ball. Brathwaite was almost in the crease of McCaskey. He was attempting to get back. The return came back to Joshua James, and even by this route, it is a good wicket for the emerging players.
Yes, I was just saying that the Barbados Pride batsmen have not given them any chances. They've not played a false stroke. They've not had any edges or anything that would have gone to hand and gone down. And it would take something like this, like a run out, to change the fortunes. There we see a rare situation where Craig Brathwaite had a lapse in the concentration. The run was not on, and I don't know what where he was going, where he was trying, what he was trying to achieve there. Got himself run out. But this could be a good breakthrough for the West Indies Academy, and they would hope that with the new batsman coming out in Jonathan Carter, that they can dislodge him or get bring 2, so that they can get back into this game.
Yes, Craig Brathwaite, his 22 coming from 40 deliveries, and he had 2 fours in his 59 minutes at the crease. So a wicket comes at a time that the emerging players will be quite happy. Sunshine is really brilliant here at the CCG. The West Indies emerging players, they were sent in this morning by the Barbados Pride after Shea Hope won the toss. They only scored 213. Oh, a good delivery from Joshua James. Started well outside the off stump and it came back, and it had McCaskey already playing away from his body, and Joshua James perhaps been lifted by that run out. His team also would have had some measure of comfort from that, at least giving them a semblance of hope. This time the ball is worked down to fine leg. Another single. It's quite a slow-paced game, Denmore. It's not really the sort of exciting, swashbuckling approach to the game. The emerging players had their moments when they batted. They had moments of brilliance with the bat. But then, at least on 3 occasions, those were short-lived.
Yeah, those were short-lived. They had good partnerships. They had a partnership of 71. They also had one of 77. And in those moments, they were going well. They sort of lost their way towards the end, though, and that in itself caused them not to have a bigger total. What I think was also instrumental is the number of dot balls. They had 148 dot balls in their innings, and that itself was far too many.
That's more than half of the balls that they face. Definitely. Because the 148 would have almost been half of the entire quota of 50 overs. So that is something, and we were commenting on that they only had brief moments of running quick singles. At times, in rotating the strike, we didn't see the soft hands being applied. We saw some blocking. So that is something that perhaps Kohli and his staff would like to work on with these youngsters. I think they are in a better position than the seniors to learn now that this is a critical part of the game.
And even in the Barbados Pride's response, they've already had 16 so far. So it is a situation in the Caribbean that we've seen a lot of dot balls being soaked up, we have to find a way to score for many more of these deliveries. We have to find a way to push these deliveries because these days in one day internationals, 300 is par. We are seeing now that if you're not making 320, 330, with the advent of T20 cricket, where people have, or cricketers are accustomed to really go hard at it for shorter period of time. Now it has raised the par score, whereas before 270, 280 was acceptable in ODI. Right now 320, 330 are still being chased down. We've seen teams make those scores over 300. I remember even recently the West Indies made scores of over 300 and lost in their ODIs. So and one of the reasons is because we've soaked up so many dot balls, or we've had so many dot balls. We need to find ways, because I was making the point earlier that if the West Indies Academy had scored off of even half of those 148 dot balls that they faced, they
could have been close to 300.
275, closer to 300.
So, Ned resuming, and you're so right, then, boy. You score off half of those.
Yeah,
it's a different complexion.
It is a different complexion.
And I was making a point comparing Glenn Phillips and Kane Williamson batting for New Zealand as more senior players, and how they go about having these singles run. The attitude, that was the attitude of the West Indies players of the past. You are on the go playing a shot and looking to run. You're on the go, you're at the non-striker's end, your bat is grounded, but you're already off your mark looking for a single.
You have to stay into the game set. You have to stay in concentration. You have to always be concentrating and be aware of what is happening around you and what is happening in the game. Know what is required of you. Understand your role. Understand what is it that you're supposed to do when you're at the non-strikers end. When you are, or when you're off strike, a lot of times, a lot of our batsmen switch off when they're not on strike. But you also want to stay switched on when you are not on strike, because it is going to be important, your reaction in terms of how you get those ones, how you get those twos, how you get those singles. What do you need to do?
So 70 for 1. Zakari McKeskey's on 46. He would really be happy to go further. Jonathan Carter is yet to get off the mark. Carter has been around for a little while. He has had his look in at the white ball level for the West Indies.
Now, if you look at just that shot, instead of working it so hard into that mid-wicket region where you don't get a run, if you just played it with a little bit of softer hands, the ball rolls slower in between those two fielders, it creates the possibility of him getting a single. These are the little things, and you would think that somebody like a Jonathan Carter, who has been there, done that, been around you understand, been around the cricket for a while, we should see him being able to manipulate the field a lot better. But we still see him like we've seen with that last shot, just hitting the ball crisply straight to a fielder. Looks like a good shot, but doesn't score any runs for your team. So these are the things that they have to sort of change and do better if we are going to see any improvement taking place.
After 17, 70 for 1. And they need another 144 runs, Barbados Pride, to beat the emerging players. If there were one credit, apart from the bowling of some of the players, one credit I would have given the West Indies batting team in the T20 World Cup, and don't hit me too hard for that, there was some improvement in terms of the intent of running between the wickets. There was a reduction in dot balls. Here is Joshua James Oh, brilliant flowing shot to bring up the 50 for Zachary McCaskey. He just went back and he punched that one through backward of point for 4. A lovely 50 for him. His 50 coming off 58 deliveries, 6 fours and a 6. Quite an impressive knock.
Just over an hour at the crease for Zachary McCaskey, and he has looked good. He has been allowed to play positively. He's allowed to be free flowing because he had good support by Craig Bradford at the other end before he got himself run out. So he has been able to play his natural game, and he has put away most of the bad balls that he has faced.
James is back to him and he drives through the bowler's legs. Good backup work on the part of the fielder coming in from wide mid-off. So, any update then more from Saviv Cricket Grounds?
I'll give you an update in about 30
Flash.
seconds or so.
It would be with the Independence crowd up there, the anticipated crowd that we usually have at Food Fair, whether there's cricket or not. Those stands are usually filled with people dining and enjoying their meal. It would offer for a good game because that would inspire others to watch. We remember when we had the T20 Women's World Cup here, that Food Fair game between the West Indies and India really sparked crowd attendance thereafter.
It did spark crowd attendance.
You know.
And Lillyword Islands, when we last heard, they are 66 for 1 in over number 15. Devon Thomas on 36 and Casey Carty on 1.
So we're speaking about Casey Carty having scored 100. He's a part of the West Indies ODI team.
Ross Powell, the batsman, out for 27 of 35 deliveries, and he had 2 fours.
So
in
did
his
Devon
innings.
or Carty open the batting?
Devon Thomas and Ross Powell opening the
Devon
batting.
Thomas,
He's not out on 36 or 44 deliveries.
part of the West Indies team, and that's a matter that we looked at in the test series against Bangladesh. Question why he was not included in the test side, even batting at number 3.
And he's-
Joshua gets his man. No. Wow.
That one looked as if he had chopped it on to
Yes, he
stumps.
well, Jonathan Carter was firstly in no man's land. He was trying to play a slow delivery going away from him, and he got it on the inside edge, and the ball just got over the stumps. But back to the Devon Thomas situation. Can bat anywhere in the team. Oh, another chance, and now he's bowled. The first opportunity, he didn't chop it on as we thought, and now he chops it on. What a thing for Jonathan Carter.
Same delivery, same shot. Carter didn't learn anything from the first one. The ball chopped and bounced over the stumps the first time. Gets a similar delivery. Ball that is wide of his off stump, going away from him and not moving his feet, just
Lounging
reaching the back
across
and just
lazily.
chopping it. And this time the ball coming back onto his pads and onto the stumps, and almost as if he wanted to get out Jonathan Carter. Poor stroke, poor delivery, poor way to get out. And Barbados Pride losing their second wicket. They're now 75 for 2. Carter goes without scoring.
That hurts the Pride. Even the manner in which he was dismissed. He had the first look in, it was poor, it was lazy, it was just lounging across, barely missed the top of the stump. And on this occasion, almost identically, except that the ball did hit the stumps. Ruston Chase walks out. Shea Hope, no Shea Hope as yet. Perhaps Shea Hope is waiting and waiting to emerge. He is the champion West Indies ODI batsman of the current generation, but he allows Chase to come. But I was speaking now, just to shift gear, about the Devon Thomas situation. He would have been one of your most consistent batters in the regional 4-day competition. And if you were to go back the last 5-6 years, perhaps the most consistent in run scoring of the batters.
Yes,
Those
and he needs an
and
opportunity. I think he needs an opportunity.
As a backup wicket keeper, when
Yeah.
that's not the case, because on batting, the number 3 position, if needs be, he can fill that position. But food for thought for Desmond Haynes and his men. We are not looking at Antigua or Leeward Island selection. We're looking at West Indies selection, players that would take the West Indies to a higher level and not country picks. So Ruston Chase, who is a happy man, happy to be back in the West Indies colors. I thought that he should have been, after last year being the MVP of the T20, the CPL, that he was given barely a short-lived opportunity there. There is where I thought he ought to have gotten that opportunity on his MVP. But now he comes back into the setup in the team for Australia. It would be interesting to see how he has the capacity. No one can doubt his capacity.
I think the issue is that he's not been given a run.
Right,
he needs to be given a run.
He was.
He's given a match here or there, a here or two.
He was the
and
MVP
it's
of
always
the EPL, and he went into that setup, and then he was not a first choice in the team.
And it's always he always seems to be under the microscope. That if he goes out there and he doesn't perform immediately, then he is not sure of his selection the next time and that kind of thing.
And I don't know him personally, Ruston Chase, but temperamentally, I like his balance. I like his all-round ability. I like his commitment, his athleticism. There may be issues about his current form, because we were talking about last year now. There may be issues about him being the one chosen for Australia, but you know, in terms of him as a person, as a personality of what you're seeing, yes, there may have been decline because he started off well.
And a lot of the time it comes back to confidence in terms of if you're not playing me or you're not putting me in a team, then I can lose my confidence.
That's right. And you don't know what to do and when and how.
You understand? And it plays on your mind when you're thinking, you know, what am I going to be dropped the next match?
That's right.
Is my place in jeopardy? You know,
what do I do
now?
They
have confidence in me? What do I do now? Mm-hmm. So at the end of the day, it comes back to what I'm saying. These players need to have a little bit of an assurance that, you know what,
you're part
of this. We believe in you. Whether or not, you know, you do well in this game, it is not about this game. It is about our overall confidence in you, etc.
So Ned feels to his own bowling. Then Mo will pick up the slack after we get to the 20th over. 75 for 2. 75 for 2. Just like to say good afternoon to all those of you where you're listening. Perhaps it may be primarily from Barbados and other places, knowing that Barbados is playing here. Lovely shot. This guy, it's the first I'm seeing him. Zachary McCuskey. But he's given me a good feeling. He has a touch of class, then more.
Yes, he's playing really well in this innings so far. He's been confident from the start, and like I've said before, any bad delivery that he has received, he has been able to put them away. And we've seen him hit the ball in the air just once, but at that time he was going for it. He was trying to hit it for 6. So it wasn't a situation that you know, he was hitting the ball in the air. He really tried to he really hit that one for 6. But he's been very, very good with the bad deliveries, and he's hit them well, and he's found the gaps and has batted well so far for his 55 runs.
The only time you see he was rushed was one from Clark. That really was a special bouncing delivery. This time he defends well against Ned. So McCuskey has been the principal scorer in this 79 for 2 for the Pride. 55 from 64 delivery, 7 4s and a 6. Started the batting with Craig Brathwaite, who was run out between a good throw from Anderson to Joshua James, and then Joshua James. Oh, lovely shot down the ground. It will not go to the boundary. Held up quite a bit, but the intent was good. Played it with a cocked arm. Nice top hand stroke, getting a single. McCuskey moves to 56.
Played it straight and was trying to go straight. Didn't time it as well as he wanted to, but he was deliberately hitting it straight back over the top of Ned, looking to hit that straight boundary. And again, it wasn't a shot of high risk because he was hitting it deliberately over the top of the bowler and in between the fielders.
Chase faces his first delivery, gets an edge. The ball goes down to fine leg, into the boundary for 4, and Ned is not pleased. He thought he had an opportunity there, but that was well tickled, you would say, by Ruston Chase to get off the mark.
And that's what they say happens with the good players, is that you bowl a good delivery and they still find a way to score off of it. In that occasion, Ned thought that he might have had Chase in some trouble, and Chase just found a way at that last minute to get some bat onto it and get it past wicketkeeper Julian.
Chase on this occasion stabs it out. When Chase started, he did come in as a batter and batted well, started out his career scoring well. Then that
and I still think that he's mostly a batter that can spin the ball. I heard the selectors saying that he's been picked as an all-rounder. I think that he's more of a batsman can spin, that provides some support spin. Really, really and truly. So he needs to get back to, hey, I am a batsman, and work back on his batting. Get back to when he was doing well with the bat, when he was making centuries, when he was really being effective. And he needs to think back as to what he was doing right at that time and get back to those things there.
McCaskey pulls this one back with a square. They're coming back for the second, and they will get the second run comfortably. Score pushes up to 86 for 2. McCaskey to 58 if we were to do a comparison. In fact, the West Indies emerging players lost their second wicket when they were actually 84. That was from 17.4 overs. And from 19.1, Barbados 86 for 2.
If you were going from pure statistics, the West Indies emerging players would have been in front comfortably. But we saw what happened with the West Indies emerging players, especially with their middle order, where their middle order literally crumbled. They lost 4 wickets for about 12 runs in a little spell when, they really lost their way.
Down the ground, 1, 2, 3, bounces into the boundary. McCaskey, he keeps really piling on the pressure on the emerging players here. He moves to 62. Barbados Pride 90 for 2. 90 for 2. He has been solid. He has been solid in attack and solid in defense. Rather decisive in his approach. But there is quality still in the West Indies, and we have seen some of it. We have seen some from Wickham. We have seen some from Simmons, Keegan Simmons. Oh, this time another one. This time it makes one bounce into the boundary, and he's definitely playing with intent here, going down the ground, going over the top, and unless there would have been a long off, it would have definitely been what it resulted in, a boundary. A positive shot, no change to the field, still the third man, the fine leg, and the mid wicket on the boundary. Joshua James to McCaskey. McCaskey plays it to extra cover. He remains on 66. And perhaps the signal has been given. It's time to get on with it, gentlemen.
Maybe not even that. Those 2 deliveries were right up in his arc, were right up to him. And with the fielders at mid-off and mid-on inside the circle, he had the license to hit over the top, and he was following through with those stroke, and they were not dangerous shots.
Down the leg side, good tumbling save by Leonardo Julian. He has been doing a terrific job behind the stumps. Wide signal by the umpire. Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainty. But I think on the downside, as we spoke, was not only that the emerging cricketers crumbled towards the end in terms of not building on the solid platform, but also that extra overs, the extra 5 overs, or 3.5 overs, made a difference. This one is played in the air, but against the wind, he would not have gotten the result that he was looking for. He was hoping that he could have carted that one over the mid-wicket boundary, but he's hitting against the wind. The ball held up a bit in the air. The fielder running around had no chance, but was able to save what could have been a boundary. And McCaskey really is on the upbeat. 68 from 70 deliveries, 9 fours and a 6.
97 for 2. The Barbados Pride and McCaskey going on to 68 and looking to just be positive, continue to looking to move the scoreboard along.
Scored 70% of the run so far. This is a bounce. He pulls that one on the bounce out towards the fielder on the backward square boundary. He gets a single. Moves to 69. It's 98 for 2. He's brimming with confidence. He will retain the strike. Waston Chase will have an opportunity to bat comfortably and keep his team in a good position.
Chase just facing 2 deliveries so far in his innings, scoring 4 runs. Just that tickle down to fine leg that would have given him his first scoring shot. The Leeward Islands, though, losing their way a little bit. They're now 74 for 3 of 18. Batsmen out: Ross Powell for 27, Casey Carty for 2, and Kareem Agor for 4. So Devon Thomas and Jamal Hamilton at the crease. Thomas on 38 and Hamilton on 1. Raheem Cornwall, Terrence Ward, Colin Archibald, Jeremiah Louis, Hayden Walsh Jr. and Kofi James still yet to bat. For
Who are the wicket takers then, Mo?
I will tell you the wicket takers so far for the Jamaica team. It's Jamie Merchant. He has 1 wicket, and Odin Smith with 2 wickets.
Odin Smith coming back from the World Cup. Need to get his confidence together coming forward. On this occasion is McCaskey. Odin Smith, one of those players who can take a game away. Much would have been said about the West Indies selection in terms of both the T20 and the team for Australia.
What are your thoughts, Seth? There have been discussions since we've heard that Phil Simmons, the current West Indies coach, will be departing from the job after the Australia tour. What is your thought? There are some persons who have been suggesting that it's time for the West Indies to get separate coach for the different versions of the game. What's your thought on that?
I'll feed on it perhaps during this over. It's a little tight because it's the spinner. We have seen Warrican coming in for his first over. Good delivery from him. On that occasion, McCaskey was trying to play inside.
It's actually Wickham, not Warrican.
Sorry, Wickham.
Yes, Wickham.
What the Wicks and the Worry, but the cans. So Wickham, is he any relation to Peter Wickham?
Wonder. Why wonder?
Political scientist. This time he plays it nice. Oh, good bit of tumbling fielding. Did you pick up the player? Is it Anderson? And really stopping any opportunity. That is a worthwhile thought. In fact, I was asked this question, I believe.
It was actually Mackenzie who was doing the fielding there.
And I would give you my view on it. Coming forward, beaten, loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. Warrican just
thought he might have gotten a little bit of bat onto that one. Wickham got excited there.
2 good deliveries from him. Warrican didn't get any wicket in his bowl, none for 36. My thought would have been white ball coach and red ball coach. Dropped. Bad situation there in terms of Bishop. Bishop at first slip. Teddy Bishop had the opportunity, the ball going past the glove of Leonardo Julian, and he dropped it. It may well prove a crucial miss here for this emerging players team. 21 overs gone, then more. 98 for 2. still 116 runs behind, I would answer your question while you take over the broadcast. But my take, a white ball coach focuses on ODI
T20 and ODIs.
A red ball coach focuses on test match. Therefore, in that situation, you have all the focus to do. But I think, good to see Vernon Springer come back. I think it is beyond just a coach. I think it also has to do with also the selection process. So, since Vernon Springer has stepped in and will join you as you pick up, I would reserve my comments for later. But it's a whole restructuring, and it's a whole, I don't even want to say rebranding, but a whole reorientation of West Indies cricket that is needed.
And it's going to be James to continue. So far, he's had 4 overs for 23 runs, and he's had 1 wicket. He's in his 5th over, Joshua James. Very tall, rangy bowler. I think that he can bowl a little faster than he is currently. I think if he really puts those big shoulders to work, he'll be able to generate a little bit more pace. As he's, again, this delivery is driven back, well fielded by him. And the Leeward Islands, Springer, they're in a little bit of a spot of bother now. They're 76 for 4. Devon Thomas, the latest to go, for 38. So Raheem Cornwall and Jamal Hamilton are at the crease now for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. As James is right on target here to Ruston Chase. Ruston Chase, very tall batsman, right-handed batsman who's had some good scores in his career. Turning out today for the Barbados Pride team. Barbados Pride 98 for 2. Chase is on 4. McCaskey on 69. A 23-run partnership so far they've had. But Chase just finding it difficult to get going. He's trying to find his range, just trying to get himself set in. So far, he's faced some 6 deliveries, so he's not had a lot of deliveries for his 4 runs. McCaskey has had more of the deliveries, 77 for his 69 runs so far in his 86 minutes.
Bit of a collapse there for the Leeward Islands. Denmo?
Yes, it is. It is a bit of a collapse for the Leeward Islands. They had Ross Powell and Devon Thomas going pretty well at the top of the innings, but they've lost their way. Thomas, Powell, Carty, Kareem Agor, and now Jamal Hamilton has gone, so the Leeward Islands losing many wickets. They're now 76 for 5. Good bit of work this by the tumbling fielder for the West Indies Academy out at that mid-on position. That's Mackenzie, who we've seen do good work before, and he's doing it again there. Barbados Pride, they've inched on to 99 for 2 at the end of over number 22.
So 22 overs bowled, and I don't know Denmore, but you would have seen McCaskey the last tournament around here when we had the Super 50, a little flamboyant player, and he's now proving his worth. Originally we would have seen also Justin Graves, who's now contracted with the Windward Island Volcanoes and would have won the game yesterday for the Windward Island Volcanoes. So players getting an opportunity to move around, and as you rightly said, then more we need to rebrand or look at our franchise system. It's been in place now since 2014. By now taking out COVID, we have to start looking at different options.
Certainly. This is Wickham, who is continuing in his 2nd over.
Good control so far.
Yes,
Denmark.
good control so far. He's a very exciting bowler. In his first over, he's really animated with one delivery, thought that he had his man, and he was almost celebrating. But the umpire had other ideas, and I thought that the ball might have come off the bat into the pads. But Wickham seems to be a very energetic young cricketer.
Like his control. He's a tall guy, and he's got good rhythm.
He's in again, and again, Chase just trying to settle in. He's been there now for some 17 minutes, Ruston Chase. A flighted delivery, and Chase is driving, but again, can't beat the infield.
Could have done a lot better with that than more. That was almost like a full toss.
That's what happens when you're not as confident as you are. And if you watch Chase, his feet, he's more playing with the bat. His feet are not moving as freely as they ought to. If he's going to be successful, he's able to defend that last delivery. He remains on 5, and the total on 99 for 2 at the end of that Wickham over.
And in the context of the game, you can maybe afford at this point in time, because of McCaskey's rate that is going so far. The partnership is 24. At the same time, he himself would need some confidence, especially going into Australia. So that in itself is also going to be key.
Certainly. 2 maiden overs bowled by Wickham so far. 2 overs, 2 maidens.
Three maidens in so far.
Yes.
Ashmead Neder now.
Ashmead Neder now 2 by Wickham. So
What they need now is a couple another wickets so that they can maybe, if they can get McCaskey, they could maybe put some pressure.
Anderson is going to come in to bowl to McCaskey. He's driving hard, but right back to the bowler.
He almost looks like somebody who's just starting to learn how to bowl. Denmore. He comes in and then he stops, almost like a javelin sort of approach.
He's in, and this delivery is worked away. Anderson. So just a run for McCaskey. He goes on to 70.
But then let's look at this field.
That
please.
brings up the 100 for the Barbados Pride. The 100 for 2.
How you start bowling without a mid-wicket? Or short mid-wicket, as per se. I guess maybe they must have known that we were going to address that. So
They probably just knew noticed it, or just got a little word from maybe one of the coaches that you remember he's bowling off spin, and you have to have the mid-wicket in. It's a little bit of an inexperience coming on the part of probably the captain, just not having his angles right and his field placement correct. But Chase is able to get another run. He's on to 6, and the total on to 101 for 2, 101 for 2. Partnership 26 runs so far between Chase and McCaskey, and a slow delivery. You could almost hear McCaskey's brain working just now. He was thinking of hitting that one somewhere over the top, and then he decided against it. Just trying to step out of his crease and force the ball through the offside field. Just a hint of flight there from Anderson.
And it was a little slower.
Yes. Just trying to tempt McCaskey. Brings up the end of another over. Dot ball to end the over. 101 for 2 at the end of over number 24.
So the overs they get into the overs, the West Indies Academy. One thing you can say for sure, but when you look at to come for the Barbados team, not a lot of batting, to be honest with you. Denmore. We got Nicholas Curtin, Lee Cock. Yeah. When I say that, I'm talking about after the hope. Yeah. You know, and so it'd be very important to see if they can put some pressure on that team, driven down the ground.
Flowing drive by Chase. Chase almost batting as if he's trying to bat himself into form.
I even think with the positioning of the short extra cover, Denmore, he needs to go back because that was just too easy. You can't just have fielders in the circle. You have to put them in particular areas where they're going to save runs.
McCaskey missing out there on short of a length delivery, one that stood up. Thought that he might have paced the field with that one, but he only found the fielder on the edge of the circle. Slip is in. Again, good control from Wickham so far. He's just had one run off of his bowling and he's into his third over, the fourth delivery of his third over. Outside the line of the off stump, good judgment in the end by McCaskey. Just watching it into the gloves almost of wicketkeeper Julian.
I love the approach by Naeem Young to still keep Teddy Bishop at first slip.
Yes, still. And he has a man catching two at that short position. Here is McCaskey looking to launch at that one. Missed it. Ball into the gloves of Julian. But he was looking somewhere over that mid-wicket region. Was looking to slug sweep that one. Didn't make the contact that he wanted. Wickham is in. Flight in. And again, can't score. It's 1 run coming from the over. So Wickham continues to be very tight. He has had 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 run, no wicket. The score is 102 for 2 at the end of over number 25.
So the end of over number 25, and I'm very much impressed with Wickham's control and the lines that he's bowling. He seems to have got a plan, and he's consistent in his plan, and he's not afraid. He kind of sort of frustrated McCaskey there because he bowled a lot slower. And one thing that I find that when you bowl slow to McCaskey rather than putting pace on the ball, he tends to lose his shape a little bit.
Austin Chase faces up to Anderson. Gets a slow delivery that he just forces up on the inside for another run. At this stage, the West Indies Academy, they were 110. Because I remember the discussion we were talking about how much they were going to score. We were saying double the score and add 50. We came up with 270. And I still think that should have been about the total that they should have made, around the 270 mark. 213 that they eventually made, I think, is well below par, well below what was expected, well below what they should have done.
If you take half of the dot balls percentage, then more, they were 148 dot balls. Even if you get another 70 singles out of that, then more, they would have been comfortable.
And that's what we were saying. They would have been 283, and would have been in a much better place than they are today. And one of the things that I am thinking, Springer, is that we have to, from this stage, we have to look to cut that out. We have to, when I say cut it out, find a way to not have so many dot balls being bowled in these innings by the West Indies emerging players. We have to find a way. Maybe this is where we need to have a sustained effort of teaching how to accumulate singles and runs and get some sort of specialist in, or somebody in that can really help these youngsters.
It's the mindset
that part of the game.
The urgency of the running is what is needed then more. You see a lot of times guys hit the ball out the long on and they jog a single or they walk a single. When you're playing against Australia and the other teams then more, they're thinking about 2. You know, like West Indians, they're thinking about 1 run. So it has to come from the intensity. You have to drill that intensity into them.
Over number 26 has come to an end. 105 for 2. Chase is a 9. McCaskey is on 71.
So McCaskey first will be thinking then more at the end of over number 26 that he has an opportunity to get 100 here. And if he can just get himself together, he can almost walk 100 here without doing anything.
Certainly, the bowling has not been very penetrative. It has been steady, but not anything that is menacing. So, should he just bat sensibly, should be able to can get 100. We see Wickham, who continues to be very steady, very tight, very controlled, having Chase in a little bit of trouble on that occasion. Just one that just bounced up, taking Chase on the glove.
See the importance of having the slip there, then more. That went out the first slip.
Yes, and Chase is driving. Beautiful shot, 4 runs.
The mid-on needed to come straight out, then more.
Overpitched and Chase leaned on it, and as you said, the mid-on was not straight enough, and that ball went past him very quickly out to the long-on boundary, and Chase picked up his second boundary. He's on to 13, and the total is on to 109 for 2.
If you're going to have the mid-on in the circle, then more, then he can't be that wide. And he still keeps going wide. He really needs to come to straight because Chase tends to hit the ball straight down the ground.
Chase is forcing this one into the offside field, but can't beat fielder who is posted in that extra cover region, just about on the circle. Ned pulls one down, bad delivery, put away, 6 runs by Chase. It was a poor delivery. He just tried to bowl it into the pitch. The ball pulled down a long hop, and Chase gave it the treatment, hit it high over backward square, 6 runs.
Yeah, he tried something different there. His ball slipped out of his hand. Tried to bowl it googly, more or less. He never got the rhythm right. And Chase put away a bad ball. He goes up to 19 very quickly with that maximum. And the West Indies Academy, they need to find some energy and find it fast.
Certainly. Outside the off stump, Wickham, and delivery outside the line of the off stump, just allowed to go into the gloves of wicket keeper. Wickham, not much of a run, and Chase is just using his feet and driving, gets another run out to the long off position. So just one more to the total, 116 it is for 2. 116 for 2, and we've had 27 overs bowled. Chase has moved on to 20, and Zachary McCaskey, he's still there, not out, on 71 of 91 deliveries.
The current partnership is 41, and McCaskey is just using his smart. Chase is getting into his rhythm. He's 20, McCaskey is 71, and Naim Young has some headaches. Who is going to be his penetrative bowler? Who is going to step up and come in the middle overs and get wickets? That is his nightmare right now.
It's continuing with Anderson. 2 overs for 5 runs so far, Anderson. On drive again by Chase. Gets 2 runs as fielder. Mackenzie's out on the boundary. So 2 more to the Barbados Pride total.
Almost like a stroll in the park here.
Slower delivery though, and seems like the slower you bowl on this pitch, the more difficult it is to get the ball away. Anderson in his 3rd over. That one kept a little low. Had Chase having to hurry the bat down onto that one and work it out into the onside field. He's using the reverse sweep. Doesn't time it well. Will get a single. It goes down to what should have been, or what is, wide third man position.
There was no pace on the ball.
Very slow.
He had to make his
He
own
had to
pace.
make his own pace. Yes, he waited for that one. He got into that reverse sweep position quite a while, but the ball just wouldn't come. Like we've been saying, and the ball has been bowled very slowly. It's difficult to generate any pace. The batsman having to make their own pace. And McCaskey comes down, hit this one high in the air. There's a fielder settling on it, takes the catch. So McCaskey gives his hand away. He just lost a little bit of patience as he just couldn't seem to, the bowler in Anderson bowling very slowly, and McCaskey coming down, trying to hit this one over the top. The ball went high up into the air. Simmons settled under it, took a smart catch. McCaskey goes for 71 of 93 deliveries, and Barbados Pride losing their third wicket. It's now 119 for 3.
Ran out of gas. Ran out. And all he had to do was just have a rain check. He got frustrated. The ball was not coming onto his bat. And he never made that adjustment. If you look at what Chase did, Chase was just willing to just knock the ball down the ground and grind his way around. McCaskey will be kicking himself to know that, hey, this was a perfect platform for me to get an easy 119 for 3. If I just stayed out there, I could just walk 31 singles. Not 31, but 29 singles. And even get myself a nice respectable score of 125 not out at the end there. He's very, very, very disappointed with himself, but that's cricket. That's the name of it. Well played innings, and he looks very organized.
He does look organized. He looks better than when we saw him the last time. When we saw him in the last Super 50, here he seemed to always be a liability to me. It seems as if he was going to be the first one out, almost, for Barbados Pride, but he looks a lot better in this tournament so far. The first time we've seen him, looks as if he would have improved on his game since we would have seen him last here. So Shea Hope has come out to join Ruston Chase, and Hope coming at number 5. Do you agree with Chase with Shea Hope coming at number 5?
Well, I think he's easily the best batsman in the team, Denmore, especially at this level. And with the inexperience, he has to mix now with Batwet and Carter, and it's not a big, powerful Barbados team, and I think that's why he's maybe dropped down the order to be able to hold the lower part of the team.
Chase is facing up to Wickham. Again, just looked as if he was just pushing the bat at the one without really moving his feet. I want you to have a good look at Chase and his foot movement, and tell me what you notice.
He doesn't get a positive stride out, Denmore, and I'm wondering, Denmore, if he's still nursing that injury on his left hamstring, so he's not trying to overstride and to just be conservative in what he's doing. Again,
Edgin gets it past that slip, is running down to third man, but again, the feet not moving, foot not getting out there to that delivery, and just playing away from his body. The edge found. Lucky that one flew past Bishop, who is at that first slip position.
Denmore, during the last tour, even before the competition, remember can you remember that he was also out through an injury, and I see him just even on the turn there to get the second run. So I something just make me feel that,
Well, he's sweeping and coming across and sweeping this one down to a fine leg position and gets a boundary. So just coming forward and tucking that one into a vacant fine leg position and picked up a boundary on that occasion.
Wickham just treated a little, roughed up a little bit and just losing his composure. Let's see how he'll come back.
Certainly, is after starting with 2 maiden overs, he's now in his 5th over, and he's had 18 runs scored from his bowling. And here is again Chase looking to sweep, probably hit outside the line on that occasion. Just a stifled appeal, more so from Wickham than any of the fielders.
This fellow were informed badly, Roston Chase. Didn't have a good CPL then more.
No, he did not.
As compared to 20.
Didn't have a good season as compared to the season before.
In fact, with 2021, and I think it would have been a pressure situation then more, because he got picked into the West Indies team, and everybody was saying, well, here's the savior for West Indies team. This is the next Marlon Samuel. Completely two different creatures.
Yes, completely. Didn't perform when he got the opportunity in that.
But in fairness, then more, he
team.
should have started the first game after scoring a half century when we went to that T20 tournament. But the mindset already was that they were going to play their stars. Chase was almost just like a tag along.
Correct. The intricacies of these things, and how they work themselves out, how they play out.
Remember, we played 8 games then more. We lost 7 games. Andrew Fletcher never got a game. You can imagine you go to a World Cup, and everybody don't get a chance to play, and you're out of the World Cup. I think they missed a trick this time around then more, because Andrew Fletcher is batting the best of his life that I've ever seen, and the last T20 World Cup he maybe should have gone, even before Evan Lewis.
I think we missed a trick with that team that was selected for this last World Cup. I don't think that the best team went.
Well,
period.
They might have told you that the team before was the best team too, then more.
We lacked quality batting in this last World Cup that we got. I thought that we picked too many of the same type of batsmen, and nobody that was really going to be committed to the task of batting for at least 10, 15 overs, and we missed the trick. We went there, and I don't think that we were prepared as we could have been for that World Cup, and we didn't pick the right set of people for the World Cup.
I like that word then more that you talked about, preparation. It begs to question, matches don't prepare you for a World Cup. That's just part of the process.
Correct. West Indies Academy continue to frustrate, if you would say, the Barbados Pride. They're 126 for 3. Chase is on 29. Hope is on 1. Anderson. And again, this time he's effecting the reverse sweep in a more effective manner is Roston Chase. Remember, he played one in the last over. We had to wait for the ball. This one had a little bit more pace, and he was able to get it away down to that third man position and picked up 4.
I almost feel then more that for that shot, James really should be finer. He was just a little bit too square. That's why Roston Chase could have afforded to play that shot.
So 4 more to the total, 130 for 3. And Chase is hitting this one over in the mid-wicket region for 4. So beginning to find his stride a little bit. Now is Roston Chase. He moves on to 37. Started slowly, and the Barbados Pride at the end of that over have moved on to 134 for 3.
Barbados looking to step the pace up then more, because as you rightly said, they are aware that you never know. This group is going to be, we call this group the group of death. And so you never know, it can come down to net run rate. And Barbados may be deciding that, hey, Leewards would have won this game against the West Indies Academy team. Let's try and see if we can step on the gas right now.
Certainly. And just an update, if you are following us and you are not at the cricket stadium, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Leeward Islands, they are 99 for 5, 99 for 5. Rakeem Cornwall, he's not out on 14 of 24 deliveries, and Terence Ward is not out on 7 of 16 deliveries.
I think that's a good foil. The Ward and Cornwall situation there. I think Terence Ward is even batting well too. So after that to come, you still have
Kofi James.
Louis, you got Kofi James. You still have a Keswan Archibald. So they still can get a decent total. I think Rakeem just needs to spend some time at the crease.
Certainly. And this would be an opportunity in front of his home crowd.
How many overs are you talking about there, Denmore?
The Leeward Islands, they're in over number 27, 100 for 5, the Leeward Islands. So 26 overs would have gone.
So he has to bat the remainder 24 overs if
certainly
get any positive scores.
Certainly, he would need to. And I would think that if he gets in, he needs to stay in and get a good score as well. There have been many persons who, including many persons in Antigua and Barbados, that have been critical of Rakeem Cornwall, and the main criticism has been of his size, as we see Wickham in his 6th over.
None of us have made ourselves Denmore. God made us.
Certainly.
And I don't want us to start going on the road, because you see that is the myth that we are playing around with. We're playing a sport where when persons perform Denmore, you pick them.
I agree with you fully. I am fully in your corner with that. I think that it needs to be performance more than appearance, but it's the reality of what is happening. I disagree with it, but it is the reality of what we're seeing, and I think that it needs to stop. It needs to be corrected. Somebody needs to say, you know what, stop that. Put that, let us stop that and pick people based on how they are performing at the moment. Just a poor bit of cricket there from the fielder. The ball just slipping from his grasp and allowing the batsman to come back for 2 runs. So 2 more to Chase. He gets under 39, and Chase would be hoping for a half century in this match, or even to go further. 137 for 3. He's beginning to find his form. He's driving firmly again out to the long off region. One more to the total.
It's amazing, right, that hypocrisy plays itself out. Number of us back a number of NFL teams. And there are guys who are way bigger than Rakeem Cornwall. And guys boast around and walk around with
millions of dollars.
The Broncos, the jerseys on the...
Yes, of course.
Right? In playing a sport. Right? And these are professional folks. Rakeem is a professional cricketer. And like I said, he didn't make himself.
And it's a professional cricketer that's performing. That's the difference. It's not that he has size or he's a professional cricketer and he's not performing. He's somebody who has performed and has performed consistently
and he's
over time and is outperforming everybody. And so he needs to be treated fairly. That's just my take on it. But
and if we have you made the point then more, if we have a different mindset, then we need to come out and let the general public know what the mindset is.
Correct. Chase gets another delivery that's angled into him, gets a quick single into that mid-wicket region. So he's taking the runs away, Chase. He has taken some time to get into his stride, but when you look at now that he's had 41 runs from 43 deliveries, and he's only been at the crease for 46 minutes. So he has taken his time to get into stride, but he has caught up in terms of his strike rate. He now has a strike rate of 95.35. Hope gets one that he's playing into the inside. The ball left the bat in the air, and Hope might have just had a little bit of his heart in his mouth, as that one just seemed to have been carrying in terms of the way that the ball left in the air. He timed it very well, and the ball was just carrying, but dropped just short of the fielder. And so Chase was able to get a run. He's on to 3. And Chase is driving into the mid-wicket region. The two fielders collide.
No communication line
No
at all. In fact, I
communication
don't even think the
whatsoever.
ball is gone for 4.
Both of
But
them might have hurt them,
hurt themselves.
themselves. And let's hope the ball.
It's still there. I think
Is
it was
it there?
stopped. Yeah, it was stopped. The collision
So-
took place, but the ball just stayed right there.
We'll see what the what the outcome is.
The umpires are looking.
Was it given us 4? We see.
Let's wait. But like I said to you, then more. If my eyes are good, because he's saying 4,
So
but I
he's saying
think I
4.
think the ball
I
stopped.
think the ball stopped. Yeah,
Yeah.
it didn't look as if it hit the rope, but the lack of
field-
communication.
what's
there.
his name coming around here? Mackenzie stopped the ball with his right foot, and the ball just died right there.
So, 4 more to Ruston Chase. 45. He goes on to. So, Anderson continues. And Ruston Chase again effecting that reverse sweep, but this time getting it straight to the fielder, who is at that backward point position. No run. So Chase is on 45, approaching a half century. 45 or 45 deliveries. Gets a delivery that he's cutting again. Good tumbling save that by with the fielder. Who is that fielder out in that point position? We're just trying to identify him from this distance. Anderson is in, and Chase again working it into the mid-wicket region. He's going to get runs here as again just a bit of a miscommunication between the players for the West Indies Academy, as the ball was allowed to go all the way out into that mid-wicket region, and Chase was able to get 2 runs. He goes to 47 at the end of over number 32. So 18 overs to go, 146 for 3. Remember, they are trying to get to 214 for victory after the West Indies Academy made 213 all out.
Well, at this point in stage, West Indies Academy at the end of 32, they were 150 for 2. So you almost can say even Stevens, based on the course taking place here. Little conversation taking place here with the umpire and both batters. So batters just getting refreshed. It's been a hot day here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground on Independence Day in Antigua and Barbuda, 41 years. And there's a massive food fair taking place. When we conclude this game, we will be heading to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And that's if we can get a chance to get in. We might have to walk a couple of miles before we can. But we'll see what happens.
Wickham continues, and Chase is driving, stretch to cover for 4. Poor delivery, it was a full toss, and he hit it hard and found the gap through the extra cover region, picked up 4 runs.
Now, Denmo, I don't want to be critical, but I'm saying you can't have a wrist spinner bowling and don't have a sweeper on the offside. Because once and it doesn't make sense by just putting people inside the circle. It almost looks as if the West Indies Academy have given up. 150 up for Barbados Pride. Chase in the meantime is on 47. Hope is 7, but you must have a sweeper on the offside.
Wickham in once more, and Hope is back and forcing this one again into the offside. This time finds the fielder at extra cover, and there is no run. He's getting a full toss, and he's hitting this one over the mid-on region. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4 runs. So Wickham beginning to lose his way a little bit. Some loose deliveries in this over. I'm not sure if he's getting tired or if he's losing concentration, but he's been pretty loose after he started real brightly, and now he's just beginning to lose his way. In his 7th over, he's gone for 30 runs so far from his bowling. A better delivery, right closer to Hope. Hope again just trying to give himself room to force this one through the offside. No run. Wickham 6.4 overs, 2 maidens, 30 runs, no wicket. Outside the line of the off stump again. Hope picks up the line and just allows it to go into the gloves of the wicket keeper. No run scored. Hope gets a delivery right up to him, looking to just open the face of the bat and run it down into the point region. Gets it straight to the fielder, and again they can't score. So the end of over number 33. Barbados Pride, they are 154 for 3. Chase is on 47. Hope on 11.
Yeah, so important period of play. 154 for 3. Wickham's 7 overs so far has cost 30 runs. Anderson 5 not 25-1. And as we speak right now, the West Indies Academy, they look like a deflated team. Yeah, they look like they're just going through the motions. And Barbados is going to seize the opportunity to make this happen. As I welcome back Seth into what we consider to be the hot seat. The Leeward Islands set in a little bit of a quandary there at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the doubleheader game.
Jamaica are fighting back nicely. Leeward's 104 for 5. Cornwall and Terry Ward are at the crease. So it would have meant that they would have declined considerably after a good opening stand between Devon Thomas and Russ Powell.
Is the Hawks back in?
Well, I can't say much.
Denmo says the Hawks are back in.
Yes.
Because you have two of your stalwarts, two Hawks.
Yes, two Hawks at the crease.
That's why I went down that road.
Kofi James is still there. Anyway, as we look at this game here, I know the youngsters have been trying hard. It's a good lesson for them. But I know sometimes it's good to play back in history that at this stage, 155 for 3, the youngsters were, you thought, cruising and building what you thought would have been a mountain when they were batting. At the exact time, 33.1 overs, they were 155 for 3. But it was a crumbling situation, and I don't see any way that the Pride would crumble the way in which we saw the emerging players crumbled in their innings after they had built a strong platform.
My main concern set is the field placing, and this is something that Denmo was talking about. This is something I feel that we need to start to concentrate on. Our captains, who are our captains, and why are you putting fielders in particular areas? We realized when the Rispin was bowling, we just have 5 fielders inside the circle on the offside. If he bowls a full toss, there's no sweeper on the offside.
Right, and the Rispin is always prone to have one short or one full.
Yeah, those are fundamental things there that a captain would really know. You have to protect your leg side and on your offside. You're taught that early.
But they would have known an extra 50 runs, would have made a mountain of difference, would have given them much to bowl at.
The thing is, Seth, who is the bowler who's going to take those wickets?
That's the question.
Because this is almost like a roller coaster for them. When you look around as to who's bowled so far, Wickham, James, Young, Ned, Clark, who's the person who's going to put their hand up?
Well, Ruston Chase has done that in support of Zachary McCaskey. McCaskey batted exceptionally well before giving it away. You could excuse him for that because he struck 9 fours and a 6 in his knock of 71 from 93 deliveries. Since then, Ruston Chase has come out and he has moved on quite nicely to 48 from 49 balls. 6 fours and a 6, almost identical innings. Shea Hope has been quiet on 12. Craig Brathwaite only scored 22 from 40 balls. But the Pride are definitely on their way. They would need to march on. They need another 58 runs. And they have overs aplenty because we have just completed over number 34, meaning that they have 16 overs left. 16 overs left to get the remaining 58 runs.
But I'm going to say something to you, and you and Denmore can share in on the thought. The West Indies emerging players would have won this competition in 2019. Carlos Brathwaite was the captain. Although we are having an academy team set, don't you think we could have had maybe a senior player guiding with them to be able to help them? Because
food for thought. That's a big observation, because you need that mentorship, you need that leadership that is going to gel you. The question is, who would Naeem Young look to in terms of guidance and counsel
but
in this situation?
Create that leadership, because Dinesh Ramlin has come back as the captain of the combined campuses and colleges team.
Right.
So you just need a role model. You just need somebody. I'm not saying it's a Carlos Brathwaite, but you look for
someone who could have provided
that leadership in terms of what you want, especially when you're coming into a competition phase.
Worthwhile advice, worthwhile food for thought. The question is it cricket development who would have made that recommendation? Here is he playing back and then pushing the ball
and
out.
It could be the, set. Somebody who is in the West Indies A-team setup, who is being earmarked as a potential
leader.
Leader.
You're saying go there and show us what you can do, get the experience, and then come back to us, going back and play the ball. It comes down to a point that Denmore Roberts was making earlier, that oftentimes the franchises may not want to give up cream players or the cream of the crop. So, it puts a team like this in doubt. If the key players, let's say, are available for their franchise teams and the franchisees may just take the cream off of the top and leave the rest, that itself could be a challenge. So leadership is pivotal. I know in the context of cricket, it is leadership that would inspire to win matches, to win tournaments, to win championships. And we've seen that in West Indies cricket in the critical years.
It's how you use the roles of the personnel around you. How do you get the best out of them? That's what you want. I think Cricket West Indies, we need to go on a course to help our captains in the region.
Here is Chase hoiking this one, a huge 6 over long on, and he brings up his 50 in fine style. Ruston Chase mounting up to 54 from 52 deliveries, 2 6s and 6 4s in his hour at the crease, Vernon.
Yeah, lovely knock by Chase. 52 balls, 60 minutes as you heard there from Seth Burton, 6 4s, 2 6s, 30 dot balls with his innings. But at this level of this competition, you expect Ruston Chase to get runs once he gets in.
This time he goes across, loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. He was going across to have a reverse sweep or scoop. He was struck perhaps outside the line. That's all could have saved him. 163 for 6, Chase on 54. Shea Hope, the captain, on 13. 51 required when we were on at the end of the innings, the Emerging Players Academy innings. You said perhaps the Pride could wipe this off in 35 overs. They didn't go at it in that manner at the beginning, but they're closing in on the 35th over. So now 35 overs have been completed. 15 remain. They have 15 to get 51. What do you think the approach would be going forward?
Well, if we look at the scenario, it's an easy set. Hope would want to spend some time at the crease, knowing very well that his next game is also going to be important. He knows that he only has Brathwaite, Chase for 3 games. And so he wants to make sure that anything leading up, that they get maximum points while they have their professional players around. and he would want to maybe get himself into some sort of form. We saw Jonathan Carter. He didn't trouble the scorers, so it must be a little worry for him. And so he'd want to maybe get a little 30, 40 and chase himself, would be priming up, and he can get a knot out here, which would be good for him.
So it's Shea Hope this time, coming forward to this delivery from Bishop. No run.
One of the things is that sometimes when you see Shea Hope on any given day, you sometimes wonder of his level of confidence if he puts pressure on himself all the time. He just bats the same way all the time. And I'm saying sometimes he comes in certain situations where you come out and you stamp your authority and you let folks know, listen, I'm a West Indian player. I'm not being reckless, but he always looks like he's under pressure every time he's batting.
This time Chase shows that he's not under any pressure. Hoiks this one over mid-wicket for 6. Hitting against the breeze. Ruston chasing full flight, moving up to 60 from 55 deliveries. His third 6. And this brings the Pride closer and closer to victory. 44 needed.
And 9, Joshua Bishop has not bowled well at all today, Seth.
Well, he started a bit flat from the northern end, but his spell from this to southern end is a disaster.
And the simple reason, he would have picked up 4 wickets against the Leeward Islands set. He had 4 for 20. The Barbados team would have come in and they didn't give him a chance to settle. So he never really got into his groove here at all.
Quick single. Chase applying some pressure to Hope to move quickly. And they are moving quickly towards, I anticipate, a Pride victory.
Seth, we've been talking about, back to your set. I'll come back after the break.
Oh, this is a beautiful delivery. Bowling him, all ends up.
Squared him up.
Squared him first. Shea Hope going onto the back foot, and Joshua, perhaps Bishop, listened to what you were saying, Vernon, that he was not having a good spell at all, was not bowling well, and he pulled something out of the bag to dismiss the West Indies premier ODI batsman.
And the Barbados captain.
And the Barbados captain, and perhaps re-injecting some life into his team. You can't give up. You got to hope for the best and keep trying.
And in fact, that ball set turned him right around. I mean, both of his feet were looking straight down the wicket. Now, if a leg spinner is bowling, you want your right foot to get at least even parallel to the crease. He played right around the ball because he got bowled, which means that he lost the line completely.
So, it is drinks break time. We would look at some of the good performances in terms of the match. The youngsters.
And just to give you a recap, Seth, we would have had early starting. Simmons would have got 64 of 81 balls, 5 fours. Wickham looked good, 52, 57 balls, 3 fours, 2 sixes. Teddy Bishop, he's a talent, he's a fine. 45, 59 balls, 7 fours. He might have said on a different day, Seth, that he was a little bit unlucky. I thought once he missed that ball, the umpire could have seen the middle and leg stump. In fact, from where I wasn't in the umpire's position. And I think what he played across the line of that ball there, I think was a good decision by the umpire looking back at it.
Yes.
But in terms of the bowling for Barbados, Raman Simmons, who's been a find, 7 overs, no maidens, 39 runs, 4 wickets. Ruston Chase, 10 overs, no maidens. His experience showing here today, 31 runs, 3 wickets. And Russian Primus, he only bowled 4.1 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, 3 wickets. He picked up wickets on the back end. So far for the academy team, McKenny Clark, 3 overs, no maidens, 13 runs, no wicket. Ashmin Ned, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 32 runs, no wicket. He's bowled well. He's bowled with some good control. Naeem Young, he was not allowed to settle. 3 overs has cost him 21 runs. Joshua James has got some potential, Seth Burton. 5 overs, no maiden, 24 runs, 1 wicket. And Kevin Wickham, he started well. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 30 runs, no wicket. And Kelvin Anderson, 5 overs, no maiden, 25 runs, 1 wicket. He's gone about his job nicely. 171 for 4. And with Chase there on 61, Barbados will be looking to clinically at the end of, I would say, set. Maybe another 10 overs, 36 overs. They maybe might take it that deep. You never know. It could be less than that.
Yes, it should be less. You remember that the emerging players actually got to their score. They were bowled out 46.1 overs. So they actually had 21 balls less. In fact, not 21, but 23 balls less than what they were given. So you would expect that, given the distinct advantage and experience that the Barbados Pride should get home well before that. So much is up to Ruston Chase. The mood that he's in is an aggressive one. It took a little time to start, perhaps the first 10 deliveries, and then he got into his strides, started to hit the ball, and he's hitting it well, hitting it cleanly. Most of it, though, onside shots, as we're accustomed with Ruston Chase, but he has been decisive in his footwork. He has been decisive in his play. He's going at the boundary, he's going over the top. If he's going on the ground, he's going on the ground, and Joshua James comes back.
Three boundaries.
Chase coming through for a quick single. Curtin is the new batter. Nicholas Curtin will come into strike. It'll be interesting to see his approach. He's a left-hander. Had a few overs to bowl. Was very energetic in the field. So it would be interesting to see whether he goes for attack or whether he allows Chase to continue his role.
Still looking at what we spoke about, Seth Burton. It would be nice to have an experienced player out playing with this academy team. You've got to have somebody who can be able to understand the scenarios, game awareness, and can hold all of them together.
And even groom that emerging captain or that person identified, beaten, the edge taken, the ball bounced just in front of the diving wicket keeper. And fortunately there for Curtin, he didn't give his wicket away and get a first ball duck.
Sort of died in simply because I think he was playing with soft hands. Well, he got away with that. He didn't go hard at the ball.
Let's see what he does. James, the big man. Single taken. A good bit of fielding. Good big effort on the part of Bishop.
I like the look of James. And it's somebody maybe that can grow.
I would think so. Should be able to get some more pace, given his build, given his stature.
You know, we see people at early age set and then more bowling fast, and then 2-3 years from now we wonder what's happening. They become normal medium pacers.
That's true. What you settle for is the question. .173 for 4.
Should we go to a foreign coach set?
I don't know. We have had our foreign coaches. I can't say they would have made any major difference. We have had John Dyson in the past. We have also had Pybus. We have also had King.
Bennett King.
Coming out of Australia.
Stuart Law.
Exactly. So I'm not quite sure if that is the secret. One of the recommendations that I would have had, as I say, you'd have these coaches. You should split the roles. I agree, white ball. I would have gone for all three formats separate coach, but it may be not affordable from that standpoint. You may think about your technical, what you need, but at the same time, it has to be matched against the board's budget, what they can cater for. But there needs to be separation, because the orientation for white ball and red ball are two completely different things. I do have a radical different approach in terms of selection. Oh, good delivery. He was cutting at that lazily, Waston Chase. My approach, well, as we complete over number 37, 175 for 4, still another 39 runs to win. My approach is radically different to selection, that we need a supremo. We need a boss like the football manager who picks his team and manages his team. He has the right to recruit. One of the challenges we may have around the Caribbean is a mentality that depends on who that person is. You know, whether that person uses that position to satisfy his particular geographic domain, or whether he uses it to better West Indies cricket. But it could be effective. That person has to be strong, must have the stature, that not that they are not being questioned, but that their decisions are acceptable, and at the same time they can call on their guys. So they're going to be having a pool of cricketers. Those contracted, they would have them at their disposals, those they're looking at. And I think we also need to expand West Indies cricket. I'm coming down to something here. Paddle attempted on that occasion by Curtin, not working. So it's radically different. The option for that, though, along with that supremo, whereas you'd have the head coaches for the different versions of the game, they come into midst in terms of selection, because you're a coach, but you have that supremo looking overall at the matter. You're going to need the input of those who are doing the technical work. Curtin comes forward once again. Here is also my approach to things. Whereas we have contracted players and non-contracted players, I would like to see some openness in terms of selection policy for the player who may go out and play his franchise cricket externally, that he's not per se shut out of the proceedings, which sometimes happen, that the players make themselves available for selection when they are required, because in any case the board has to sign their non-objection certificate in order for them to go. But I can't be signing a non-objection certificate for you, and you're going to tell me you're not available to me. So therefore, you know, we have some issues.
But if you don't have a contract set with the West Indies Cricket Board, then you can afford to do that because you're a free trade.
You're a free trader, but at the same time, I should be able to ask you for special circumstances.
Yeah, but your contract maybe sometimes with Denmore doesn't allow you for that, because Denmore contracts you for a period of time, and so you know it's a business right now.
But at the same time, one has to be open for the board. I was disappointed.
But Seth,
for instance,
we have
now
people who
issue. But I can't even speak to it, because my disappointment was not that he said he wasn't interested, was that the chairman said, that the captain said he was not interested. I thought the chairman had the right to be the head of the conversation.
No, but
so
but you also
be
have
able to influence him better.
No, yeah, but then hear me, Seth. We all know that Narayan doesn't want to play for the West Indies team. You know that. He got called in IPL. If he comes into playing for the West Indies team, you know what's happening. Continue with
Joshua James comes into Chase pulls this one. 4 runs, lovely shot, well cocked arm. Waston Chase would always make himself available. He moves to 64. But my point is, in a World Cup situation, why a player would not want to make himself available? Because there is no competing franchise cricket during a World Cup, and that's my point.
I'm saying to you, he got called in IPL. If he comes into West Indies team and he gets called, his career is finished.
Oh, that's what you're thinking? So you're saying
what I'm thinking, that is what it's going to be.
That once he's playing for West Indies, he will be called?
If he gets called, I'm just saying he got called already, set.
But he got called once in IPL as well.
He got called more than once in IPL.
So I am not quite sure why am I scared to be called
you
for
might
West
not be
Indies.
scared, but he understands the business in terms of what he's into. Right? He's coming again for the Super 50, so let's see what's going to happen.
We also want some level of transparency as well in terms of the selection.
But I think it's more than that. Seth. I don't think our coaches in our franchise level can be able to lift the standard as to what we want to be on the world class level.
that may also be part of it. I also have something to say. My final, lovely delivery. That one really came back and had Chase cut in two. And Chase was caught in a mind of playing through the offside. Den with the swing had no answer. Excellent bowling by Joshua James. The other point that I would like to say, the expansion of a second tier cricket. In the Leewards, I know in the Windwards, they do have their tournaments, but the Leewards, there is non-existence of a tournament. I think the Leewards, Windwards tournament could be expanded into like a second division of the game. Here is Chase coming forward. I think it offers a wider core of opportunity. For instance, some players identified in the academy, some players in the A team on the fringes may be able to be that support. I know Denmore's proposal is for the under-19 added franchise, but my original proposal is for these to be expansions of it. In England, we have Division 1, Division 2. Not that we pattern it, but I am seeing that the Leewards, Windwards cricket, good take in the end, good bowling on the part of Joshua James. So I am seeing expanding these tournaments, and if finance is the problem, then the CWI could carry that sort of league, giving opportunity, hence selectors or your Supremo, whoever is looking at your team, can look in and see the players rising. My case in point when I finished, when we had the Stanford T20 here, it were players representing islands from which Pollard and Powells and some of the others emerged. Good bowling by Joshua James to complete over number 38. Barbados Pride 179 for 4, needing 214 for victory. They need 35 runs. Vernon Springer, I rest my case on this debate.
Well, I was on with Denmore Roberts, and I told you what I think needs to happen for the system. We have to broaden the pool of the franchise system, which will involve second team cricket. So when you set your fixtures for your 4-day competition, it involves second team cricket. So I made a point, if a Casey Carty after 3 games is struggling, he goes and plays second team cricket. He's always playing cricket. So if Barbados travels to the Leeward Islands to play, you'll have a game that's taking place at Warner Park. The second team 11 game can be taking place in El Camino Wheeler Park in Nevis. Same thing in Antigua.
And my last point, even though I rest my case, is that the governments of the Caribbean, they got to stop paying lip service to West Indies.
I think that's an unfair statement.
But wait, I will tell you why. I am speaking generally.
No,
I am saying, wait, I am saying.
Cricket, hear me, Seth. The investment made by the governments, you might not see it. The issue is to find the personnel who are around to make the investment work. That's, well, if you tell me that will be a different conversation.
I'm going to tell you why I differ. I remember in 90, well, it may be a while now when we had the first professional league. The option under the Rousseau-Joseph administration, the option was simple. After we get it started for 2 years, then the governments would have provided the support for each team. It did not happen. And the point is, I am not talking about in the isolated situation where the government of Antigua bears much of the burden with Cricket West Indies because of the current arrangement for here. I know the governments may invest in stadia costs, but I am speaking, get the personnel, take care of the team.
But the personnel are not doing any work set. That's what that's the same situation Denmore been talking about. Why are we not calling out the personnel who are being employed by government?
Who are they?
We see them all around. They're not doing any work. We're supposed to have a cricket program in Antigua and Barbuda set. Is the school program running well?
Well, here's where we differ. Because when I'm speaking, I'm not speaking in terms of a regular Ministry of Sport situation. I'm speaking about support for the teams. You carry a team. Cricket West Indies has a lot of expenses to take care of. Antigua is an isolated case. Antigua carries Cricket West Indies in terms of, when I say carry it, hosts the office, partners with the board in terms of grounds and its current location. But I'm saying if collectively the governments would ensure that they have a huge investment in the players monetarily, in the system monetarily, not through a Ministry of Sport, it would do well for the Caribbean. So a budgeted portion, it would be excellent for West Indies cricket. I leave it there. You're the technician.
No, we don't have the time, and we're broadcasting a game. I'll get into another debate with you because, like I'm saying, we have to call out some people.
No, both I'm not in.
Both at the board level.
I believe in calling out the stakeholders collectively.
Both at the governments.
Anyway, let's shift back.
What the problem is.
Let's shift back. So 182 for 4. So you've heard my proposal, and I agree that there are changes that are needed to be made, but it cannot be borne only by the franchises, only by the board. I think it has to be a collaborative.
You're sounding like a nice guy. We have to call out the stakeholders of West Indies cricket. The stakeholders of West Indies cricket are the associations. What are they doing? Who is guarding the guard? That's what I'm saying to you.
But do you think they have enough resources?
They have more than enough resources. Okay. Get the right personnel
Financial
people.
Resources?
Get the personnel people. Even if they get $5 million, they're still going to do the same thing.
Okay. That's one thought. I have not put that theory to test. However, Barbados, they are marching on to victory. You look at this one, played nicely. Ruston Chase. He is perhaps looking at the Man of the Match award very closely because he has now become the second highest scorer for the Pride. He's on 70 from 69 balls, 7 fours and 3 sixes. Had 3 wickets for 31 runs. So pretty much a key contender here. Craig Brathwaite, 22. Zakari McCaskey, and I loved how he carried the team. McCaskey at the start. Joshua James. Oh, lovely diving save. Knocking that one down. Is it Anderson? Or is it Mackenzie? Really? Or is it Bishop? Nice dive at backward point. Saving what would have been 4 runs.
Teddy Bishop.
And Teddy Bishop adding to his performance also when the emerging players batted. So the key men, McCaskey and Chase. Chase 70 not out, McCaskey 71 from 93. And a wicket each for Joshua Bishop. One also for the man who is coming in, Joshua James. Lovely shot, knocked down as well. Good bit of fielding by the emerging players. Kevlin Anderson also taking a wicket. So the wickets have been shared. But the first wicket that fell in the Barbados innings went via the run-out route when the man who expected a longer batting practice, Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies Test captain, was brilliantly run out by a combination of Anderson and James. Here is Ruston Chase. Lofting this one nicely. It is his 4th 6. Over long on. Nice top hand shot. Playing through the line. Joshua James has no answer. And Ruston Chase is now the top scorer of the Barbados Pride innings. 76 runs from 71 balls. What an innings he has played, Vernon Springer. Barbados 190 for 4. And after this over, I'm going to bring in Denmore Roberts so that you guys could wrap up a nice little conversation and keep things alive.
24 more needed, and Chase maybe needs to go and get a beach swim.
He would have to get 24 if he needs 100. He would have to get all 24.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that he won't have that discussion.
With Curtin?
With Curtin.
You never know. we might get a Carlos Brathwaite presentation here.
Well, let's see. How nice would that be? Denmore was speaking about the confidence issue, and perhaps just his recall to the West Indies team provides a little confidence lift to say, okay, I am back in, so I can play freely. How important is that assurance?
Well, I think he's under real pressure because if you compare his performance in 2021 with CPL and you compare that with 2022, yes. He was way off course, and the expectation was so high. Because I was saying to Denmore,
I think that's part of it.
Yeah, he came in, and everybody was saying this is the savior for our T20 team. He's going to be the Marlon Samuels. 2 different creatures.
That's right.
Marlon Samuels is a match winner. I'm not saying that Ruston Chase is not a match winner, but Ruston Chase was not described as a T20 player. because of our competition in the Caribbean, we thought that he was the
by
out-and-out person.
one season's
We
performance.
also made a mistake because when we went to the World Cup in the pre-warm-up matches, he was the only batsman that scored a half century and didn't
play.
start.
Exactly, I thought that
So
was unfortunate.
how we measured people's psyche and
Mindset, yeah.
confidence destroys them, and we did destroy Western Chase coming off our hype, but he was not part of the conversation.
We didn't destroy
It
him.
was almost like Yannick Correa. We picked Yannick Correa on, all right, let's just give him an opportunity.
Lovely ticker by Curtin. They have gotten one. Will it reach the boundary? A big chase by Bishop, but the ball wins the battle. Curtin gets 4, moves on to 6, and the score 194 for 4. Denmore Roberts will bring some more warmth. He's well cladded now. He has on his hoodie because the box is freezing, and I took my hoodie off, so I am under pressure here, Vern, and you would wrap it up with Denmore.
194 for 3 years. Denmore steps into the hot seat. In the meantime, Nicholas Curtin, who is under a little bit of pressure and would want to get some respectable score under his belt before the next game. Bishop to Curtin. Curtin driving beautifully for 4 down the ground. Lovely shot.
What a magnificent way to come back in to a elegant stroke like that one from Curtin. Right up to him and just leaned into it and really hit it hard all along the ground. Picked up a beautiful boundary. Barbados Pride looking as if they are now in the driver's seat approaching victory.
Stepping their foot onto the gas right now. 198 for 4, and they would know that they want to get this out of the way. Curtin in the meantime goes to 9. And Joshua Bishop has not bowled well in this game.
No, he is
anymore.
not. He's in it. His 8th over, 1 wicket for 36 runs, but he's bowled too many loose deliveries in this game, and has not been the way that his captain wants. He has not been tight. He has not been controlled. He has not been in control of his bowling today.
He could work on the onside, picking up his 10th run. In fact, not his 10th, but he now goes up into his 11th run. 11 off 18. It now brings Western Chase, who could be in the conversation for man of the match. Then more.
He certainly is. 76 runs, and he would have also bowled pretty well when he had the ball in his hand, so he's firmly in the conversation for man of the match.
So he's 3 for 31 with his 76. I think we can call that pretty early.
Yep,
shouting.
Bad shouting, because should he continue, he should get a few more runs to add to the 76. He gets an extra one because of a bit of poor fielding there in the outfield. A little bit of inexperience now being shown by the West Indies Academy. We see a few more mistakes being made here or there, a little bit of sloppiness towards the end, and so the Barbados Pride 200 coming up, 200 for 4 at the end of over number 43.
So you in support then more of an experienced player playing with the academy team?
I wouldn't have an issue with that. I think that sometimes some guidance is needed. I like the idea of maybe somebody from the A team that you're looking as a leader, somebody that you're trying to groom, that you're trying to bring through as a captain to lead a side like this, since it's a team that is sponsored by Cricket West Indies. It wouldn't hurt if you have somebody that's available, that that is not necessarily a key part of their franchise, that that could come and help to lead these youngsters.
Even if they're part of the franchise and they're somebody that you're looking at, because you give them another opportunity, you give them another role.
Correct.
Because you have to find roles. You have to find roles for personnel. It's just like what the combined campuses and colleges have done. You had Carlos Brathwaite. When you had the West Indies emerging players, Carlos Brathwaite captained that team.
Yes.
You can take somebody. You can take maybe a veteran player, somebody who will retire, and bring them along, and they act as a mentor, they act as a coach, they act as a captain.
I agree with you fully. But this is the kind of thinking that we need to be taking place, and that is why we are saying that we have to have a change in mindset. We cannot just be doing these things. So a lot of the times, even with the idea of the West Indies Academy, it has to come with a lot of thinking, a lot of planning. Somebody needs to write it down on paper. What is it that we're trying to achieve? What are the objectives? How are we going to do it? What is the lesson plan that we're going to use to achieve the objectives that we want? So until we start to do things like that, then we're going to continue to have this kind of discussion. 4 more runs to Ruston Chase,
So this
as
look here
he's
then,
now into
as
the 80s.
As you were talking, we have three fielders on the leg side. You must have at least one of those fielders on the offside.
Well, you have 4, and you actually have 4 fielders on the leg side. And
We're talking about 2 in the deep.
And nobody covering on the offside.
On the offside. Fundamentally, that would have been 1 run and not a boundary to chase.
Correct. Chase gets another run. He's just guiding this one down now to the 3rd man position. Brings up the 205th run for the Barbados Pride. So Barbados Pride very close to victory. Just 8 runs to get. As a matter of fact, just 9 runs to get for victory. So 9 more runs needed for the Barbados Pride. Curtin is on 11. Chase on 82. Just to bring you up to date, Brathwaite made 22. McCaskey 71. As they come through for another single. Chase was just a little bit slow in getting off the mark, but was able to make his ground pretty easily in the end. Jonathan Carter didn't score. Ruston Chase is not out. He's on 82. Shea Hope got 14. And Curtin is not out on 12. So it's now 206 for 4.
Just need about 8 more runs.
And Chase is driving, but firmly, but can't score as there's a fielder at that mid-off position. So it brings up the end of another over number 44. At the end of it, Barbados Pride, they're 206 for 4. Chase is on 82. Curtin is on 12.
Yeah, so the contest could be over in 2 overs. The West Indies Academy were bowled out 213 or 46.1 overs, and still continuing with Joshua Bishop. Maybe Ned could have completed his spell because he has not bowled bad at all.
No, he has not. He has not bowled badly at all. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 32 runs, no wickets. He's gone at an economy rate of 4. Curtin is driving a flighted delivery, but this time straight to the field at mid-off. Can't score. Joshua Bishop, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 38 runs, 1 wicket. McKenny Clark, 3 overs for 13 runs. Curtin is just covering up again. Young, 4 overs for 27 runs. He was roughed up a little bit. Joshua James, 8 overs for 40 runs. Kevin Wickham, he's had 7 overs for 30 runs. As we see, Kevlin Anderson, 5 overs for 25 runs and 2 more runs to Curtin. So, Pride going on to 208 for 4. So 6 runs needed now for victory. They still have 39 deliveries to go. So, almost a walk in the park now for the Pride as they approach victory in their first match of the 2022 CG United Super 50 Cup. This match played here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. We started at 9 a.m. this morning, and Barbados Pride winning the toss and inserting the West Indies Academy. An academy, they looked good in parts during their innings, but I think they just in the end they fell away and made a total well below what we were expecting based on how they were going at the middle parts of their innings, but fell away and only made 213 runs. So Barbados Pride. Just needing 5 runs now for victory. 209 for 4. Chase on 82. Faces. And he might want to try and end with a flurry. The flourish here is he driving hard back past the bowler and mid-on for 4. That one almost took Curtin out as he was driving that one hard back down the pitch. 4 runs for Chase. He goes on to 86. And the scores are leveled. 213 for 4. The Barbados Pride just needing 1 more run for victory. And Ruston Chase looks to be in really good form. He started off slowly. Looked as if he was searching for form. But once he has gotten in, he has looked solid and has really made a good score for himself today. Truly a man of the match performance.
86 of 81 balls, and they just need 1 run. Could be a single. The most important thing is Ruston Chase has made sure that he's leveled up everything. He's taken off his helmet on the non-striker's end, and it will give Nicholas Curtin an opportunity. Chases 86, 9 fours and 4 sixes, and Naim Young. Can Nicholas Curtin win this for Barbados? Gets a full toss, drives it straight down the ground. Victory for Barbados in their first game of the CG United Super 50 Cup. The team stands to applaud. Ruston Chase comes across and acknowledges some of the West Indies B Academy players and says, well done. And victory to the Barbados Pride team here in the opening encounter.
Yes, victory for Barbados Pride pretty easily in the end. Good batting in chase of 213 runs. We had Craig Brathwaite getting 22, Zachary McCaskey 71, Jonathan Carter didn't score. Ruston Chase remains not out on 86 of 81 deliveries, and he had 9 fours and 4 sixes towards the end there, really being dominant. Shea Hope got 14, and Nicholas Curtin not out on 16 at the end there. Joshua Bishop 9 overs 1 maidens, 45 runs 1 wicket. McKenny Clark 3 overs no maidens, 13 runs no wicket. Ashmead Ned 8 overs 1 maidens, 32 runs no wicket. Naim Young 4.1 overs no maidens, 28 runs no wicket. Joshua James 8 overs no maidens, 40 runs 1 wicket. Kevin Wickham 7 overs 2 maidens, 30 runs no wicket. And Kevlin Anderson 5 overs for 25 runs, and he had 1 wicket, making up the bulk of the bowling for the West Indies Academy. So Barbados Pride going away with victory today over the West Indies Academy.
So Barbados winning this game quite easily in the end. Good outing for their first game, and this would be a good warm-up for some Ruston Chase who is heading out to Australia, so he can get himself going. The players now congratulating each other as they bunged around here on the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We will get ourselves organized as we look to get onto our bikes, because we're going to need either some bikes or some helicopters to get to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, because I don't know where we're going to park then more. I hope you have a limousine out there so you can fly us in.
Well, I was hoping that you had one that could get us there very quickly. But
what's the latest at Sir Viv then, before we sign out?
183 for 5. Raheem Cornwall is on 71, and he was batting with Terence Ward when last we heard. So
Denmore, is this a matchup set in Denmore between
Chase and Cornwall? It seems so. It seems so. No,
when I said that, hold on, I didn't mean it that way. I'm talking about the competition.
Both the connotation, both players performing, showing that they hey, but it is.
Okay,
yep.
So we'll have that another discussion.
We'll have another discussion another day. Yes.
You will hear from us then more in 10 days' time.
Yes, on the 11th. When we come back for more streaming from right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So
we sign out here then more. Seth Burton, our scores, our technical team, you name it, man, who has kept us busy right here. The Antigua Parish League. You name it. I can't call everybody, but the entire team, Taddy Arendelle, Kerry, everybody. Mark Charles, hey, God bless Derek Marillan. It was indeed a pleasure working with you, plus the outside crew, led by Cricket West Indies. We move on and we get to the stadium. By the time we get there, Cornwall maybe might be on his way to 100.
Well, let's hope so. But thanks for joining us, and folks, continue to support West Indies cricket. Have a great day.